Naruto Uzumaki-senu, Tsunade read before sighing as she knelt down, tracing her finger over the gravestone that had been laid in honor of the memory of her husband. The memory of his death still fresh in her mind, as pictures of his wounded form charging towards Hanzo played over and over again in her head, wondering why in Kami's name had she allowed him to sacrifice himself, so she, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru could escape and live. Kazan. Tsunade heard a soft voice call out, breaking her from her thoughts, as she stood up and turned to look at her daughter Kushina, whose eyes had watered looking at her father's grave. Minato-kun and I have decided to name the baby Nawaki Naruto Uzumaki Senju if it's a boy, or Tokumito Uzumaki Senju if it's girl. If that's okay with you. Tsunade couldn't help smile as she gazed at the beautiful red-haired woman in front of her who'd been the product of her love for Naruto, now 8 months pregnant and ready to bring her own child into the world. I would love that very much, Kushina-chan. The names sound perfect for my granddaughter or grandson. Tsunade commented, smiling at Kushina. I knew you would like them, Databane. Kushina said enthusiastically, happy to have made her mother smile, knowing how hard today was for her. Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's enthusiasm. She truly was her father's daughter, having inherited his violet eyes, red hair, and even Naruto's mother Toka Senju's verbal tick. Do you think you would have been proud of me? Kushina shyly asked, her enthusiasm fading as she inquired about the one thing about her father that she had always truly wanted to know but never had had the courage to ask. Tsunade sighed, a distant look overcoming her features as her mind drifted to the night she and Naruto found out she was pregnant and the ecstatic way he had reacted. Your father loved you since the day he learned I was pregnant with you, Kushina-chan, and I'm more than certain he would have been proud to call you his daughter. Tsunade answered sincerely as she drew her daughter into a comforting hug, knowing that this day was just as hard for her despite the fact that the younger woman had been born after her father's death. Thank you, Kazan. Kushina thanked, her voice breaking as she heard the words that meant so much to her. How about we get some ramen? Tsunade asked, wanting to lighten the mood, giggling as she saw her daughter's excited reaction from hearing the word ramen, just like her father would. Kazan, can you tell me how you and Tsusen meet? Kushina asked curiously, realizing she had never heard that story before despite having heard so much about her father Naruto from her mother. Well, Tsunade began, her mind drifting to the day she had met Naruto. Flashback. So, Tsunadeheim, any idea why Sensei called us here? A 12-year-old Jiraiya asked, wanting to start a conversation with his beautiful blonde teammate. I don't know, Jiraiya, Tsunade answered with a forced politeness, wanting to snap at the dope of their team, but stopping herself as she remembered Hiruzen's words that she had to be nicer to her teammates if she wanted to grow as a ninja, since they would be the very people who had her back and who she relied on when they went into the field or on dangerous missions. Team, Jiraiya called to Orochimaru, wanting to embarrass him in front of Tsunade. Any idea why Sensei called us here? Jiraiya asked, grinning, sure his teammate would react to being called team, before frowning as Orochimaru shrugged, ignoring him. Team 7, you're here, good. A deep familiar voice said that Team 7 knew belonged to their sensei, turning their attention to their sensei Hiruzen, who approached them from the edge of the training ground, a red-haired boy behind him. There is someone I would like you to meet. Your new teammate Naruto, Hiruzen announced before turning to the boy behind him. Come forward, Naruto, there's no need to be shy. Hiruzen gently encouraged, gesturing to the boy behind him who shyly stood next to the Jounin. The boy glancing at Orochimaru and Jiraiya before looking at Tsunade, who was staring at him intently, causing the boy to grow nervous and turn his glance away as an embarrassed blush spread across his cheeks. Tsunade frowned as she stared at the boy her sensei said would be placed in their team. For what she could see, she was not impressed. The boy seemed ordinary, shy, and boring. Tsunade was sure she would want nothing to do with him, just like she wanted nothing to do with her other two teammates, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Flashback end. So you and Tsusan never spoke that day? Kushina asked, a smile playing on her lips as she listened to her mother. No, I barely said more than 1 or 2 words to him for months after that, and each time he tried to approach me, he would shyly blush and run away. Tsunade answered, her voice full of emotion, as she remembered days she and Naruto had been distant in their genin days. Him shy and reserved, her spoilt and snobbish. He kind of reminds me a bit of Minato Kun. Kushina said, remembering how her husband Minato Namikaze kept watching her as though he wanted to say something, but didn't approach her until she was kidnapped by Kyomonin. "We're here," Kushina announced, her mode bubbly as she excitedly made her way forward to meet the Ikarakus, the ramen cooking family that didn't treat her as the daughter of the great Tsunade Senju and the legendary Naruto Uzumaki Senju, but rather as Kushina, a ramen-loving customer. "Hey, Ajisen." Kushina greeted her favorite ramen chief, leaving behind her mother who stood at the stand entrance, a sad smile on her face as she remembered the times she and Naruto had eaten here. 1 month later, night of the Kyuubi attack. "I'm sorry, Sensei, but I have to leave. There's too much pain for me here," Tsunade croaked, her throat raw and her eyes red as she stood by the village gates in front of Hiruzen, who was trying to reason with her. "And what about you, granddaughter Tsunade-chan?" Hiruzen asked, his emotionally broken student gesturing to the bundle he held. "She has no one. Her mother just died. Her father, too. Toka needs you." "I'm sorry, Sensei, but she would be better off without me," Tsunade answered, her eyes watering again as she looked at the whiskered face of her granddaughter. "Everyone I have ever loved has died because of me. Naruto, Nawaki, now Kushina. My love is a curse, Sensei. Nothing good can come from me loving this girl." Hiruzen sighed as he watched his student walk away from the village, wondering if letting her go in her current state was a good thing or a bad thing. 11 years later. Toka Uzumaki smirked as she finished learning the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu from the forbidden Jutsu scroll she'd stolen from the Hokage's office. Her heart pounded in excitement as she stared at the list of other advanced Jutsu she could learn to impress Mizuki and graduate early from the academy, bringing her a step closer to becoming Hokage and earning the acknowledgement and respect of everyone around her. "Toka, you brought the scroll, I see." Toka heard from behind her, causing her eyes to widen in fright, before calming down as she recognized Mizuki. "Hi, Sensei." Toka answered, proudly grinning at Mizuki as she recalled his promise of early graduation if she retrieved the scroll and learned a jutsu from it. "Toka," Mizuki began, darkly eager to reveal his plans of using the girl and the reason why the village hated her, but stopped as he felt a massive spike in chakra that matched that of the Kyuubis the night of the attack 11 years ago. "Mizuki-sensei," Toka said, frightened, looking to her sensei as she felt the incredible power surge in front of her, not knowing what was going on and looking at the instructor for help. "What's going on?" Toka asked, her voice laced with an undeniable fear. "Hokage Tower. Can you feel that, Hokage-sama?" Yugao asked, her body stiffening as she felt a mammoth of a chakra spike surging from the forest just outside of the village. "Toka," Hiruzen said worryingly, ignoring the ANBU agent Nico as he feared that something had happened to Toka, resulting in her releasing the Kyuubi, thus explaining the massive chakra surge he could feel. Bolting out the office window, the Hokage wasted no time as he pushed his legs to the limit and ran in the direction of the surge, removing his Hokage robes that slowed him down as he did, revealing his battle gear underneath. "Neko," Hiruzen called out to the ANBU agent, struggling to keep up to him as he jumped from one rooftop to the next. "I need you to S-dash." Hiruzen began ordering Yugao on what to do, but stopped as a blinding light flashed from the direction where the surge came before a deafening explosion followed it. "Toka," Hiruzen thought worryingly as his senses returned to him, his orders to Yugao long forgotten, as he used his chakra-enhanced speed to swiftly arrive at the location of the explosion, leaving behind a frightened Yugao, who continued her chase of the fast-moving Hokage. "Toka," Hiruzen yelled, his eyes frantically searching the area where he thought the explosion came from. "Hokage-sama." An ANBU agent yelled, turning Hiruzen's attention to an area in the distance where several shinobi gathered. Toka-chan. Hiruzen called out relieved as he spotted the girl he had made it his personal mission to protect. Gigi. Toka called back, pushing past the shinobi who had surrounded her, hounding her with questions as she moved to her grandfather figure. What happened, Toka-chan? Are you okay? Hiruzen asked as he pulled the frightened girl into a hug. I don't know, Gigi. Toka answered, truthfully pulling back from Hiruzen, her mind a blur as she tried to process what had happened moments before the Hokage arrived. I felt this weird and scary feeling in front of me before there was this bright flash and loud bang. Toka frantically explained, but the Hokage managed to catch everything. And when the light was gone, I opened my eyes. There was no Mizuki-sensei, but a man wearing this funny black suede dash. Mizuki-sensei? Funny black suit? Toka wa dash? Hiruzen questioned, but was interrupted by an ANBU agent who respectfully bowed in front of him. Hokage-sama. The man said respectfully, I think you really need to see this. The man added, gesturing to where the group of ANBU and Jounin stood staring at something in shock. Seeing the Hokage approach, the crowd respectfully parted, granting the Hokage access to the center of the gathered shinobi, where Hiruzen's eyes fell onto something that nearly gave him a heart attack. There in the middle of a small crater lay a young man with a mane of wild red hair. The man wore bits of black Senju armor that seemed severely damaged and had multiple wounds that covered a large amount of his muscular body. Naruto, Hiruzen whispered as being filled with shock as he ignored the multiple grasps that sounded from the ninja around him who had heard the name he said. Slowly, Hiruzen approached the injured form of his supposedly dead student and knelt over it, roaming his eyes over the body, making sure it wasn't an illusion or a look-alike of some sort. Standing up, Hiruzen morphed his face into an impassive expression as he remembered he was the Hokage and need to act like one before barking out orders to ensure the survival of his student and the safety of his village. Several days later, Tanzaka Town. Tsunade sighed as she lost another large amount of her own personal money, making sure to remain away from the Senju and Uzumaki accounts that she had left for her granddaughter Toka. Cash me out, Tsunade said as she glanced at the tiny pile of chips she had gathered in front of her, wondering why she had bothered to come here in the first place, leaving with less money than she had going in. I can see that you are still living up to your name of being the legendary sucker, Haim. A perverted voice said from behind her, causing Tsunade to sigh as she instantly recognized whose voice it was. Jiraiya, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked, her voice agitated as she took a swing from her sake cup. Sensei sent me. Jiraiya answered, his voice losing its playfulness as he sat next to her. What does he want with me? Tsunade asked, thinking of the man she had been secretly grateful to for sending her messages that Toka was doing okay over the past 11 years. He needs you to come back to the village, Tsunade. Jiraiya answered, noticing his teammates' fists tightening in anger. Why? Tsunade asked between clenched teeth, wondering what had changed her sensei's mind when he had respected her wishes all these years ago. I don't know how else to say this, so I'm just going to say it, Jiraiya said, pausing as he braced himself for Tsunade's reaction. Naruto is somehow alive, Jiraiya told Tsunade, who swiftly turned wide-eyed to Jiraiya. But he's dying and need your help to save him. Chapter 1. Unbaited, so please bear with the errors. Tsunade anxiously paced up and down outside the Hokage's office, waiting for the meeting her sensei said he needed to have with her teammate to end so she could see her dying husband. Having seen the villagers' reaction to her return and their not-so-subtle whispers about Naruto, Tsunade knew what Jiraiya had said was true. Naruto was indeed alive and lying somewhere, dying in the village. What's taking so long? Tsunade yelled, having grown frustrated at being forced to wait before she could see Naruto. Having had enough, Tsunade stopped pacing and prepared to kick the down and demand to see Naruto, but a loud, obnoxious yell caught her attention. Gigi, The blonde heard before grasping as a girl that could only be described as a mini Kushina with whisker marks bolted to the Hokage's office door and kicked it open. Ji. The girl yelled again, ignoring the blonde woman that stood frozen as she ran into the Hokage's office. Toka-chan, we're doing here? Hiruzen asked, his meeting with Jiraiya interrupted as he stood up to greet the excited girl in front of him. Shami-sensei kicked me out of class again, so I came to ask if we could go get some ramen. Toka explained, earning a frown from the old Hokage. He did. Hiruzen asked, a dangerous edge in his voice as he made a note to have a few words with Mizuki's replacement, who had warned Ben not to follow the traitor's example in neglecting Toka. Hi. Toka answered honestly, eagerly nodding her head as Hiruzen wondered why Irika hadn't stopped him. So, can we go get some ramen? Hiruzen chuckled as he gazed down at the girl who was looking at him expectantly, knowing that he should have guessed the girl wanted to go on an all-expenses free ramen binge. I'm busy right now, Toka-chan, and you should be in the academy learning. Hiruzen told the Uzumaki girl, causing her to frown and immediately begin a long chain of protests. But this is my former student, Jiraiya. The Hokage continued, ending Toka's protests as he gestured to the man across from him, turning the girl's attention to a tall man with a large mane of white hair. He would be more than happy to take you to get some ramen. Hiruzen added, knowing he didn't have the time to take Toka back to the academy with the more pressing issue of Naruto hanging over his head. Wouldn't you, Jiraiya-kun? Hiruzen asked/ordered his student as he discreetly tilted his head to Tsunade, who still stood frozen watching Toka. Of course, sensei, I would love to take Toka-chan to get some ramen. Jiraiya said, smiling at the 11-year-old girl as he caught his sensei's message that Tsunade was not ready to meet Toka, and he needed to get the young girl out of here before the two interacted. Bye, Ji. I will see you later, Dadabio. Toka yelled, waving at the Hokage before dragging Jiraiya with her out of the office towards Ichiraku's. She really is something, Hiruzen commented moments later as he moved to stand next to his student watching Jiraiya and Toka leave. She is, Tsunade whispered, her voice filled with regret as she watched the retreating form of the girl she abandoned 11 years ago. Tsunade, Hiruzen said, gently wanting to offer some words of comfort as he looked at the blonde who was obviously beating herself up over what she had done 11 years ago in her state of grief, but decided against it as he failed to find the right words to say. So instead, he decided to turn her attention to the pressing issue at hand and the reason why he had called her back. Let's go visit Naruto, Hiruzen said immediately, catching the way the blonde stiffened at his words and the anxious expression that replaced a regretful one. Slowly turning to her sensei, Tsunade reluctantly nodded, forcing the whirlpool of emotion and conflict she felt concerning Toka aside as she focused on healing her dying lover, who needed her right now. Secret location inside of Konoha. So, any idea what's wrong with him? No, Tsunade-san, Shizen answered as she briefly glanced back at the woman who she greatly admired and had read so much about in medical scrolls. And his wounds aren't healing? Tsunade asked, glancing down at the medical file she had been handed by the young woman, leading her to Naruto. Hi, even with mystical palm technique, his wounds aren't closing, which is odd considering his Uzumaki and Senja heritage. The woman said, earning a nod of agreement from Tsunade, who remembered that Naruto was a naturally fast healer, like all members of the Uzumaki clan, and most from the Senju clan. But his condition is stable, the woman continued, despite the severity of some of his wounds. Shizune added her voice low as she regretted having to tell the man's wife just how serious some of his wounds were. Thank you, Shizune-san, Tsunade said, handing back the file to the young doctor as a way to tell her she wanted to go in alone when they stopped at a door labeled in US. Of course, Tsunade-sama, Shizune said respectfully. If you need anything, I'll be waiting outside. Shizune added, having caught the blonde's message. Nodding appreciatively to the younger woman, Tsunade grabbed the doorknob before slowly turning it, hesitantly opening the door and walking in, entering the medical room that had been set up for her husband. Naruto-kun, Tsunade whispered, heart aching as she stared at the broken form of her husband. The blonde, ignoring the hidden chakra signatures, she felt bolted forward, her face wet from the salty tears that began flowing freely down her cheeks. Narukoi, Tsunade softly whispered as she gently cradled her husband's face, showering it with kisses as she affectionately stroked his cheeks, ignoring the prickling feeling she felt from the now growing beard that had decided to grace his chiseled jaw. Moving back from her husband, Tsunade smiled as she stared at the face of the man she had thought she would never see again, wondering if all this was real or a bittersweet dream she had fallen into, waiting for the moment she would wake up. He looked exactly as he had when she had last yelled his name in despair, looking over her shoulder as he charged towards Hanzo, sacrificing him so she could live. After moments of just taking in her husband's face, Tsunade composed herself, wiping her wet cheeks as she hardened her expression, forcing herself to become the legendary medical Nin and not the wife of Naruto. She needed to be objective and focused if she wanted to save her husband. Backing off the bed, Tsunade counted 12 other hidden chakra signatures guarding the room, just as her sensei had said. But she ignored them, molding her own chakra and beginning her run of diagnostics. Hokage's office. So that was Toka, huh? Jiraiya commented as he sat across from his sensei, looking at the door his former apprentice Minato's daughter had left from after she had demanded to see the Hokage one last time after they had finished getting ramen. Yes, she really is a handful, just like her mother Kushina-chan. Hiruzen commented an affectionate tone in his voice. And the villagers, how have they treated her sensei? Some have given her a hard time, Jiraiya. Hiruzen answered truthfully as he saw no reason to lie to the man across from him. Even though I have done everything in my power to ensure she is treated fairly, it would seem it wasn't enough. Hiruzen continued, sighing as he remembered how Toka and several ANBU had told him that most of the civilians and a few ninja weren't particularly fond of her. Maybe my mistake was revealing her status as a Jinchuriki and expected the villagers to see her as a hero. Hiruzen added his tone, becoming regretful as he realized he had been naive to expect Toka's sacrifice to be appreciated by all in the village, considering what had happened the night of her birth. We've all made mistakes in raising her sensei. Jiraiya said, his voice filled with guilt as he thought of how he promised Minato and Kushina that he would take care of the young girl, but his spy network needed someone to run it, especially if it was going to stop the threats against Toka. You're right, Jiraiya, but we cannot dwell on that. Instead, we should be thankful that Toka has grown up to be such a splendid person despite what she had to go through. Hi, Sensei. Jiraiya agreed, nodding, knowing the old man across from him was one of the wisest people he knew. Secret location in Konoha. Shizune, the young woman, heard Tsunade yell from her position outside of the medical room. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune called back, bursting into the room. I found out what's wrong with Naruto. She heard Tsunade say, her voice even. He has chakra poisoning disease. Oh, Shizune said, her face saddening as she was uncertain of what to say, knowing that the disease was very rare and little was known about it, but sadly every recorded case had resulted in the victim's death. As you know, the disease works by affecting the nature of a person's chakra in a negative manner until it becomes poisonous, which would have explained why Naruto wasn't healing. His Uzumaki chakra would have probably lost its healing properties from the poisoning, and the mystical palm technique, as you know, is affected by the sickness. Tsunade explained, her tone neutral, causing the younger woman to worry at the older woman's lack of emotions. Tsunade-san, Shizune said, gently, slowly approaching the woman who was no doubt putting up a front. I'm sorry, DH-. No need to apologize, Shizune, or offer me your sympathies. Tsunade interrupted, holding her hand up in front of the younger medic to stop her. I developed an experimental healing technique years ago when I first stumbled upon the disease. I am sure the technique will work and cure Naruto of the chakra disease. Sure will work, Shizune repeated worriedly to herself, having heard the slight hesitance in Tsunade's voice and having never heard of a cured case before. Have you done this technique before? No, Tsunade answered, confirming Shizune's fears. There are some risks that I had not been willing to take before because the technique involves the brief linking of the patient's chakra network to another's, risking the infection and death of both the patient and the healer. Tsunade told Shizun, turning away from the young woman's shocked expression. Tsunade ignored the younger healer's protests as she began a long chain of hand signs at an incredible pace, molding her chakra as she did, taking great care to ensure she performed the technique perfectly. Forming her last hand sign, Tsunade paused as she watched her hands glow with chakra like the mystical palm technique. But instead of green glow, Tsunade saw a blue one. Reaching forward, Tsunade prayed to Kami that both she and her lover would survive as she placed her hands on the two major chakra points she had memorized from her learning days. Pushing chakra into one as she pulled from the other, Tsunade grit her teeth as linked hers and Naruto's chakra network, feeling his poison chakra painfully enter her own network. Purging her lover's coils of the tainted chakra, Tsunade failed to hold back an anguished scream as the process became unbearably painful. Moving as fast as she could, Tsunade forced herself to remain conscious, the pain of the purge forcing her to the edge of consciousness. Failing to hold on, Tsunade felt her eyes roll back into her skull, her vision darkening as heard the worried calls of Shizun before falling into the realm of unconsciousness. Line break. Arg, what happened? Tsunade groaned, slowly getting up as her senses gradually came back to her. Easy there, Tsunade heard an oddly familiar voice that she couldn't quite place a face to say to her. Who are you? Tsunade asked, repeatedly blinking her eyes as she tried to clear her vision and adjust to the bright light blinding her, hoping to see the person speaking to her. It's me, Tsu, Tsunade heard, causing her to stiffen as she instantly recognized the affectionate nickname used only by her husband Naruto. Naru, Tsunade asked, her vision still not clear as her heart rapidly beat in anticipation at seeing the face of her husband again. Hi, Tsunade heard the blur that she could slightly make out in front of her reply as more of her vision cleared. Naruto Koi, Tsunade yelled in pure joy, blurring forward to hug the image she could barely see. Throwing her arms around him, Tsunade failed to hold back her emotions as sobbed against his chest, releasing all the emotions she had held back throughout the years since his death, soothed by his comforting words as he held her. It's really you? Tsunade asked moments later, stepping back as she let out the last of her tears, wiping her eyes so she could finally see Naruto as the last of her vision cleared. It's really H. Tsunade screamed as she saw the Naruto in front of her. What's wrong, Dash? You're a boy, Tsunade yelled, seeing that the blur she had been clinging to moments before thinking it was an adult Naruto was in fact a 12-year-old version of him who looked exactly as he had when their sensei had introduced him all those years before when the two of them first met. Yes, so. Naruto, you're a 12 dash. And you're a 12-year-old girl, Tsutsu. Naruto interrupted, gesturing at his wife's changed appearance. I'm a girl, Tsunade realized, shocked, looking down at herself and seeing she was indeed a girl. What's G dash? Tsunade began asking, wanted to find out for Naruto what was going on, seeing as he was so calm about everything, but stopped as she turned her head to look around her, seeing nothing but white in every direction she looked. Even where she and Naruto stood seemed to be an abyss of white. I'm dreaming, Kropka. Tsunade logically concluded to herself, looking at the endless white around her and the 12-year-old Naruto staring at her with a concerned expression on his face. I'm dreaming. Tsunade repeated this time, saying the words aloud. You aren't dreaming, Tsutsu. Naruto told his wife gently, placing his hands gently on both her shoulders in an effort to calm her down, seeing she was near a breakdown. I've been here for several years, and I can tell you that you aren't dreaming, Heim. Naruto added, wondering how he should reveal to his wife where they were. Then where are we? Tsunade asked, knowing her husband would never lie to her. We're in limbo, Tsunade. Secret location in Konoha. How is she? Jiraiya asked as he watched the young medic check up on his unconscious teammate, Tsunade. Physically, she's fine, Shizen told Jiraiya as she ran her green, glowing hands over the blonde woman whose bed had been set up next to Naruto's. But her body has fallen into a deep coma and won't wake up until she decides to. Shizen added, knowing it was the patients themselves who pulled themselves out of deep comas. And Naruto? Jiraiya asked, wondering about his other teammate whose wounds had now healed. Naruto-sama's wounds have completely healed, and the chakra disease has been purged from his system. But just like Tsunade-sama, he's in a coma and won't wake up until he himself decides to. Good, a relieved Jiraiya said, his body feeling several pounds lighter as he heard the news that his teammates were going to live. Initially, Jiraiya had been jealous of Naruto and disliked him. He was a prodigy, the opposite of himself, and seemed not to have to work hard to achieve anything that was ninja-related, always possessing an unnatural ability to impress their sensei, just like Orochimaru had. But that changed when Jiraiya found out from their sensei that Naruto's parents had died before he had come to Konoha, making him an orphan just like he was. From that day on, Jiraiya, on his part, had been kindred to Naruto, and the two had grown to be good friends, with Naruto helping Jiraiya in his ninjutsu training and even learning Fuinjutsu with him. When the Uzumaki Senju male told him he had a date with Tsunade, Jiraiya, for the first time in ages, had been jealous of Naruto. The two hadn't talked for a while and had been at odds until Jiraiya had one day seen how happy the couple had been together. Pushing aside his jealousy, Jiraiya had apologized and told Naruto he was happy that he had managed to win Tsunade's affections. After that day, the two had become even closer than before, with Naruto eventually becoming akin to a brother to Jiraiya, teaching him his personal jutsu creation, the Rasengan, which Jiraiya had gone on to teach Minato with the permission of Kushina after the girl had failed at grasping it. When the Toad Hermit had watched his teammates sacrifice himself to Hanzo so he could live, Jiraiya had wanted to fight the salamander with him, but he had known Naruto would have never forgiven him if he had failed to ensure his pregnant wife Tsunade had escaped unharmed. So with the help of Orochimaru, Jiraiya dragged away a screaming Tsunade, his heart heavy as a part of him knew he would never see Naruto again. Feeling guilty, Jiraiya had carried the guilt of his teammate's death, never forgiving himself as he wished there was something he could have done, so Naruto could have lived and been with his family. Watching the man, now Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder what had happened to him. The man looked identical to the day he had the morning of his supposed death, which was in Jiraiya's book impossible. Even with his Uzumaki heritage, Jiraiya knew his teammate must have at least looked some years older, but the man didn't. Despite the growing beard, nothing had changed in Naruto's appearance. The man didn't even look as though a day had passed since he charged towards Hanzo. That fact had bothered both Jiraiya and his sensei. The two initially thought that the man was perhaps an imposter who imitated the appearance of his teammate Naruto. But the DNA tests and several other tests had proven that the man on the bed was without a doubt his teammate Naruto. Pushing away his thoughts, Jiraiya made his way out the room, refusing to dwell on how or why his teammate was miraculously here, but instead praying to Kami that he and Tsunade would awake soon. Limbo. Tsunade asked, not completely sure if her husband was being sincere or joking. Hi. Naruto answered, gesturing for him, and Tsunade to sit, knowing he had a lot to explain. But how? Tsunade asked, shocked, not sure exactly what question to ask, as she sat there opposite him. When I first got here, the last thing I remember was my fight with Hanzo, and then I suddenly appeared here. Flashback. Hello, Naruto yelled as he repeatedly explored the continuous white around him, having been at it for some time now and having had no success at discovering anything besides endless white. Hello, Naruto yelled again, fearing he may go insane from the continuous white and silence around him. Hello, Naruto. Naruto heard from behind him, causing him to rapidly turn around as he hoped to catch the person who was speaking to him, praying it had not been his imagination acting up or the beginnings of insanity. Kazan. Naruto said happily as he saw his mother Toka's face. No, Naruto, the person he thought was his mother said. This is an appearance I have taken in hopes of making you feel more comfortable, as I rarely show my true appearance to anyone. The mysterious person told him, their voice sending cold shivers down his spine, making him realize that what the person had said was true. This truly wasn't his mother. Her voice had always comforted him. Then who are you, and where am I? Naruto asked. I go by many names, Naruto, the figure told him. But to you, I am the goddess of death, Shinigami. Essasid Shinigami-sama. Naruto stuttered, his tone nervous as he remembered all he heard about the death deity. I. The death goddess replied, very satisfied by the man's fearful reaction. As for where you are in limbo, the realm between life and death. Limbo, Naruto repeated, thinking over the words he had heard. Are you here to take me to my death? Naruto asked respectfully, saddened that he would never see his wife and his unborn child, as he realized that he must have died in his fight against Hanzo if the goddess of death had appeared before him in the realm between life and death. That deepens on you, Naruto, Shinigami told him, answering his question, earning a confused look from the man. But first, how much do you love your wife, and what would you endure to see her again? I love Tsunade and would do anything for her, Naruto answered earnestly without a hint of hesitance. Good, Shinigami replied, a smirk on the Shinto god's face. Flashback end. Shinigami, Tsunade thought wide-eyed as she listened to her husband's tale. Shinigami-sama told me that I would have to endure a prolonged time in limbo that could range for a year to 30 or even more, and when the day came when she felt I had endured enough, I would be sent back and given a second chance to be with you. Naruto told Tsunade, reciting the initial deal the god of death had offered on the day she had appeared before him in limbo. At first I thought it was an easy thing, Naruto continued, enduring a few days of silence and nothingness, so I could be with you again. Naruto told his wife, earning a loving smile from Tsunade, who was amazed at just how far her husband would go for her. But the days became years, and this place made sure I felt each them. Naruto told his wife, smiling sadly, as he remembered nearly going insane stuck here, never eating, sleeping, or drinking, just nothing. Even training had been impossible as he had no chakra in this place. Seeing her husband's discomfort, Tsunade moved from her place across him and sat shoulder to shoulder with him, leaning against him, as she took his hand into her own, squeezing it as a form of reassurance and comfort that she was here for him. The days grew longer as the nothingness and silence began to get to me, slowly eating at my brain as I gradually began to lose what sanity I had. Naruto continued, remembering how he nearly went mad and even began seeing hallucinations. I would have become insane, but Shinigami-sama came over one day and told me she could show me your life and everything you had been through since the day I had died in my fight against Hanzo. Naruto told Tsunade, pausing as he wondered if telling Tsunade the second part of the deal and why Shinigami had ensured Naruto remained sane now was a good idea. Deciding against it and promising to tell her later, Naruto continued with his tale, leaving out what he had promised the deity. She showed me everything from the months you spent weeping over my loss, Naruto told Tsunade, smiling sadly at her, to the birth of our baby girl, Kushina-chan, and her growing up. Her birthdays, her first steps, her first words, you teaching her how to be a ninja and refusing to let her be a genin unless you became her sensei. Naruto continued, pausing as he chuckled at his wife's overprotectiveness and stubbornness, remembering how she had refused to leave the Hokage's office until Hiruzen agreed to make her Kushina's sensei. Tsunade smiled sadly as she remembered the days that Naruto had been talking about. It had been Kushina who had healed her and made her loss of Naruto and Nawaki bearable. I saw everything, Tsutsu. Naruto continued, his voice dropping low as he felt an overwhelming amount of sadness consume him at not being there for Tsunade and Kushina. I saw how it affected you when Nawaki and Kushina died, Naruto told Tsunade, wrapping his arms around her as he felt her shake against him, knowing she was crying. I was Tsunade croaked between her sobs, wanting to tell Naruto how she had felt knowing he was the only one who could truly comfort and heal her. I know, Tsutsu, I know, Naruto whispered, soothingly drawing Tsunade into his lap as she cried against him, wishing he hadn't died against Hanzo, knowing things would have happened differently and his wife wouldn't have had to endure all that she had had. You saw everything, Tsunade grasped moments later, pulling away from her husband as she realized Naruto must have seen her abandoning Toka. I don't hate for leaving Konohatsu, Naruto said, pulling his wife back to him as he read her thoughts, having seen the fear in her eyes, knowing she was afraid he would hate her for leaving Toka, but he didn't. At first I couldn't help but feel disappointed at you for leaving Toka, Naruto confessed, caressing his wife back as he felt her stiffen in his arms. You know how important family is to me, Tsutsu, Naruto said, wanting to tell Tsunade the truth, but also wanting her to understand why he had felt the way he did. Tsunade nodded, leaning into Naruto's warm as she felt a whirlpool of emotion at hearing him say he didn't hate her. She had feared it, knowing how important family was to him, fearing he would hate her and never forgive her, but hearing that he didn't, Tsunade couldn't help but feel as though a weight had been removed from her shoulders, even though she still felt ashamed for abandoning Toka, regretting it as she remembered seeing her granddaughter earlier today. But as the years went on watching you drink and gamble, I saw how sad you were and grew to understand why you did it, why you thought leaving Toka was for the best. Naruto told Tsunade, understanding that she had been broken when she left, his wife truly believing that she didn't deserve to be loved, seeing as how everyone she had ever loved had died. It wasn't, Tsunade said, leaning away from Naruto, wanting to look her husband in the eyes and tell him that she had realized abandoning Toka was a mistake. I shouldn't have left her, Naru. I should have stayed and been there for her, Tsunade added, remorsefully admitting her mistake. The past is the past, Tsutsu, Naruto told his wife, smiling at her, glad that she had realized leaving Toka had been wrong. Let's not talk about it, Naruto said, pulling his wife back to him as they lay back locked in each other's embrace, enjoying one another's company as they settled into a comfortable silence. So what now? Tsunade asked, looking at her husband, breaking the silence that had been between them, wondering what would be next. Now you go back if that is what you desire, a voice said from behind them, causing Naruto to slightly stiffen as he instantly recognized the death goddess's chilling tone. Shinigami-sama, Naruto said, standing up to his feet before respectfully bowing to the deity now in front of him, relieved that his wife had followed his lead as she bowed too. Naruto, Shinigami greeted back, ignoring Tsunade as she acknowledged the man she had grown to tolerate despite her hate for mortals. As I was saying, you can go back if you both desire to, Shinigami added, hating she had to repeat herself. You may a dash, Naruto began in hopeful tone, praying to Kami he had heard Shinigami right. Yes, Naruto, your time in limbo has come to an end, and if you wish it, you and your wife can return and have a second chance at living, Shinigami impatiently explained. But first, if you decide to return, Naruto, I must remind you about the other part of our bargain, the part that compelled me to ensure your sanity and the return of your wife's youth. Hi, Shinigami-sama, Naruto replied, remembering what the rest of his deal was with the deity before turning to his wife, who had a look that demanded an explanation. Later, Naruto mouthed to his wife, hoping she would drop it, but alas, the fates weren't with him, and Tsunade turned to Shinigami for an explanation. What deal? Tsunade half-asked, half-demanded, forgetting that she was dealing with a goddess. Your husband has promised to kill 3 men and destroy a pair of eyes for me. These men and eyes can't be allowed to live and exist because they have gained or will gain power over my realm, the realm of death. But what about you? Why can't you kill these men and destroy the eyes yourself? You are the death goddess, Tsunade asked, protesting, as she didn't want to lose her husband again when they returned after she had just gained him back, guessing that these 3 men are powerful considering they have some control over the realm of death. Because even gods are bound by laws, Shinigami answered, glaring at the blonde who had dared ask her to explain her actions. Trust me, Haim, Naruto said, silencing his wife as he saw she was about to continue her protest. Tsunade began turning to her husband to voice her concerns about the deal, wanting to ask him if there wasn't another way, but stopped as he took her hand into his own, giving it a gentle, reassuring squeeze. "Trust me," Naruto repeated, gazing into his wife's brown eyes, silently pleading with her. "I trust you," Tsunade whispered, her resistance breaking as she saw the silent promise in Naruto's eyes that she wouldn't lose him again. "Thank you," Naruto said, smiling at his wife, wishing he could kiss and do so much more to her in that very moment, but not feeling comfortable enough about doing it to her 12-year-old form to follow through with his lustful fantasies, despite his own predicament of currently being 12 himself. "I give you my word, Shinigami-sama, I will kill these 3 men and destroy the dojutsu. If you honor your end of the deal by returning my wife's body to her youth and giving me a second chance at living." Naruto promised, turning back to the goddess as he remembered the 3 men he had said he would kill. Amongst them was his former traitorous teammate and his fellow clansman. "Very well," Shinigami said, nodding at Naruto, knowing he would keep his end of the deal before flicking her wrist and sending the 2 back to realm of the living. Mikoto sighed as she stood conflicted at the entrance of the Inuzuka clan compound, wondering if deciding to come here had been a good or a bad idea, considering the state of her relationship with her former friend, the Inuzuka clan head Tsum. Ever since the other clan heads learnt the truth behind the Uchiha clan massacre, Tsum had disowned Mikoto as her friend, telling the Uchiha that the failed coup d'etat she had intended to play a part in not only went against the value of loyalty that ever Inuzuka believed in, but also nearly placed her daughter Hana and son Kiba in great danger, thus making the Uchiha woman a person that she Tsum couldn't bear to tolerate or even consider a friend. Mikoto had been hurt by the woman's words, but she knew they held truth in, so, ashamed, the Uchiha woman kept her distance, making sure to avoid the feral woman, knowing that her presence only brought Tsum pain. But things had changed. Mikoto missed her friend and needed someone to talk to. Her husband Fugaku had changed for the worse, becoming colder and colder since their son Itachi slaughtered the Uchiha clan, leaving only his family alive. Her son Sasuke, just like his father, had also become colder, falling under the negative influence of Fugaku and growing further apart from her as he trained with his father, following the man she had once loved's example as he treating her, his mother, as though she wasn't part of their family. Both males only tolerating her because she held the Uchiha name. Steeling herself, Mikoto moved forward into the Inuzuka compound, returning the respectful greetings she got as she anxiously made her to the house that she knew belonged to her former friend Tsum. Knocking on the door softly, Mikoto braced herself as she nervously waited for the feral woman she had once considered her closest friend after Kushin had died, having not spoken to the Inuzuka in the last 3 years that followed the massacre. "You," Tsum greeted venomously as she opened the door to see one of the last 3 loyal Uchiha. "Some dash. What are you doing here?" Tsum asked, not bothering to hide her disdain and the anger that filled her voice. "I told you to never come near me again." "Tsum-chan, I just want to talk," Mikoto said, her heart breaking at the anger she felt rolling off the other woman. "I know what I did was inexcusable and I have no right to come here like this. But I miss you, Tsum. I miss my friend. And I'm not asking you to forget what I did, but to give me a chance to earn your forgiveness and regain the friendship you and me once had," Mikoto pleaded, her hope rising as she saw her former friend's expression soften the tiniest bit as she contemplated the Uchiha's words. Tsum felt torn as she considered Mikoto's words. On one hand, she felt bad about their broken friendship and wanted to reconcile with the Raven Head, missing her companionship. But on the other hand, she could not forget what the woman's actions 3 years ago had nearly led to and the great danger her former friend had nearly put her daughter and son in. Hardening her expression, Tsum turned back to Mikoto, who watched her expectantly, awaiting her decision. "Don't ever come back to my clan compound again," Tsum said, coldly, breaking Mikoto's heart as she slammed the door harshly in her face, leaving behind a crying woman who stared at the spot the feral woman had just been. Senju compound. Come on, Naruto Koi, come back to bed. I can't, Heim, Naruto said, ignoring his wife's whining protests as he stood up to make his way towards the shower, knowing he had to get cleaned up for the long, overdue meeting they had with their sensei. I need to shower before we go meet sensei, and so do you. But I want to stay in bed, Tsunade whined, pouting cutely in an effort to get her husband back into their bed. Don't give me that look, Tsunade, Naruto said, struggling to fight the urge to comply with his wife's wishes as he stared into her pleading eyes. What look? Tsunade asked innocently, as she inwardly smirked, seeing his resistance slowly breaking before giving herself a mental high five as she thought of an idea she knew would work and keep her husband in bed. I'm just saying, instead of showering, you could come back to bed and do other things to me. The blonde emphasized seductively, making sure to slowly remove the silk sheet that covered her naked form. Naruto felt the last of his resistance break as he took in his wife's, now uncovered naked body. Even though they hadn't left this room and had been at it like rabbits for the past week since they had woken up from their comas, he still couldn't get enough of her. She was still the goddess he had fantasized about in Limbo, and she lay there bare in front of him, tempting him with that perfect body of hers. Giving into his urges, Naruto growled as he flung himself back onto the bed, forcing his lips onto hers as he kissed his wife with the unsated lust that had built up inside of him enduring his endless years spent in Limbo. Ah, Tsunade moaned against her man's lips, kissing him back as she felt her nipples harden and an intense heat gather at her core. She had missed this over the years since his death, never having been with another man besides her husband. Naruto! Tsunade shrieked in surprise, breaking the kiss as she wrapped her arms and legs around the man as he suddenly lifted her off the bed, carrying her with him as he made his way across the room. We're definitely going to get that shower, Naruto told his wife. But that doesn't mean we can't do other things whilst we are in there, Naruto revealed huskily, sending a shiver down Tsunade as he drew her lips back to his own, kissing her again as his hardened member twitched against her in anticipation of all he was going to do to the goddess of a wife he had moaning against him. Konoha Market District. What's bothering you, Shizen-chan? Yugao asked her friend who sat across from her as they sat in Anko's favorite dango stand waiting for their three friends Hana, Kurenai, and Anko to arrive. Nothing, Shizen replied a little too quickly, causing Yugao to frown and send her a disbelieving look. Fine, Shizen said, sighing in defeat, deciding to share her troubles with her friend. I've been thinking about Tsunade-sama and Naruto-sama. Shizen told her friend, whispering the last part, so no one would hear, since the legendary shinobi's return was still a secret, even though close to a quarter of the village already knew or suspected he had returned. Oh, was all Yugao could say, not sure where her friend was going with this. When Tsunade-sama risked her life to save Naruto-sama, I couldn't help but think that's the kind of person I wanted to learn from. A person who would actually risk their own life to save a loved one. Shizen elaborated, earning an understanding look from Yugao, who knew her friend had entered the medical field, so she would have the power to save her loved ones after her Uncle Dan's death, where all she could do was hopelessly watch him die. Powerless and unable to do anything as her uncle lay dying in a pool of his own blood. So, you want to get an apprenticeship under her? Yugao asked, making sure to avoid the subject of Dan, seeing no need to bring up painful memories. Yes, but I don't know how to ask Tsunade-sama, Shizen confessed, seeing as though the blonde woman had never been one to take apprentices. Even in her earlier days when she ran the village's hospital, the Senju woman didn't teach many classes, teaching never having been her thing for what Shizen had heard. Yugao didn't bother to ask if Shizen had tried talking to the Senju woman. She had been part of the ANBU guard detail assigned to watch over Naruto, and she had seen how the two lovers were when they woke up. They could barely keep their hands off of each other, and even the Hokage had given up trying to speak with them and let them swiftly leave for the Senju compound, giving them a week to reconnect, as the old man had put it. Having friends in the ANBU, Yugao heard from members of the squads watching over Naruto to ensure he wasn't a threat to the village that the couple had not left the house that they had been in, spending the past 7 days reconnecting. How about you go see the Hokage and ask him to speak to her? Yugao suggested, knowing that the old man was easily approachable and would know how best to deal with getting her the apprenticeship she desired. I already have, Shizen told her friend, earning an expectant look from Yugao, who wanted to know what the old man said. He said he will see what he can do. Then trust him and wait for him to talk to her, Shizen. If anyone can get you the apprenticeship, it's him, Yugao said reassuringly, smiling at her friend, who returned her smile, agreeing with her that she would just have to wait for the Hokage to talk to the legendary medic. Hokage's office. So you're saying the goddess of death, Shinigami, brought you back to life after you spent several years in limbo? Hiruzen questioned, his voice laced with disbelief as he stared at the tall man before him, wearing black Senju armor over a black bodysuit. His large red mane moving widely behind him, as nodded his head, indicating to the Hokage that he was dead serious. Yes, Naruto answered, nodding, still not completely over his shock at how much his sensei had aged despite having seen it in limbo during his viewing of his wife's life since his death. It's true, sensei, Tsunade spoke up from next to her husband, reminding herself not to tell the two other male occupants in the room about the second part of the deal. Having discussed that it was best to keep the information about the killing of 3 men and the destruction of a dojutsu to themselves until they both decided how best to go about it. Naruto did meet with Shinigami-sama, and so did I when I briefly entered limbo, Tsunade added, looking from her sensei to Jiraiya, the two men still remaining unconvinced. Fine, Tsunade said, having come up with an idea. Do you remember my Jinjutsu? Tsunade questioned the two men, earning a proud look for Naruto, who saw where his wife was going, and nod of recognition from the two men, who remembered the Jinjutsu the blonde used to remain young. I'm not using it, Tsunade told the two men, shocking them. Shinigami-sama restored my youth, and my body is back to its 20s. That's impossible, Jiraiya said in protest, finally speaking up as he had enough of his two teammates' impossible tales. Go on, check, Tsunade challenged, smirking a little as she saw the looks of complete shock on the two men's faces when they failed to sense an illusion surrounding her. My wife had her youth restored, and my body was transported from over 2 decades ago into the future. What other explanation would there be for these two impossible things besides the work of a god, or in this case, a goddess? Naruto questioned, earning reluctant nods from the two men who in all their years had never known of any ninja or technique that was powerful enough to do the things that had happened to the couple before them. Moving on, Hiruzen said, wanting to approach the core reason of the meeting. Naruto-kun, what are your plans for the future now that you have returned? The Hokage questioned, turning all eyes to the Uzumaki Senju. I was planning on returning to active duty as a shinobi of Konoha, Hokage-sama, Naruto answered, glancing at his wife, who remained reluctant in agreeing or being happy with his decision on becoming a shinobi again, even though the two had greatly discussed it during their past week together. That's good, Hiruzen said, smiling at the man he had originally planned as his successor, wondering if he could bring his plans to fruition now that the man had returned. And Tsunade-chan, I'm assuming you will be remaining in the village, but won't be returning to active duty? Hiruzen questioned, earning a nod from the blonde, who had decided to stay in the village for both her husband and granddaughter. Good. I was hoping that now that you have returned, you would consider perhaps taking an apprentice. An apprentice, Tsunade repeated, mulling over the suggestion the old man had made. I would have to first look over the medical need records and find a suitable candidate, but I think taking an apprentice sounds like a good idea, sensei. Tsunade agreed, knowing she needed something else to do when she wasn't with her family, and what better thing to do than passing on her medical knowledge that had earned her the title of legendary medic. I have someone in mind who I think will be perfect for the position, the Hokage said, thinking of a young woman he saw earlier today. Who? Shizen Kato, Hiruzen told her, smiling at the approving look that came across Tsunade's features. The one who helped me with Naruto-kun? The blonde woman clarified. Yes. I will first need to read her file and meet with her again before officially deciding to take her on or not. Tsunade told Hiruzen, not making any promises, but already half sold on the idea of having the young medic as her apprentice. That's fine. The third said, knowing very well that his female student was definitely going to take on the young woman as her apprentice. Now, Naruto-kun, I will have to introduce you to the council and arrange a sparring match to gauge your abilities before announcing your return publicly to the village. That's all right, Hokage-sama. Naruto agreed respectfully. But first, I would like a few days for me and Tsunade-chan to get to know our granddaughter Toka. You know about Toka? Hiruzen cautiously asked, having deliberately avoided the subject, not knowing how much Naruto knew about the girl, and feeling it was Tsunade's place to tell him. Yes, I know about Toka-chan and about my daughter Kushina-chan. Naruto told the Hokage, breaking the three other occupants in the room's hearts as they heard the amount of pain in the man's voice when he said the name of his daughter. And I would like to get to know Toka before the rest of village hounds me after my official return. Naruto added, earning an understanding nod for Hiruzen, who looked at his student who had been forced to make his way to the Hokage's office under a hinge to avoid the unwanted attention he would no doubt receive from the villagers once they learned of his return. Okay, I will give the two of you another week to yourselves, so you can connect with and get to know Toka. Hiruzen told the couple in front of him, glancing at a guilt-stricken Tsunade, who was still beating herself up over leaving the young girl behind. Thank you, sensei, Naruto said, shooting his sensei an appreciative look before taking his wife's hand into his own and squeezing it, knowing she wasn't over her guilt about leaving Toka and was probably feeling really bad right now. Yes, thank you, sensei, Tsunade said, voicing her own gratitude to the old man for being so understanding as she intertwined her finger with Naruto's, grateful for the strength and support her husband would no doubt provide as she tried to connect with the young girl she had wrongfully abandoned 11 years ago. Now that the official business is out of the way, Hiruzen said in a happy tone, standing up from his chair and making his way to Naruto. I would to officially welcome you back, Naruto, Hiruzen continued, his voice filling with emotion as he pulled his student into a fatherly hug, and tell you that I greatly missed you, Naruto, and that I'm glad you are back. Thank you, Naruto thanked earnestly, returning the man he saw as a second father's hug as he thought about how he had genuinely missed the man who had openly welcomed him here when he first moved from Uzushio. I missed you too, sensei, Naruto added, pulling back from Hiruzen before turning to his best friend. Jiraiya, Naruto called out to his best friend, taking a moment to look him over, noticing how old the man had gotten and how much he had truly changed. You've gotten old, Naruto announced, smirking, earning a punch from the white-haired man before the two gave each a one-armed brotherly hug. Naruto, I dash. Jiraiya began wanting to apologize as he pulled away ashamed from his best friend. No need to apologize, Jiraiya, Naruto swiftly interrupted, waving off his friend's apology as he saw where he was going. You made sure that my wife and child were safe that day, and that's all that matters, Naruto told Jiraiya, sending the man a grateful look to express just how appreciative he felt that he had ensured Tsunade and Kushina's safety despite how painful it must have been for him to abandon his comrade. So, Jiraiya, what's this I hear from Tsunade-chan that you actually published your perverted series, Aika, and that you are in fact shockingly making money from it? Naruto asked, sending his friend a glare, causing the older man to sweat a little as he remembered Naruto's disapproval of the idea when he had initially pitched it to him. Before relaxing as he heard the Uzumaki Senju chuckling to show he was actually more amused rather than upset or angry. Well, Jiraiya began perversely, sighing in relief as he gestured for everyone to take a seat. No doubt knowing that the four of them will be here for quite a while as three of them filled in their miraculously returned teammate on all that he had missed out on. It began outside of a private hot spring bathhouse in a small village called Jiraiya continued with a proud grin as he began to tell his best friend the tale of the conception of his first issue of his greatest masterpiece, Aika. Ignoring Tsunade's angry glares as he described the first horde of women he used as inspiration for his first book. Line break. Outside Hokage's office, Naruto sighed as he heard his wife nervously shifting again. The two of them sat waiting outside the Hokage's office as the old man explained a few things to Toka before they meet her. From what he and Tsunade had learnt the previous day from their sensei, Naruto knew the old man had a lot of explaining to do and a lot of secrets to tell. Not just telling their granddaughter who he and his wife were, but also who Toka's parents were and her status as the village Jinchuriki. Naruto just hoped she took all the information Hiruzen had kept from her well and didn't hate them because so many secrets concerning her life were kept from her. Inside Hokage's office. So, does the scroll become a kunai because it has one is sealed inside of it? Hiruzen questioned, having finished his demonstration about sealing a kunai into a scroll and his explanation about how the two remain separate items, hoping it would help Toka come to terms about her position of being the holder of the Kyuubi no Kitsune. No, the scroll remains a scroll, Toka answered, shaking her head as she wondered why the Hokage had pulled her out of the academy today, since he always seemed to insist on attending if she wanted to be a great ninja or have any chance at being Hokage. Good, Hiruzen said approvingly, sending the girl across from a gentle smile before sitting back as he wondered how to approach the matter at hand. Toka-chan, I need to tell you something of great importance, and it's very important that you listen carefully to what I have to say, but most importantly, remember what you told me about the scroll remaining a scroll, even with the kunai sealed inside of it. Can you do that? Hiruzen asked, earning a nod of promise from Toka, who waited for the Hokage to speak, paying attention to what he had to say. Outside the Hokage office. You know you're going to wear a hole into the floor if you keep pacing like that, Naruto stated lightly, a small smirk playing on his lips as he looked at his wife, who had stood up and started pacing several moments ago. I'm sorry, Tsunade apologized, an embarrassed blush spreading across her cheeks as she moved to sit back down next to her husband. I'm just nervous and scared she might hate us, Tsunade confessed, her embarrassment fading as fear took its place. So am I, Naruto said, confessing his own similar fear as he wrapped an arm around Tsunade, drawing her in as he gave her a comforting embrace. But I'm not doing this alone, and neither are you, Naruto reassured, smiling as he felt his wife relax, knowing her nerves had faded as she understood the meaning behind his word. Thank you, Tsunade whispered softly, sighing as she relaxed into Naruto's embrace, enjoying the reassurance of it as she pondered the promise of his words, knowing that no matter what happened today, she would have her husband, and he would have her. Inside Hokage's office. I'm the Kyuubi, Toka repeated, bewildered as she tried to process what she heard from the old man sitting across from her. Toka, Hiruzen said firmly, earning the girl's attention as he looked at her worriedly, seeing her near tears. You're not the Kyuubi. Remember what you said about the scroll not becoming the kunai. Hiruzen continued, making a point to unseal the kunai from the scroll on his desk before resealing it back into the scroll. That why they hate me, isn't it, Gigi? Toka asked, her vision blurring as tears streamed down both of her cheeks. Because I hold the Kyuubi. Yes, Toka, Hiruzen admitted remorsefully as he saw just how heavy the burden was that had been placed on the little girl in front of him, though he was glad she had stopped seeing herself as the Kyuubi. They misplaced their hatred because they're too stupid to see the difference between the scroll and kunai. Hiruzen muttered angrily, getting up from his chair as he moved around his desk, placing a comforting hand on the crying girl's shoulder. Is that why they left? Toka asked, looking up at the Hokage with her tear-stained face, pain flashing in her wet eyes. Ooh, my parents, Toka clarified, wiping her eyes with the back of her orange jacket sleeves. Because I'm a Jinchuriki, Toka added, taking great care to accurately repeat the long name the Hokage had told her about, as she remembered what one civilian man had told her about her parents leaving her when she asked if he knew where they were several years before. They didn't leave you, Toka-chan, Hiruzen said, his expression saddening as he wondered what had caused the girl to think that. Your parents loved you and wanted to be here for you. So where are they? Toka questioned, not believing the Hokage. They died, Toka-chan, The night of the QB attack, both your mother and father gave their lives protecting you in this village. Hiruzen told the girl, his tone full of sadness as he thought about how over the years he had told the young girl so many times he didn't know why the villagers treated her so differently, and the clear effect his lies had had on the emotionally broken girl in front of him, who for some sad reason believed both her parents had left and abandoned her. Your father Minato Namikaze and your mother Kushina Uzumdash. My father was the fourth Hokage. Toka yelled wide-eyed, wondering if she had heard right as she stared at the third in shock, having recognized the name of one of her many heroes. Yes, Hiruzen said, chuckling at the ecstatic look that flashed in the young girl's violet eyes. Your father was the fourth Hokage, and both he and your mother loved you, sacrificing their lives so that the rest of the village, and most importantly, you could live. Toka didn't bother to wipe away the happy tears she felt forming in the corner of her eyes as she heard the old man's words that her parents loved her. She had always believed the man who had told her they abandoned her, often thinking about them as she wondered what she had done wrong to them to cause her parents to leave her in the village where she was victim of the villagers' abuse and hatred. But now, hearing the truth from her grandfather figure, she felt 1,000,000 times lighter than she ever had before. Yes, she held the Kyubi no Kitsune. Yes, the villagers hated her because they couldn't tell the difference between a kunai and scroll. Yes, her parents were both dead, but they loved her. Her parents loved her, and her father was the fourth Hokage. She couldn't wait to tell her stupid classmates and wipe those arrogant looks off their smug faces as they called her Dobe or Tomato. Toka, Hiruzen said, interrupting the girl's thoughts as he remembered the very last thing he had to tell the girl before he called in his 2 students waiting outside for him. There are some people I would for you to meet. People? Toka questioned, wiping her tears away on her tracksuit sleeves. Yes, Hiruzen told the girl, nodding as he paused, thinking how best to go about this before deciding to continue on his more direct approach, seeing as it had worked fairly well thus far. Your grandfather and grandmother. Grandfather and grandmother, Toka repeated in disbelief. She had never thought this day would come, first hearing about her parents loving her, and now that she actually had family. Yes, they are waiting outside to meet you and Dash. Hiruzen began wanting to tell the young girl more about his 2 students waiting outside and answer any questions she may have before letting them in, but didn't finish as Toka bolted out of her seat, kicking open the door as she had done so many times before, running outside, ignoring the Hokage's protests as she went to search for the 2 people the third had told her were family. Toka, Hiruzen yelled, chasing after the girl, but stopped as she saw the young girl run towards the only 2 people outside his office, embracing a startled Tsunade and a surprised Naruto, who remained under his hinge as he and his wife hugged the crying girl who had both her arms wrapped her arms around the people she assumed were her grandparents. Bachan Ojaizen. Toka croaked, tearfully clinging to the 2 adults the Hokage had just told her were family, knowing she would no longer be alone. Tsunade sighed contently as she ran a delicate finger over the faint scar across her husband's naked chest, bathing in the afterglow of their lovemaking as she listened to the shallow sounds of his even breathing. Ramen, Tsunade heard Naruto mutter in his sleep, causing her to quietly giggle as she wondered if it was perhaps an Uzumaki clan Kekai Jinkai of some kind to have an unnatural love for the noodle dish, since every Uzumaki that had ever been in her life had an abnormal love for it. Her Bachan Mito, her husband Naruto, her daughter Kushina, and finally her granddaughter Toka. Thinking of the young girl, Tsunade couldn't help but let out a second sigh of contentment as she thought back to the past 6 days her and Naruto had shared with the amazing girl they had the privilege of calling their granddaughter. Initially, Tsunade had naturally feared what would happen when Toka eventually asked why she and Naruto had been absent for the first 11 years of her life, but the young girl hadn't asked. She had just accepted the 2 of them, happy she had family, and over the past 6 days the 3 of them had bonded. Eventually, though, Tsunade knew that the reasons behind their absences, or more importantly hers, would have to be revealed, but she and Naruto had decided it would be better to do so later rather than sooner. They knew Toka had been burdened her whole life and didn't need hearing that her grandmother abandoned her to add to her list of burdens, especially when the girl was still too young to understand Tsunade's reasons. It would only serve to do more harm than good, unnecessarily hurting Toka. So unless their granddaughter asked, the two of them had agreed they would keep the details of the past to themselves until she was mature enough to hear the reasons why. Careful to not wake Naruto, Tsunade got up and moved out of their room as quietly as she could, grabbing her silk robe as she silently made her way out. Quietly closing the door behind her, Tsunade briefly paused in the hallway to take in the calm of the night before quietly making her way towards Toka's room that lay 3 doors down on the opposite side of the silent hallway. The blonde woman had made this similar trip the past nights after Naruto fell asleep, and she had learnt that Toka was a heavy sleeper. So not bothering to be as cautious as she had been with Naruto, Tsunade opened the girl's bedroom door, making an effort to be quiet but not overly so. Hearing the even breathing emanating from the left side of the large room, as she entered, Tsunade smiled as she made her way to the girl's bed, knowing she was fast asleep if her breathing was anything to go by. Stopping when a mop of red hair came into view, Tsunade giggled as she saw the comical way Toka's body had tangled its way up with her sheets. The young girl's limbs jumbled with the silk as trail of drool slowly made its way down her left whiskered cheek. "You know she gets the drooling from you," a playful voice whispered in Tsunade's ear, causing her to slightly jump in surprise before relaxing as she felt a pair of familiar strong arms wrap around her waist, instantly recognizing them as she cursed herself for not having been quiet enough when she made her silent exit of the master bedroom earlier, having obviously woken up her husband. "She does not," Tsunade denied in hushed whisper, sending the handsome man behind her a glare as she playfully slapped his wrist, earning an amused look from Naruto, who decided to drop the issue, even though he knew it was true, as he pulled her deeper into him as they stood quietly watching their granddaughter peacefully sleep. They both knew that tomorrow life for Toka would undergo a drastic change. She would no longer be the village pariah, but would be the daughter/granddaughter of 4 powerful and well-known shinobi. Once Naruto's return had been announced and Toka's heritage revealed, they had tried preparing Toka for tomorrow, telling her exactly how people would react once they learnt of her impressive ancestry and the best way for her to deal with them. But both Tsunade and Naruto knew the young girl would no doubt have a bit of hard time adjusting and would likely be overwhelmed by the sudden mass gain of attention. Having been accustomed to being ignored her whole life, then suddenly becoming the village princess would be a lot for the young girl to handle, and both her grandparents knew this. Which is why, as they watched the young girl, both of them prayed to Kami their support and love would be enough to spare the girl from being overly overwhelmed. Sighing, Naruto gently tugged on Tsunade's waist, signaling to her that it was getting late and both he and his wife needed their rest if they were going to face tomorrow and protect the young girl peacefully sleeping on the messy bed before them. Nodding, Tsunade moved out of her husband's embrace, making her way forward as she gently kissed Toka's forehead before following Naruto out the room. Both of them sharing a look as they silently vowed to one another to forever protect and love the young girl they left sleeping in a room behind them. Line break. Next day, Uchiha compound. Morning, Sasuke-chan. Morning, Fugaku. Mikoto half-heartedly greeted as she laid the breakfast plates before her waiting son and husband. "Sasuke," Fugaku said, completely ignoring his wife as he called for his son's attention. "There's a girl called Toka Uzumaki in your class. I need you to befriend her," the Uchiha man ordered, knowing fully well who the girl was, what she held, and how she would perfectly fit into his plans, seeing as how her position in the village would surely change with the supposed return of her grandparents that he had heard stories and rumors about. But first his son needed to gain her trust. "Hi, Tsusuma," Sasuke begrudgingly complied, nodding, ignoring his mother's greeting as he silently sat eating, hating that his father wanted him to befriend the loudmouth dead last, but not daring to question him as he knew better than to argue with his father's wishes. "Mikoto," Fugaku called out, gaining the attention of woman who he also had future plans for. "I need you to attend a council meeting on our clan's behalf today." Fugaka ordered in a tone that left no room for defiance, just as he had with Sasuke. As he saw no reason to personally attend a meeting where he just served as a seat warmer, having no official power. Ever since the Uchiha clan's massacre, the Hokage had secretly removed the clan privileges/rights of the Uchiha, emptying the clan's treasury as he repossessed the Uchiha's wealth, reclaiming all of their assets and properties, even going as far as removing their power to vote on the council. The only reason the Uchiha clan head's presence had still been required at council meetings was to maintain a facade and avoid the civilian council's suspicions who still, like everyone else besides the Shinobi clan heads, believed that the Uchiha were still a clan even though their wealth and privileges had been reduced to that of a common civilian family. "What time is it?" Mikoto asked, wanting to know what time she had to leave for this meeting before frowning as she watched Fugaku continue to eat his breakfast as though she hadn't spoken. "Fugaku, what time is it?" Mikoto questioned again, more forcefully, earning her a chilling glare from the man who sent her a warning look that told her he didn't like the tone in her voice before he stood up walking out the room as he left behind his half-eaten breakfast, not bothering to answer the woman he had married's question. Mikoto gritted her teeth as she forcefully pushed down her anger, nearly breaking her chopsticks as she watched the retreating form of her husband. She had had enough, having grown tired of the way her family acted and treated her like she was beneath them. She was done taking it. She had really tried for Sasuke's sake, to try and bring back their family together, but enough was enough. Leaving behind Fugaku's plate, Mikoto got up and made her way to the kitchen, cleaning her own dishes as she told herself she was done playing housewife and acting like everything was fine. She would no longer cook for them, clean for them, or do anything for them until the two males decided to change their attitudes toward her. Placing her last dish on the rack, Mikoto smiled, thinking of exactly what she was going to do now that she was done playing the victim, but first she needed to speak to the third Hokage. Senju compound. Toka was nervous as she looked herself up and down, taking in her new outfit as she thought of everything that was going to happen today. She knew she would receive the mass attention of the village, which was something she always thought she had wanted, hence the attention-grabbing bright orange tracksuit and the attention-seeking pranks. But standing there alone in her new room, Toka couldn't help but feel conflicted about getting the thing she had always thought she wanted. On one hand, she was ecstatic she was the member of not one, but two badass clans and would get the acknowledgement she craved her whole life from the village, no longer being ignored as she had. But on the other, Toka knew deep down she no longer truly desired the villagers' attention as much as she previously had, since she learned her parents loved her and since she gained two grandparents that not only took care of her, but also loved her. Toka also knew that with the acknowledgement and attention came the pressure of expectation. Though her grandparents hadn't warned her about that, Toka knew everyone would expect great things of her once they learned of her heritage. She may be the dead last, but Toka was not stupid. She knew with parents and grandparents like hers, everyone would expect great things from her, and a part of her couldn't help but fear she would be a disappointment, not only to the villagers, but also to her grandparents. She feared she would disappoint them and possibly lose them, returning back to a life of being alone, which she really did not want. Grinning, Toka pushed away her negative thoughts. She had never been one to be a downer, and with Tsunade Bachan and Naruto Ojaizen's training, as the two of them had offered, Toka knew she would be a badass, that she would not fail her family name, and would make both her grandparents and parents proud. "Toka-chan, hurry up, or else you're going to be late for the academy." Toka heard her grandmother yell from outside of her door. "I'm coming, Bachan," Toka yelled back, giggling as she imagined the angry tick mark her grandmother always gained when she called her Bachan. Line break. Council meeting chamber. Hiruzen sighed as he sat watching the several men and women that made both sides of the council. The shinobi side, except for the Nara head Shikaku, looked angry, some of them downright near murderous, as they waited for the missing Uchiha member who was delaying the start of their meeting. The civilian side, however, looked surprisingly calm compared to the shinobi side, no doubt more receptive of waiting for one of the last loyal Uchiha. "Hokage-sama," Hayashi spoke up respectfully, breaking the silence. Perhaps we should start the meeting without Fugaku-san. The Hyuga head suggested, having had enough of waiting for a man who was not only non-clan head, but worst of all a traitor. We can't do that, Genko, a rich civilian merchant, protested. Uchiha-sama, hold a seat on this council, and therefore a meeting cannot start without him. He's right, Shikako lazily agreed, ignoring the glares his fellow clan head shot him. A meeting cannot be held without the Hokage and all of the members of both sides present. The Nara continued, reciting one of the many conditions that had to be met for a council meeting to be official and for any decision made to be valid. Hiruzen nodded, agreeing with the Nara head, whom he knew disapproved of his decision to secretly strip the Uchiha clan of its rights, arguing that it was the clan's initial isolation and lack of recognition that played a part in leading the clan to an attempted rebellion, and it would be the continued isolation and lack of recognition that would play a part in the risk of a future attempt at another coup d'etat. The third knew the Nara was right, as he usually was, but he also knew giving the surviving members a free pass, especially Fugaku, would be the wrong thing to do. Had it just been Sasuke that was spared as Itachi had said he would, then yes, the boy would have a free pass and the Uchiha would retain every privilege that a shinobi clan held. But this was Fugaku, the spear tip of the coup, and Hiruzen couldn't let him get a free pass for all his crimes. So for now, the revoked rights would have to be enough until the third came up with a better way to deal with the former clan and its future. Inoichi, the Yamanaka head, began, wanting to suggest the meeting be rescheduled, seeing as though Fugaku wasn't coming, and he, along with everyone else, surely had more important things to do than wait for the traitorous man, but stopped as the door to the meeting room opened to reveal the man's wife, Mikoto. Sorry I'm late, Hokage-sama. Mikoto apologized in a repentful tone. My husband Fugaku forgot to tell me what time the meeting was. The Uchiha woman added, lying. Earning an understanding nod from Hiruzen before the old man gestured for her to take her seat, not bothering to look into the matter, even though he knew she was lying. Having used the observation skills he had gained over his years as Hokage and of dealing with people to catch on to the fact that Mikoto had not been completely honest, though choosing to shrug it off for now, as he deemed it unimportant for the time being. Sending an apologetic look to all the eyes that were watching her, Mikoto made her way to the empty seat between Hayashi and Shibi, cursing Fugaku for not telling her what time the meeting was. Having learnt that it had already started from the Hokage's secretary when she had gone to his office to see him, only to find out that he was currently unavailable as he was attending a council meeting. Now that we are all here, some heard the Hokage begin, starting the meeting, but she did not bother to listen as her worried eyes watched the raven-haired woman seated several chairs to the left of her. She could see the bags under her eyes and the tired look on her face, telling her that something serious was bothering the Uchiha. She knew it had to do with Fugaku, having seen the pain that flashed in the woman's onyx eyes when she mentioned the traitor's name. Looking at the woman she had once called her sister, Some couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt for the way she slammed the door in Mikoto's face. She could see that the woman needed someone to lean on, someone to help her deal with whatever was troubling her, and that person in Mikoto had been her, and she just turned her away without giving it a second thought. Sighing, Tsum decided for now she would listen to the Hokage and think about her broken friendship some other time when there weren't important matters to discuss. Hearing the collective grasp of most of the people around her, Tsum turned her eyes from Mikoto, turning in the direction she had noticed everyone staring before a shocked grasp of her own joined the rest she had heard. A faint heat spreading across her cheeks as she blushed at the very handsome man that stood proud before her, instantly recognizing him as Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Mikoto, on her part, tried with fail to not blush as she stared at the intensely handsome man before her. The man was tall, red-haired, and had an athletic figure like most shinobi. He wore a set of complete black Senju armor over a bodysuit and had a waist-length wild mane that gave his incredibly handsome features and chiseled face a slightly feral look. Hokage-sama, the man greeted respectfully, turning to Hiruzen as his gaze briefly fell onto Mikoto causing her heart to quicken as her onyx eyes briefly locked with violet ones that seemingly glowed with an unquestionable authority and undeniable power that demanded her respect as they gazed upon her. Naruto-kun, the Hokage greeted warmly, breaking Mikoto from her flustered state as the swift realization hit her that the man she had been checking out was in fact Kushina's dead father. Line break. Senju compound. Tsunade couldn't help but smile as she stood waiting for her granddaughter by the Senju compound gates. Today would be her first time spending time with Toka in public as she walked the young girl to the academy. Though the blonde woman and Naruto had wanted to do many things with the young girl around the village like get ramen from Ichiraku's, the Hokage had warned against it before they meet Toka, saying that the young girl being in the presence of one of the Yanin, since Naruto would be under a hinge, would only draw attention to them since Tsunade had only just returned back to the village after years of missing, and even if the blonde also used to hinge the young girl, calling someone her grandmother or grandfather would also draw a lot of attention to them since the young girl was widely known to be an orphan with no family. So reluctantly, Tsunade and Naruto had agreed that after they meet Toka, they would only spend time with her in the confines of the Senju compound, after telling the Hokage that they planned to offer their granddaughter the option of living with them. Hiruzen had smiled at that, telling them it was for the best, since Naruto wouldn't have to use a hinge. Toka would have a new home, and the villagers wouldn't bother them as they tried bonding with the young girl. Toka at first had not understood why she had to keep who parents and grandparents were a secret when they told her she had to, and why she could only spend time with them inside the Senju compound. But after the Hokage had explained why for the third time the young girl had understood and had done a very opportunist-like thing. Flashback. What? Tsunade yelled as both Naruto and Hiruzen chuckled in amusement. If you want me to keep quiet and do what you said, I want a week away from the academy and a week's supply of ramen made by Yuba-chan. Toka repeated with a fox-like grin, staring at her grandmother, as she thought of how she wasn't going to miss out on a week away from Irika's boring lectures and possibly the best ramen she would ever taste. Remembering in that very moment what her friend Chuji had said about how food made by his mother was the best he had ever tasted. And since she didn't have a mother, she would settle for trying her grandmother's to test her chubby friend's theory. And even if Chuji was wrong, who was she to pass up on the chance at a week's worth of ramen? I think it's reasonable, Naruto stated, trying to sound as though he was reluctant, his eyes, however, betraying him as they shone with pride. Yes, Toka-chan, you have a deal. Tsunade also agreed moments later, inwardly smirking at her husband, who she knew had been particularly quick to agree because he heard the part about the week's worth of ramen as she had to cook. Oh, how she was going to enjoy the look of disappointment that crossed his face. You don't have to go to the academy for the next week, Tsunade agreed, smiling at Toka, since that condition would let both her and Naruto spend more time with the young girl. And I will cook you ramen this whole week. Tsunade continued emphasizing the you part as she smirked, seeing Naruto's face fall when he realized his wife wouldn't include him on the week's worth of ramen boat. Yada, Toka yelled, jumping up in triumph. She had just learned her parents loved her, meet her grandparents a couple of hours ago, and now she was moving in with her grandparents, had a week away from the academy, and a week's worth of homemade ramen. This day truly couldn't get any better, Databayo. Toka stated, her mouth drooling as she thought of the week of ramen ahead, earning her laughs from the three adults who were watching her. Flashback end. Tsunade smiled at the fond memory. The girl's actions reminded her of what she had done when she was a young girl, taking advantage of the fact that she had her grandfather Hashirama wrapped around her little finger, just like Toka had Naruto wrapped around hers. Shaking her head, Tsunade pushed away the memory. Yes, that night she had cooked ramen for Toka and Naruto. After the third helped Toka move her important stuff from her apartment into the compound, and yes, she had cooked ramen for her only the following 6 days. But Tsunade knew it needed to stop. The girl's body was still developing, and she needed to be on a healthy diet. So just as the blonde had done with Naruto when they started dating despite his protests, Tsunade told herself she was going to limit the girl's ramen to only 3 meals a week. Toka might be angry at her for it, but she needed to be the girl's mother. She owed it to not only Kushina, but to Toka herself to make sure the young girl grew up to be the best person she could be. Bachan, Toka yelled, excitedly running towards her waiting grandmother. You're late, Tsunade commented simply, trying to sound disapproving, but failing immensely as she looked at her bubbly granddaughter, who looked beautiful in the new outfit the young girl had chosen to replace her bright orange one. Bachan, what's wrong? Toka asked, fidgeting nervously as she saw the weird look her grandmother was giving her, wondering if she was going to get into trouble for being late. Nothing, Tsunade said, shaking her head as she realized she must have been staring. You just look beautiful, Toka-chan, Tsunade told her, smiling, thinking of how the girl truly did and how much she reminded her of Kushina, hence why she had spaced out as her mind wandered to memories of her daughter. Thank you, Bachan, Toka replied, slightly embarrassed, as she still didn't feel completely comfortable with what she wore, though she admittedly liked the new outfit more than her old tracksuit one. Well, let's go, Tsunade said, sticking out hand for Toka to take, causing the girl to suddenly freeze as she stared at it. What's wrong? Tsunade asked worriedly, swiftly withdrawing her hand as she noticed the girl's change in expression. It's just... Toka began, her eyes watering as she paused, fearing her grandmother would think she was silly if she admitted the truth, before continuing as Tsunade sent her an encouraging nod. I've always wanted someone to take me to the academy, Toka admitted, thinking of how enviously she was of all the other kids she had seen walking to the academy with their parents or someone close to them, while she had no one. Shikamu, Chuji, Kiba, Shino, everyone won, even Sasuke team, they all had someone. Toka explained, wanting her Bachan to understand. But I didn't. Oh, Toka, what I have done to you, Tsunade thought sadly, hating herself as she felt an explosion of guilt grip her being. She had done this, she had left this girl. She had forced her to walk to the academy alone. She had left her to the villagers' treatment. And worst of all, Toka hadn't blamed her, hadn't been angry at her like she deserved to be. She had just accepted her, opening up to her without even asking where she had been, and that made Tsunade hate herself more. You have me and your Ojaiza now, Toka-chan. The two of us will always be here for you, Tsunade earnestly promised, smiling warmly as she offered her hand again. Toka tearfully returned Tsunade's smile as she hesitantly grabbed the offered hand. Yes, the Hokage had taken her to the academy a total of 4 times in the past 3 years since Toka started. She had counted, but she never felt anything like the feeling she was feeling now. Yes, the old man had made feel safe, but he had never made her feel cared for, loved like her Bachan did, and that made the young girl truly smile as she walked next to her grandmother, making the trip to the academy for the first time without feeling alone and unloved. Line break. Council chambers. Hiruzen smiled approvingly as he gazed upon his student. He truly looked near invincible as he stood proudly before the council in his Senju armor. The Uzumaki Senju man had a look about him that meant business. It wasn't the usual look he had on when he was before his family and friends. No, it was a look he wore when he needed to look intimidating or authoritative, and that he did, fitting perfectly into any of the two roles. Glancing at the man, Hiruzen in that moment could see more the Yanin's mother than he could his father. Yes, Naruto was the spitting image of his father Kenshin, but his attitude and the authoritative air currently around him was a trait he had definitely inherited from his mother Toka. Having met both his parents before Hiruzen knew Kenshin had been a hopeless flirt that no person could ever take seriously despite his strength and skill as a shinobi. Toka, however, had a demeanor that contradicted Kenshin's. Serious, respectable with an authoritative air that matched the likes of Hashirama or Tobirama. The only time Hiruzen had seen Toka without her usual composure was in Kenshin's presence, where she would blush and say things like Databane, much to the shock and amusement of those around her. Looking at Naruto, now Hiruzen knew that both his parents were undoubtedly proud of him, wherever they were in the afterlife. Their son had grown up into a fine man who made an exceptional shinobi both in character and in strength, with abilities only seen once in every generation in the likes of legends like Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju. No doubt Naruto was on his way to match and maybe even surpass both in the years to come. Truly, the man before him would be the perfect successor. He even had the ability to shut up the civil eye. Naruto-sama. Yonin-sama. Uzumaki-sen Husama Rayon no Konoa. Hiruzen heard the civilian council start to shout out randomly, breaking the silence with their shouts as the third cursed himself for having clearly spoken too soon about Naruto's ability to silence the annoyingly loud civilian council. Silence! Hiruzen roared, flaring his killing intent, as an impressed Naruto made his way to his sensei's side. The Uzumaki Senju, turning to face the council as he inwardly approved of the Hokage's method of dealing with the shrieking. Making a point to stand at his sensei's right, Naruto shifted his violet gaze around the room, glancing at each member of the council individual. Noticing how most of the males in the room looked respectful and awed by his presence, whilst the females all looked flustered, spotting an obvious blush besides the Inuzuka, who shot him a flirtatious wink, and the raven head whose gaze he had briefly met earlier, who now averted her eyes, looking anywhere but him. So the rumors are true, Hayashi stated respectfully, addressing the man who was of greater legend than his former classmate Minato Namikaze. You have indeed returned, Naruto-sama. Yes, I have. Naruto replied evenly, slightly nodding at the man he instantly recognized as a Hyuga, wondering if he was as uptight as he remembered the clan to be. But how? Shibi asked, adjusting his glasses as he gazed at the man everyone knew died. You died in the Second Shinobi War fighting against Hanzo, Shibi bluntly stated, thinking of the story everyone knew of Team Hiruzen. The 4 shinobi that fought against Hanzo the Salamander and his army were the strongest of them. Naruto fell as he solely fought Hanzo, so his team could escape after the 4 of them had defeated hundreds of shinobi, earning them the title of Yanin throughout the elemental nations despite Naruto's death. Naruto wanted to chuckle as he looked at the Aburame, who was as blunt and stoic as he remembered members of his clan to be. It was nice seeing some things hadn't changed. I didn't, Naruto lied, remembering the story him, Tsunade, and his sensei had agreed upon. One moment Hanzo was about to land a killing blow on me, and the next I woke up 30 years in the future, lying in a hospital bed. Naruto explained, slightly grimacing as he remembered a wounded Hanzo towering over him. The salamander's eyes glinting in victory as he told Naruto that he had fought well, but it was not enough before his body screamed in pain as Hanzo's blade pierced him. The how of Naruto's being here remains unclear. Hiruzen lied, quickly butting in, knowing he had to shift these people away from the topic of the mechanics behind Naruto's return and get them on another topic before the likes of Shikaku started questioning the flaws of his tale, or the likes of Danzo started questioning his loyalty. All we know is he survived his fight against Hanzo, and his appearance in Konoha had something to do with the chakra surge we felt several weeks ago. Hiruzen added vaguely, relieved to see that the bulk of the council nodded, believing that some things couldn't be explained, especially in the shinobi world, as they decided to drop it. Now Naruto has already decided to return to active duty and has taken up residence in his former home in the Senju compound with his wife Tsunade, Senju Uzumaki, and his granddaughter. Hiruzen announced, earning puzzled looks from the civilians who thought the man had no grandchildren and knowing looks from the shinobi side who knew the man in fact did. Granddaughter? A civilian man asked, confused, having never heard of the Yanin having grandchildren. Yes. Who? The civilian asked, his eyes and everyone else's on the Hokage in Yanin. Toka Uzumaki Senju. Naruto butted in, answering before the Hokage could. Naruto-sama, that demo dash. A civilian woman began wanting to protest as she wondered if the Kyuubi had somehow influenced the respectable man into believing they were somehow related, but stopped as a killing intent that surpassed the third's earlier one flooded the entire room. That girl is my granddaughter, Naruto stated, his voice dangerous low, glaring at the woman as he further raised his killing intent to a point where the civilians couldn't breathe. Holding it there as he hardened his eyes, enjoying the sight of watching her and her fellow civilians squirm. Toka Uzumaki Senju is the daughter of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki Senju, She's also my granddaughter and the granddaughter of my wife Tsunade, said Uzumaki. And you have no right to call her demon. Naruto spat out in disgust, anger filling his voice as he raised his killing intent further, remembering the stories he heard from his sensei about what the villagers, a majority of them being civilians, did to Toka. Thankfully, none of them had been stupid enough to do anything physical, or else this meeting would have ended differently. That's enough, Naruto. Hiruzen ordered firmly, knowing that any further exposure to his students' killing intent may kill one of the elder civilians, which he couldn't have, despite how much he enjoyed seeing them sweat a little. Hi-ho, Kage-sama. Naruto complied respectfully, lowering his killing intent gradually, causing the civilians to breath out in relief as they realized how bad they had messed up with their resentment towards the little girl and how they had to change whether they wanted to or not if they desired to live. Nodding to himself, satisfied as he saw the looks on the civilian faces, Naruto knew that his point concerning any negative treatment towards Toka had been made crystal clear. Hiruzen, Danzo spoke up for the first time in the meeting, breaking the silence that had filled the room after Naruto's threatening display. You said Naruto was planning to return to the shinobi ranks? Danzo questioned, ignoring the part of the Jinchuriki's heritage, having already known about it, but choosing not to do anything in the past since his old teammate had protected her, and knowing that doing something now would only lead to his death if what the Yanin had done several minutes ago was anything to go by concerning the man's position on any offensive act made against the Kyuubi holder. Yes, Hiruzen said, nodding at Danzo, as he grew suspicious of the man. Naruto plans to return to active duty. Hiruzen repeated, closely watching the old war hawk. How about a spar? Danzo suggested, needing to know the abilities of the man who had suspiciously returned to the village after all these years of his supposed death. A spar to gauge Naruto's ability before the council, to see if his abilities still match to that of his title Yanin. Danzo elaborated, openly challenging the red-haired man to prove himself, knowing he couldn't refuse, at least not in front of so many important figures that held positions of power in the village. I've already arranged for a spar to take place after the announcement of his return, Danzo. Hiruzen told his teammate, knowing exactly what he was doing. What if we combine the two? A civilian man fearfully suggested, glancing at the rest of his fellow civilians who were still in shock over Toka's heritage and the feeling of near death they had experienced moments before. We could have a public spar in the Chunin exam stadium, where Hokage-sama can announce your return, Naruto-sama. The man continued, hoping to get on the Yanin's good side with the clever idea, knowing him and the rest of his fellow civilians weren't in the best of books with the dangerous man right now. That sounded like a good idea. Hayashi agreed. He could see the merit behind Naruto, showing his strength in front of the bulk of the village. Naruto, Hiruzen questioned, wanting to know if his student was okay with that. It's fine, Hokage-sama. Okay, then after the closing of this meeting, a spar will be held in the Chunin exam stadium, where I will announce Naruto's return. Hiruzen announced, earning approving nods all round. Who will also be taking part in this spar, Hokage-sama? Tsum asked, knowing she would be lying if she said she hadn't been overly enjoying the meeting with this fine specimen of a man before her, wondering who she would get to see him in action with. Kakashi Hitaki, Mado Gai, Anko Mitarashi, and Kurinai Yuhi. Hiruzen announced, earning disappointed looks from Tsum and the shinobi side. Hokage-sama, don't you think Naruto-sama, fighting each of these individuals in their respective field of expertise, is a little too mild a test for a man of his capabilities? Some question, her eyes never leaving the Yanin, as she summed up the clan head's thoughts, who, like the Inuzuka woman, believed a man of his reputation should at least fight the likes of Jiraiya or even the Hokage himself. He wouldn't be fighting them one against one, Tsum-chan. Hiruzen stated, agreeing with the Inuzuka that none of the four would be enough for individual matches against Naruto. Having originally wished to pit Jiraiya against him, who was strong enough for a one-on-one match, but the Toad Hermit had already returned to his spy network a few days before. He will be fighting all four of them at once. Hiruzen clarified, stating his solution to Naruto fighting a worthy opponent, as he earned approving looks from some of the clan heads who knew how well the mentioned shinobi worked together and how, as a team, they should be a good match for the Oni. That should be interesting. Some thought to herself, not bothering to reply the Hokage as she bit the corner of her bottom lip. Thinking of Naruto fighting in that form, fitting Senju armor of his as he dominated the match. Wishing he would dominate something else entirely as she subconscious rubbed her thighs together. Mikoto shifted in her seat as she glanced at the Hokage, torn as she thought of the opportune moment that had just presented itself, a public spar. She knew that if she wanted to approach the Hokage with her request, she needed him to know she was still strong and that years of motherhood and being a housewife hadn't corroded her abilities. "I would like to volunteer for the spar, Hokage-sama." Mikoto spoke up, turning everyone's attention towards her, including Naruto's. "Excuse me?" Hiruzen asked, his shocked tone summarizing everyone else's thoughts in the room as they too were caught off guard by the request. "I would like to volunteer for the spar to test Naruto-sama's abilities." Mikoto repeated confidently, ignoring the stare she got. "Why?" Hiruzen asked, his shock turning to suspicion as he locked his gaze on Mikoto, watching her closely. Though she may not have been Fugaku, this woman was still his wife, and she had played a part in the planning of the failed coup, which made the Hokage uneasy as he wondered what the Uchiha's ulterior motive was, and if it had anything to do with harming Naruto, seeing as how the Uchiha and Senju clans had never seen eye to eye. "I have my reasons, Hokage-sama," Mikoto replied. "Reasons I would prefer to tell you privately later on." Mikoto elaborated, not really comfortable with explaining her reasons behind a request for joining the spar in a room full others, hoping the Hokage wouldn't force her to. "Fine, you could be Naruto's fifth opponent." Hiruzen concurred, knowing his student could full well handle 5 opponents. "But I would like to hear your reasons before the spar begins." Hiruzen added, making a mental note to carefully grill her and pull her out the spar if he wasn't satisfied. "Hi Hokage-sama," the Uchiha replied, smiling gratefully at the third, before for the first time since the man's entrance Mikoto returned her gaze to the man she volunteered to fight, Naruto. Glancing at him, Mikoto felt her heart fluttered again as she took in his impressive looks, wondering if she was perhaps in over her head as her eyes roamed appreciatively over his powerful stature. Blushing as she realized what she was doing before forcing her eyes to turn away as she cursed herself for checking out her friend's father again and looking at a man the way she had Naruto, considering she was still married to Fugaku, no matter how strained their relationship had been. Line break. Shinobi Academy. Hinata nervously fidgeted in her seat as she wondered if her crush would make an appearance in class today, considering how it had been a week since the Hyuga girl had last seen Toka, and she couldn't help but worry. She had asked the redhead's friends Chuji, Shikamaru, and Shino, hoping to gain answers, but none of them knew. She knew she should have also asked Kiba, just in case, but the Inuzuka had an interest in both her and her crush, and that made Hinata feel a bit uneasy with asking him. She had briefly considered asking her father since he seemed to know a whole lot of things concerning the village, but Hinata could not risk it. She couldn't risk her father learning of her interest in Toka, no matter how worried she was. She knew he wouldn't approve and would only be further disappointed by her if he learned of it. Hinata wasn't stupid. She knew that as heiress, she was expected to marry and have children that would one day lead the clan when she passed. And she knew with her interest in Toka, the latter would not occur, further disappointing not only her clan, but her father, because of the resulting failure to do her duty if she gave into what she felt for Toka. She had tried resisting and changing her feelings, but she couldn't help how she felt for the outspoken redhead. She just wished she had someone to talk to, someone to tell her what to do and guide her, and that person would have been her mother, but she had died when her sister Hanabi was born. Sighing, Hinata turned her attention back to Irika, pushing away her thoughts concerning her missing crush as she listened to the lecture on the Hatake clan. Sakumo Hatake, the Shiroi Kib dash. Irika continued, but stopped as he heard the door open, turning everyone's attention towards the room entrance, including Hinata's. "Toka," Hinata thought happily, her mode instantly picking up as she saw the girl entering before blushing ferociously as she saw what her crush was wearing. The usual bright orange, oversized tracksuit the redhead was well known to wear had been replaced by a short black skirt over a pair of knee-length black tights. On her upper body, the girl wore a black top under a form-fitting green jacket that showed off her developing figure, replacing her bulky orange one. Locking her gazing with Toka's, Hinata reminded herself to breath as the two of them stared at one another for what felt like forever to her before the Hyuga girl averted her lavender eyes as she felt the nearness of unconsciousness rapidly approaching. Tomato-chan, what happened to your clothes, and why are you wearing the Senju clan symbol? Hinata heard a random girl jealously ask, turning her attention back to her crush as she let her eyes roam over the outfit before quietly grasping as she saw the symbol on the girl's sleeve. Senju, Hinata thought in shock as she stared at the Senju clan symbol printed on Toka's sleeve, realizing she had been right all along. Several months ago, while she read a book on the four Yanin, Hinata had seen a picture of Team Tsunade. In the picture was a blonde woman, Tsunade, Shinjizumaki, and her apprentice/daughter, who had immediately caught the Hyuga girl's attention, Kushina. She literally looked like a clone of Toka, except in different clothes and without the whisker markers, and Hinata had immediately put two and two together, concluding the two must have somehow been related, meaning Toka had Senju blood. Wanting to approach Toka, Hinata had tried to speak to her the next week to tell her about it, but her nerves and fear of perhaps being wrong kept her from it. But looking at the symbol, now Hinata knew she was right and cursed herself for not earlier telling Toka, wishing she had. "Sorry I'm late, Irika-sensei." Toka apologized, ignoring the question that may lead her to prematurely exposing her heritage as her grandparents had told her to. "It's fine, Toka, please take a seat," Irika said, surprising everyone, including Toka herself, who was used to her sensei being on her case whenever she was late. Irika ignored the looks he got as he stared at the second clan symbol on the girl's other sleeve, making him inwardly curse as he wondered why he hadn't noticed before now who this girl really was. Having chased after Toka the night she had stolen the forbidden scroll, Irika had been close to the forest when a massive chakra spike had occurred and had swiftly made his way towards it the instant he felt it. When he arrived at the scene, Irika had been one of the first to discover the returned body of the Yanin everyone believed had died. He had immediately noticed the man's red hair and the two small clan symbols he wore on the collar of his damaged armor. The very same symbols that Toka did now, and the very same hair color only Toka had. The same hair the man's dead daughter Kushina also had. Looking at the young girl making her way to her seat, Irika realized who the girl he had once wrongfully blamed for the loss of his parents 11 years ago was. The daughter of Kushina Uzumaki Senju and the granddaughter of the Rayon no Konoha Uzumaki Senju. One of the greatest shinobi Konoha had ever seen, and he had neglected her. Looking at her back, Irika promised to stop hindering her and to better teach her so she could become a shinobi that matched her grandfather. Toka ignored the stare she felt on her as she made her way towards her four friends in their familiar corner, wanting to sit with them, but stopping as she noticed the only free seat was next to Kiba, who was giving her a look that she didn't like and made her feel greatly uncomfortable. Looking around, Toka saw a free seat next to Hinata and decided to make her way towards it, though she had never really spoken to the girl much except for a few times here and there. Looking at the bluinette, Toka felt the familiar weird feeling she got her chest whenever she thought of or looked at Hinata. Initially, she had dismissed the feeling, saying that it came from the girl not being like the other people in her class who picked on her or call her names like Tomato, but that didn't explain why she never felt the same thing when she looked at her four friends, the Hokage, her grandparents, or anyone else who had been kind to her. Shrugging it off, Toka told herself she would ask her bachan later, stopping by Hinata, who couldn't look at her crush as she kept her gaze down, staring at her hands. "Hinata, do you mind if I sit here?" Toka asked politely, not realizing the effect her presence had on the Hyuga, as she remembered the manners her bachan had taught her the past week, wanting for some reason to impress Hinata. Not trusting her voice, Hinata shook her head, blushing as she turned to face Toka, before meekly gesturing for her to sit. "Thank you." Toka thanked Hinata gratefully, wondering worriedly if the girl was sick or something as she noticed a red face, sitting down as she ignored all the eyes that still fell on her as she turned to face Irika. "Irika-sensei, why is Tomato Baka wearing the Senju clan symbol?" Sakura angrily shrieked, wondering why the redhead had not been called out for firstly being late, and secondly, wearing a clan symbol of a clan she wasn't even a part of. "Yes, sensei, why is she wearing a clan symbol? When it's against the village rules to wear a clan symbol, if you aren't part of a clan." Ino angrily added, not liking the attention Toka was getting from all the boys as she recited what her father had taught her about clan symbols. Irika sighed he didn't know what was more exhausting. The fact that the students he personally taught didn't recognize the Uzumaki clan symbol that Toka was also wearing, one of them being his top student Sakura, or the fact that they wanted answers about something he had been instructed to keep quiet about, knowing the explanation would involve the returned Yanin, Naruto. Sat dash. Irika began wanting to tell the two girls and everyone that they had a lesson to finish instead of asking questions about Toka, but stopped as an ANBU agent appeared in the class via Shunshin no Jutsu. "Irika-san, Shamisen," the ANBU agent spoke from behind his mask to the teachers. "The Hokage has requested that you move all the members of your class to the Chunin Exam Stadium immediately." "Chunin Exam Stadium," Shami repeated, shocked by the odd request. "Did he say why?" "No, he just requested you do so immediately," the ANBU replied, leaving via the same way he came in, not bothering to wait for a reply as he already knew the two Chunin would follow the Hokage's instruction. While Shami began wanting to give the order for the students to follow him before stopping as he shook his head, watching the bulk of them noisily bolting out the class, not even knowing where they were going. "I'll follow them," the lanky man told Irika before chasing after the students that had left. Irika half-hearted muttered something in reply to his colleague as his thoughts drifted to the girl who had arrived late for his class, concluding that whatever was about to occur at the stadium had something to do with Toka missing the previous week and her new outfit. He just wondered what. Line break. Uchiha compound. Fugaku, for the first time in nearly 3 years, allowed himself to feel emotion as he silently wept staring at the picture before him. And it was a beautiful woman and two equally beautiful twin teenage girls that all stood smiling as they hugged one another. The three of them had been what Itachi had truly taken from him the night of the massacre, and the three of them were Fugaku's reasons for what he planned to do. Soon he would get his revenge on Konoha and burn this village to the ground, reducing it to ash in the name of these three females who had owned his heart. But first he had to get stronger and set certain things in motion. Wiping away the tears from his face, Fugaku returned the picture in his office safe before making his way out the room towards the Chunin Stadium. Intent on watching the spar involving a man he knew would no doubt play his enemy and stand between his goal of destroying Konoha. Having been informed by a scroll delivered by one of Danzo root agents of Naruto, Uzumaki Senju's return and his impending spar that was to take place after the closing of the council meeting. "Mikoto," Fugaku said in surprise as he saw his wife for the first time since Itachi's birth wearing her jounin attire. "What are you wearing?" Fugaku asked, quick to hide his surprise as his expression turned stony. "I'm returning to duty," Mikoto simply said, adjusting her katana before swiftly making her way out of the house, leaving behind her angry husband. Fugaku growled as he watched his wife, leaving his Mangekyo Sharingan subconsciously activating as he thought of how his wife's impulsive decision to return to active duty would affect his plans for her. He needed her alive to use her as a tool to set up what he planned for the future, and with her out in the field, there was risk of her getting herself killed. He would not allow this or settle for it. Mikoto was to return home and rid herself of this ridiculous notion of being a ninja. Line break. Outside Chunin Exam Stadium. Mikoto smiled as she appeared outside the stadium entrance via Shunshin no Jutsu. It had felt good walking away from Fugaku the way she had it, and it had felt even better doing it in her ninja attire, having missed the feeling of power the standard Jounin uniform and her katana gave her. She had told the Hokage of her plans to return to duty and her reasoning behind it after the ending of the council meeting, and Mikoto had been pleasantly surprised when the third had said he approved of it, not bothering to question her further, as he told her if she proved her ability in the spar, she could commence missions the following week if the Uchiha woman was up for it. She had immediately told the Hokage she was and couldn't wait to have some time away from the village, away from a household where she felt unappreciated, but mostly away from Fugaku, but first she needed to win a spar, or at least try to. Line break. Inside Chunin Exam Stadium. Hiruzen sighed as he saw Mikoto enter the stadium and join the four other ninja who stood in the center of arena. He knew allowing the Uchiha back into the ranks was a risky thing since he had initially planned to ban her and Fugaku from rejoining. But having seen how things had changed with Naruto's return, Hiruzen saw a perfect opportunity to better monitor the Uchiha that he had to take. He planned on discussing it with Naruto, but first he had to commence the announcement of his return and begin the spar. Looking around, Hiruzen felt satisfied with the outcome. It would seem just over 3/4 of the village had come, and he knew it was time to begin the spar and announcement. People of Konoha, Hiruzen began speaking in a loud, chakra-laced voice as he stood at the front of the Kage booth him, Toka and Tsunade, currently occupied. The stadium instantly falling silent as the village leader began to speak. Several years ago, during the Second Shinobi War, a man that I had the privilege of teaching was believed to have been killed by the hand of Hanzo, the salamander. Hiruzen continued, his tone remorseful as he noticed the somber air that filled the stadium. The man was none other than the Rayon no Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki Senju of the Yanin. The man was, however, survived by his wife Tsunade Senumaki, his daughter Kushina Uzumaki Senju, and his granddaughter Toka Uzumaki Senu. Hiruzen announced as Tsunade and Toka made their way to stand next the Hokage in full display of everyone. A shocked silence befalling the entire stadium as everyone processed what they had heard and the implications behind the Hokage's words. Lies that demon is not a Senju. A random civilian man who lost his two sons to the Kyuubi yelled, breaking the silence, as the entire stadium broke out into chaos as civilians began to yell out both in anger and in protest whilst the shinobi sat silent, most having already suspect what the Hokage had announced. Silence. Hiruzen roared in a chakra-enhanced voice, causing the entire stadium to immediately fall dead quiet as he briefly glanced at an angry Tsunade who stood holding Toka's hand. Toka Uzumaki is in fact Toka Uzumaki Senju. Her heritage is part of the reason I called you all here. She is the granddaughter of Naruto and Tsunade Uzumaki Senju, and is the daughter of Kushina Uzumaki Senju and the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen announced, pausing as a shocked silence filled the stadium at hearing exactly who this girl was. It's true, Tsunade spoke up from her spot next to Toka and Hiruzen, her voice traveling into the silence. Toka is mine and Naruto-kun's granddaughter. Tsunade confirmed, smiling at Toka as her words wiped away any doubt in the people's minds. Tomato is a Senju and the fourth's daughter. Ino thought in disbelief as she stared at the Kage booth where Toka stood with the Hokage from where the blonde sat with her classmates. Demon. Shikamaru wondered from his seat next to Chuji as he recalled what some of the villagers had yelled. He wasn't surprised by his friend's heritage, having always suspected it, as only 3 other people had ever had the rare violet eyes and red hair combo that his friend had, but Demon that had taken his interest. Him and Toka's other friends had always been aware of their friend's unfair treatment and had always wondered about the reason behind it. But hearing now that Toka was the fourth's daughter, Shikamaru believed he knew exactly why she was treated the way she was. Sighing, Minara decided to ask his father later about it, deciding it was too troublesome to worry about it now. As I said earlier, people of Konoha, Toka Uzumaki's heritage is part of the reason why I called you here today. Hiruzen continued speaking again, breaking everyone away from their thoughts about Toka as they turned their attention back to the Hokage. The second part of why I brought you here concerns the man I spoke to you earlier about, and the fact that Naruto Uzumaki Senju is in fact not dead. Hiruzen revealed, pausing as he heard the collective grasp of most of the stadium. The Yanin's return is the reason why I called all of you here, to witness a spar between the returned Rayon no Konoha and the 5 shinobi before you. Hiruzen announced, gesturing at the center of the arena, as the wind began to pick up dramatically, obscuring the spectators' view of the arena as it blew hordes of leaves and dust in every direction before gradually settling as it revealed very much alive Rayon no Konoha towering proudly in his Senju armor as the entire stadium fell into a dead silence. Ojizen is so cool, Databayo. Toka yelled, breaking the shocked silence that had settled over the stadium as several people, including Naruto, chuckled at the girl's beaming face. Toka, Naruto thought, fondly chuckling to himself as he smiled at the girl, thinking only she would say that. Naruto-sama, a shocked Chunin whispered, staring at his hero before him, who was supposed to be dead. Rayon no Konoha, Senju-sama. Other villagers around the man whispered amongst the chuckles, breaking out of their shock as they discussed with one another the impossible return of this man. Naruto-sama, Anko whispered in sultry tone, licking her lips before making her way forward with an obvious sway in her hips as she walked towards the divine man in front of her, not caring that she was in a stadium full of people as she thought of introducing herself to him. Anko, Kurenai whispered warningly, harshly yanking her friend's wrist as she stopped her from doing anything improper in a stadium full of people. What? Anko whined, trying to break her friend's tight grip. I was just going to say, hi, Nai-chan. You can't go say hi in a stadium full of people, Anko, Kurenai warned in a low tone, knowing her friend wanted to do far more than say hi. Why? Because you wanted to be the one to, Anko teased. Dion dash, Kurenai stammered, causing Anko to laugh as the Jinjutsu mistress cursed herself. She knew Anko was right, part of her wanted to be the one to say hi to the gorgeous man before her, as did the majority of the female population of the stadium, if their blushes were anything to go by. Even Mikoto Uchiha, much to Kurenai's surprise, as she saw the fading red tinge that graced the cheeks of the Uchiha woman. Okay, Inoichi announced to gain the fighter's attention as he stepped forward into the arena, having seen the Hokages nodded to begin the spar since he had volunteered a protractor it during the council meeting. The rules of the spar between Naruto-sama and the 5 shinobi is no killing blows and no maiming. Inoichi announced, his eyes particularly falling on the Uzumaki Senju man, who he knew would dominate the fight. Ready? Inoichi asked, getting a nod from Naruto, who calmly watched his opponents, and a nod from the 5 shinobi as Kakashi put away his book, immediately revealing his Sharingan as Mikoto activated hers. Unsheathing her katana as Guy, Anko, and Kurenai got serious, all 5 of them knowing exactly who they were just about to fight. Hey, Jaime, Inoichi announced before jumping back to the sideline as he and everyone else watched the fight commence between the Rayon no Konoha and the 5 shinobi, Kagebuth. Bachan, why hasn't Ojizen attacked yet? Toka impatiently asked, turning to her grandmother who sat beside her, having grown tired of waiting for the epic battle to begin as the 6 ninja stood staring at each other for what had felt like ages to Toka, though in actuality had only been a couple of minutes. They're waiting for the right moment to begin, Tsunade explained further, confusing Toka, who thought the right moment was the second the protractor said begin, just like she always did with her academy spars. Attacking the instant Irika said, hey, Jaime. I don't understand, Bachan. Toka told her grandmother, earning a smile from Tsunade, who suspected someone as young and inexperienced as her wouldn't. I'll explain later, Tsunade promised, knowing she would when she and Naruto began the girls' training. But for now, watch, Tsunade said, gesturing with her head at the fight, sensing it was about to begin. Sighing, Toka turned her head back to the 6 individuals who still hadn't moved, causing her to shift agitatedly in her seat as she wondered when her Ojizen was going to start kicking ass. Arena. Naruto calmly shifted his weight as he watched the five shinobi across from him, gauging their skill as he looked at their appearance, trying to learn as much about them as he could before they began. Starting from the left with the spandex-wearing man, Naruto briefly thought he was back in the past as he looked at the Mado Dai look-alike. He could tell from the man's incredibly muscular physique that just like Dai, this man had gone through a lot of physical training even by shinobi standards, making him a dangerous man to fight in close combat just like Dai had been. I will have to watch out for him, Naruto noted as he recalled Dai's passion for taijutsu and his great skill at it. Wondering if the man who he suspected was his son also had the same level of skill for it before turning to the next man, and nearly gasping as he wondered if he was truly in the past. Shiroi Kiba, White Fang. Naruto, briefly shocked, thought as he stared at the next man who bared great resemblance to a shinobi he once knew, Tsukumo Hatake, before instantly brushing it aside as he realized there was no way this man was Tsukumo. Tsukumo had died years before if what he remembered from viewing Tsunade's life was accurate. And even if he hadn't, the man would be far older and would definitely not have the laid-back look Naruto could see, Tsukumo having always been a serious type. Looking at the Jounin, now Naruto made a mental note to watch out for him, since he was clearly Tsukumo's son and had a Sharingan. That combo making him someone he needed to look out for. Sharingan thought in great interest as he glanced over at the next person, who was obviously an Uchiha, judging by the woman's very Uchiha-like looks and the small clan crest on the front of her Jounin vest, making her a natural-born user of the dojutsu, unlike Tsukumo's son, which meant she was probably a far more advanced user of the eye. But that didn't deeply worry Naruto, since he knew how to fight the dojutsu and take advantage of its weaknesses, having trained since he heard about it from his mother and father at a young age. What did, however, slightly bother him was the katana in her right hand telling him she was at least capable in the field, and that worried him since Kenjutsu was never his thing, and combined with the Sharingan, that could end up being problematic. However, his superior speed was usually enough to easily overwhelm most Kenjutsu users. Sharingan, Naruto thought again, this time in irritation as he looked at the next woman who also had red eyes, wondering if his sensei had pitted him against the three to irk him since his Senju side always had a natural dislike for the dojutsu. No Tomo, Naruto thought, frowning as he stared closer at the woman before realizing that her eyes were in fact not the dojutsu, but simply a rare eye color, since he knew it was impossible for the Sharingan to have no Tomo. Looking her over, Naruto failed to pick up anything that gave him an idea of her skills. So sighing, Naruto decided to move to the next and final opponent. Nothing, Naruto thought as he failed to pick anything about the final person before him. But seeing the hard look in her brown pupilless eyes that only an experienced shinobi, or in this case, an experienced kunoichi had, Naruto knew, like all his opponents, he had to take her seriously and not underestimate her. Sighing, Naruto knew that his sensei wanted him to put on a show for the spectators, and that wouldn't happen if he went all out and brutally attacked his opponents. So humming to himself, Naruto formulated a plan that would allow him to not only put on a show, but also properly gauge the skills of Dai and Tsukumo's sons. But firstly, Naruto needed to separate them if he was going to hold back against five formidable opponents. So retrieving a single kunai, Naruto threw it forward at an incredible speed, signaling to the spectators that the spar had finally began as he carried out his plan, swiftly beginning a short chain of hand seals before ending on the boar sign as he whispered, "Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." Kunai, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Multiply one kunai to 300, much to the awe of the younger audience watching. Shit, Kakashi cursed, watching the incoming kunai as he realized exactly what the Yanin was doing, separating them for the picking, making them much weaker than they would be if they attacked as a team together. Seeing his plan work as the five shinobi moved apart, Naruto sure fed his hands into a familiar cross hand sign, whispering Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, as five clones each popped into existence around him before sending them each towards an opponent as he hung back, waiting to fight whoever managed to defeat his clones. Kurenai versus Clone. Megan, Jabaku Satsu, Demon Illusion, Tree Binding Death. Kurenai called out, watching the Yanin clone fastly approach as she waited for her technique to take effect. Before widening her eyes as she gasped in shock as the illusion shattered the instant she cast it. Interesting, a Genjutsu user, Clone Naruto, thought to himself, filing away the first information he had of the attractive red-eyed woman as he rapidly approached her. Having instantly recognized her illusion and reflexively broken it like he did with most Genjutsu, just as his mother Toka, a Genjutsu expert, had taught him. Megan, Jabaku Satsu, Demon Illusion, Tree Binding Death. Kurenai called again, repeating the set of hand signs as she tried to recast the illusion, which was one of her most powerful attacks as the clone nearly reached her. Before gasping again, but this time in alarm as the same result as the first attempt happened. It won't work, Clone Naruto told Kurenai in a low tone, so only she could hear. My mother was Toka Senju, the Genjutsu mistress of the Senju clan. She taught me how to instinctively break most illusions since I was a boy, and your Genjutsu won't work. Clone Naruto confessed in the same quiet tone, wanting the Kunoichi before him to give him a good fight by using something else that wasn't Genjutsu. Since the only Genjutsu he was still susceptible to were those of high rank, and even then he broke out of those relatively fast. Damn it, Kurenai cursed, hearing the clone's words. Realizing now that she was near useless since Genjutsu was her field of expertise, and without it she was vulnerable in a fight, especially against the Yanin. Megan, Narikomi no Justu, Demonic Illusion, Hell, Viewing Jutsu. Kurenai called out, trying a different technique as she tested the sincerity of her opponent's words, finishing a different set of hand signs as she cast the illusion, but meeting the same result as it failed to take effect. She only knows Genjutsu. Clone Naruto thought in slight disappointment as he caught the alarmed look in the attractive woman's ruby eyes as she realized her illusions wouldn't work. Sighing, Clone Naruto realized he wouldn't be getting a good fight from this woman as he wanted. He knew there was nothing wrong with specializing in one field, especially Genjutsu. Heck, his mother had, but the clone was looking forward to a good fight to put on a show, but the woman had sadly disappointed him. So coming to a decision, Clone Naruto decided to cast an illusion of his own that he learned from his mother's scroll. To show the woman what a real Genjutsu was so she could seek out his boss for proper training after the spar, since she seemed to possess a rare potential and passion for the area that very few had. So retrieving a kunai, Clone Naruto held up a single one-handed hand sign as he molded his chakra. Whispering, Megan, Hard Itachi Dupu, Demonic Illusion, Maddening Drip, before charging towards the red-eyed Kunoichi who stood waiting with a kunai of her own to defend herself. Using his superior speed, Clone Naruto raised his kunai-bearing hand at speeds Kurenai could barely follow before making a shallow gash across her raised arm, causing the Ravenhead's ruby eyes to glaze over as his Genjutsu immediately took effect. Inside Kurenai's mind. Hello, Kurenai called out, looking around her as she tried to see, but failed as complete darkness surrounded her. Hello, Kurenai yelled again, not knowing how she got here as she tried moving, but failing as the rest of her body below her neck refused to respond to her. Hello, is anyone out there? Kurenai yelled again in slight panic as she tried to catch any sound that would tell her if anyone else was out there or where she may be, but failed as she caught a faint sound in the distance instead. Drip, 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 drip. Hello, is anyone there? Kurenai yelled again in panic, but didn't get a reply as the sound further amplified. Drip, 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 drip. Is someone there? Kurenai screamed again as the sound further amplified, becoming near deafening as she helplessly wondered who was there and why couldn't she move. Hello, Kurenai yelled repeatedly, near breaking down as she wondered what was going on and what was causing the unsettling sound, but got no reply as the sound continued to get louder and louder over her continuous screams. Hello, Kurenai yelled futilely one last time, but got nothing except drip, 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 Drip. She won't be getting up. Clone Naruto announced loud enough for the medics to hear as he gently laid Kurenai down, who had passed out from the Jinjutsu, before dispelling to pass on the information to Naruto, who was watching his 4 other clones fight. Stance. Asuma forgot his lit cigarette as he and several around him focused on Kurenai, who had just suddenly dropped. Ignoring the other fights, Asuma watched as Shizune, with several medics, came over and carried his crush away. What happened? Asuma worriedly thought as he wondered what the Yanin had done to Kurenai and why her Jinjutsu seemed not to work. Forgetting the other fights that were currently happening, the Sarutobi immediately left the stands and made his way towards the medical bay to check if his crush Kurenai was okay. Guy versus Clone. I can't hold back, Guy thought in a rare moment of seriousness as he jumped back to avoid the incoming kunai that were raining down, knowing that him opening some of the Hashiment, 8 gates, was a high possibility considering who he was fighting, even if it was just a spar. So landing on his feet, Guy didn't bother to hold back any of his speed like he usually did with most opponents. Instead, he vanished from sight, becoming a blur as he charged towards one of the incoming Yanin clones. Dynamiku Intori, dynamic entry. Guy yelled, appearing before a surprise clone and hoofing in the face as he connected a high kick instantly, dispelling it, much to the shock of many watching who just witnessed the spandex-wearing man easily defeat the Kage Bunshin of the legendary Yanin. Fast, Naruto thought, impressed, as the memories of his Kage Bunshin receiving a kick to its face returned to him. He knew that the weight seals he wore prevented his clone from reacting fast enough, but he hadn't expected a Jounin to force him to release them. So forming a single hand sign, Naruto whispered Kai, releasing the first level of his seals before forming another single Kage Bunshin and sending it towards the incoming spandex-wearing man. Wanted to see how he would deal with a clone that had more access to his full speed. Blurring forward, Guy used his full speed and strength again, spinning around as he launched a roundhouse kick towards the new incoming clone, wanting to dispel it in one hit as he yelled Konoha Senpu, Leaf Whirlwind, but was caught by surprise as the clone raised its arm, swiftly catching the spandex-loving shinobi's ankle before tossing him aside as clone Naruto released him with a swing of his arm. He's faster, Guy stated thoughtfully, righting himself as he gracefully landed on his feet before charging towards the waiting Yanin's clone again, that dropped into a taijutsu stance ready for him. Blurring forward, Guy cocked his fist back and appeared before the Yanin clone, aiming a punch towards the clone's shoulder as he shifted his weight in midair, adding more strength to his blow as he waited for his fist to metal armor, but was surprised as the clone leaned left, dodging the blow before it shot out, its palm painfully striking Guy in his side, forcing the spandex-wearing man away from him. You're fast, Clone Naruto stated, making his way to Guy, who threw out a 5-hit combo, which Naruto promptly dodged and blocked. Thank you, Guy grunted, acknowledging the legendary man's compliment as he barely dodged the man's incoming fist before struggling to catch his follow-up one. But I'm faster, Clone Naruto thought, not bothering to try retract his trapped fist as he swiftly raised his knee, burying it harshly into the spandex-loving man's gut, causing Guy's eyes to widen as an excruciating pain exploded inside of him, before a hard follow-up punch to his chest threw him back and a final kick sent him tumbling downwards toward the arena floor. I have to use it, Guy muttered, raising himself as he got onto his hands and knees before standing up to face the clone that was approaching him. Use what? Clone Naruto thought in interest, pausing his advance as he observed Dai's son, having heard the spandex-loving man's words, before widening his eyes slightly as he watched the man's body and face turn red, his chakra becoming visible as he powered up with a technique the clone instantly recognized. Hashiment, 8 gates. The clone thought in slight alarm, wondering how many gates the spandex-wearing man could open as he watched him swiftly release the first 3. Simon Ki, Gate of Life, release. Guy yelled, releasing the 3rd gate located on his spinal cord, having already opened the first 2 located in his brain as his veins bulged further and his power skyrocketed. Shaman Ki, Gate of Pain, release. Guy yelled, opening the fourth gate, also located on his spinal cord as he further powered up, releasing the limit on his body to obtain the incredible speed and power he would no doubt need to defeat the Yanin before him. Four gates. Naruto thought in increasing alarm as he turned from the other fights to watch the Jounin before his clone further power up. He knew if the man opened a fifth gate, as he suspected he would, his clone's speed would not be enough to stop him. Heck, his own might not be, for that matter. So watching the spandex-wearing man power up with the Hashiman, 8 gates, Naruto knew he wouldn't be able to watch all of his clones' fights like he wanted, and instead, he would personally fight Guy, but first he needed to do 2 things if he was going to defeat the spandex-loving man. Firstly, he needed to drastically increase his own speed to match Guy's, which he did simply as he held up a single hand sign, muttering Kai as he completely released his weight seals, knowing he couldn't hold back as he greatly reduced the strain on his body, allowing himself to move at full speeds. Secondly, he needed his clone to do something for him before it dispelled. So meeting the clone's eyes, Naruto sent it a silent message, the clone nodding as he understood before turning back to face the powering up Guy as it molded its chakra, forming a short chain of hand seals as it prepared the jutsu his boss needed before waiting for the spandex-wearing man's attack, knowing he only had one shot at doing what his boss needed from him. Tamen Ki, Gate of Closing, release. Guy yelled, feeling the increased strain on his body as he further powered up, releasing the 5th gate located in his abdomen before raising his head to face the clone. Vanishing at a speed a rare few could follow, Guy disappeared from sight before appearing in front of the clone, Naruto yelling, Konoha Gariki Senpu, Leaf Strong Whirlwind, as he used a combination of great speed and strength, sent a spinning back kick towards the clone, which clone Naruto failed to block, dispelling it, but not before it cast the jutsu his boss needed. What the? Guy thought in alarm, his sight momentarily going fuzzy before it cleared up. It must be an effect of releasing 5 gates. Guy concluded, knowing that opening the gates had great risks, even though he hadn't experienced this one yet. Turning his head, Guy charged towards the original Yanin as he vanished from sight, with speeds only a couple few could follow before he appeared in front of the waiting Yanin, yelling Omote Renge, Front Lotus, as he launched a swift upper kick towards the Rayon no Konoha. So this is the speed of the 5th gate, Naruto thought, truly impressed as he moved back, avoiding Guy's kick even though he knew with his clone's jutsu, Guy had a minute chance of truly hitting him. Ah! Guy yelled as he pushed himself to the limit, blitzing forward using his full speed as he threw out a 4-hit combo that the Yanin managed to dodge and move around, the two of them becoming a faint blur to those watching as Guy and Naruto rapidly appeared and disappeared in random areas of the arena, exchanging blows. Kage Booth. He's using it. He's using Megan. Chikaku Yugami, demonic illusion, perceptual distortion. Tsunade thought worriedly as she focused on the original Naruto's fight with the spandex-wearing man, being one of the few whose eyes could barely keep up with the blur that was her husband and Guy, as she noticed that none of the spandex-wearing man's hits came close enough to actually hitting Naruto, to the point that if he remained still, most of Guy's hits would have probably missed, which told the blonde that Guy had pushed Naruto to use one of his mother's most powerful illusions, which he never did unless he felt threatened, and that worried her. Arena. Guy versus Naruto. Ow! Guy thought as he realized that something was wrong as he failed to land a punch to the Yanin's chest before missing a kick as his leg shot just wide of the Yanin's body. How have I failed to land a single blow even after opening Tamen, the gate of closing? Guy wondered again, ducking to avoid a palm strike as the Yanin went on the offensive, before raising his leg as he barely blocked a high kick, wondering why. He suspected it may be speed, but that was unlikely as Guy had managed to match the Yanins throughout their blow exchange since opening 5 gates. So what was it? Guy wondered, jumping back as he considered taking it a step further despite the strain he felt on his aching body. Naruto slightly panted as he watched the spandex-wearing man jump back to separate himself from him. He knew with his mother's technique, the man's perception of distance would be slightly affected, bring everything closer than it actually was, meaning his attacks wouldn't reach close enough, therefore missing Naruto. But the Yanin also knew from previous use of the technique that some punches and kicks could be overthrown, which meant he could still be hit, if such was the case, forcing him to dodge every blow, even those that wouldn't have likely reached him, to ensure that none did. But watching the man now, Naruto had to admit he was impressed. Guy had nearly pushed him to the limit as he dodged the man's blows, even with his mother's Jinjutsu. And to top it off, Naruto had failed to land a single hit. Even with Guy's perception of distance affected, the man had been able to block his hits, and that had beyond impressed Naruto. Though it didn't bother him, since he knew the opening of the gates was straining and all he had to was wait it out. But looking at the other fights, now Naruto knew he needed to end it, and he couldn't seem weak by failing to properly defeat Guy in a stadium of spectators. So, sending chakra to his limbs and muscle for the first time during his fight against Guy, Naruto pushed his body to the limit as he vanished from sight at a speed no one could follow except the Kaga-level spectators, who barely did before appearing in front of Guy and burying his foot into the man's sternum. Ah! Guy yelled in pain, coughing blood as the foot to his sternum threw him back, flying towards the stadium wall. Vanishing again, Naruto launched himself after Guy appeared above the man's flying form before dropping his entire weight, heel first, as he buried his foot into the Jounin's chest, forming a crater as Guy's back slammed into the arena floor, defeating the man as the strain from opening the Tamen gate of closing and Naruto's blow overwhelmed him. "You fought well," Naruto commented, impressed, glancing down at Dai's son, who coughed out blobs of blood before falling unconscious as the Yanin thought of how he never expected a Jounin to push him as far as Guy had. Stance. Such speed, Sasuke thought in awe as he failed to see anything, not even faint blurs, as he tried focusing on the spandex-wearing man and the Yanin. Tempted to active his Sharingan, so he could see something at least, but resisting as he remembered his father's words to never activate it in public. This is the strength of the Dobe's grandfather, Sasuke thought as he saw the Yanin suddenly appear and stand over a defeated Guy, before glancing away from the arena so he could look at the dead last his father had told him to befriend in the Kage's booth. Maybe Tsunoda was right about befriending her. Sasuke thought, his single Tomo Sharingan flashing briefly as he thought about how he was going to use Toka to get her grandfather to train him. Arena. Anko versus Clone. Doton. Dorihiki. Earth Release. Earth Wall Jutsu. Anko called out, finishing a chain of hand seals as she spat out a few blobs of mud out of her mouth, erecting a mud wall in front of her, shielding herself from the incoming kunai. "Damn it, that's jutsu, is just like the snake pedo's technique," Anko cursed, thinking about the time Orochimaru had used it in one of their spars, before moving out from behind the earth wall as she molded her chakra, forming two quick hand signs as she prepared to face the incoming clone in front of her. Sanai Jushu, Hidden Shadow, Snake Hands. Anko yelled out, summoning multiple poisonous snakes from her sleeve as she charged forward through the field of fallen kunai, sending the deadly reptiles towards the Yanin clone that easily dodged, right avoiding the snakes before charging forward to a waiting Anko, who now stood ready in her Hibi no Safu, snake style, taijutsu stance with a kunai in hand. Interesting, she has the same jutsu and taijutsu style as Orochimaru. Clone Naruto thought, wondering what the relationship was between the traitor he had once called friend and the attractive woman before him. "Your jutsu and taijutsu style are very similar to my former teammate Orochimaru. Why is that?" Clone Naruto asked, prying for information, as he dodged a kunai swipe from Anko, who lunged at him the instant he entered her range. "The pedo trained me," Anko answered between clenched teeth, her anger raising at the mention of the traitor who ruined her life as she angrily swiped her kunai several times at Yanin. "Pedo," Clone Naruto repeated in mild amusement, dodging the Kunoichi's kunai swipes as he remembered one of Jiraiya's nickname for Orochimaru back when they were teens and still all friends. When Jiraiya claimed he had seen the pale, male, suspiciously staring at children, even though clone Naruto knew it had been a lie. The bastard gave me this damned hickey. Anko added lowly, thinking the clone wanted her to elaborate, as she swiftly jumped up with a raised leg, aiming a high kick at the clone, but failing as clone Naruto blocked and forcefully pushed her leg away, promoting her to right herself in midair before trying to throw a hard punch as she landed, which the clone managed to dodge again, furthering her frustration as she lashed out with several kunai swipes. Hickey, clone Naruto thought as he frowned, looking at the woman's neck as he dodged her kunai swipes, catching sight of the 3 tomo that were there. Seal, clone Naruto whispered in recognition as his Uzumaki instincts took over, instantly catching the markings of some kind of Fuinjutsu. Yes, your former teammate gave me this. Anko clarified, her voice leaking with anger and hurt as she subconsciously covered her cursed seal, noticing the man staring, before jumping away from him as she realized her taijutsu approach wasn't working. Orochimaru, what have you done? Clone Naruto thought ashamed as he wondered what his former friend did with the teachings of Fuinjutsu he had given him, before breaking from his wondering thoughts as he felt the buildup of chakra in front of him. Sunai Tajishu, many hidden shadow, snake hands, Anko yelled, throwing out her sleeve as she used the advanced form of the jutsu she had previously used as a massive horde of snakes shot towards clone Naruto. Taking in the incoming snakes, clone Naruto decided to look into the matter of the seal later as he calmly formed a single-hand seal, slamming his foot onto the ground as he whispered Doton. Hiko Chikyu, Seppuku no Jutsu, Earth Release, Flying Earth Spikes Jutsu, causing multiple earth spikes to form around him before they shot forward towards the incoming snakes and their summoner, impaling the reptiles as several of the earth spikes drove into their moving skulls, with the rest continuing towards a wide-eyed Anko. Shit! Anko cursed in alarm as the rest of the earth spikes shoot towards her, forcing the snake mistress to send a burst of chakra towards the soles of her feet before jumping up as fast and high as she could to avoid the incoming earth spikes that would have no doubt impaled her had she not acted. I might have to summon Kuro-chan, Anko thought, launching a downpour of Sunbon towards the incoming Yanin Bunshin as she hastily landed on her feet, watching the clone dodge her Sunbon as she formed a cross sign, creating a single Kage Bunshin in hopes of trying one last trick before revealing her trump card Kuro. So nodding at her clone, who knew what to do, Anko began a short sequence of hand seals, molding chakra in her lungs as she did. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu, Anko called out, breathing in deeply before shooting out a massive fireball twice the size she was towards clone Naruto, whilst her clone rapidly unleashed a volley of kunai, some with explosive tags on, behind, and around the flaming orb. Smart clone Naruto thought, impressed by the deceptive strategy as he watched the incoming attack, seeing the ingeniousness behind it as he realized what the woman was trying to do. She was trying to force him to either dodge the fireball, which most shinobi would instinctively do, leaving him susceptible to the kunai and explosive tags, or she was trying to get him to use a weak defensive jutsu that would be enough to stop the fireball, but not the following explosions from the explosive tags. But not smart enough. Clone Naruto whispered, forming a single hand sign as he molded chakra in his lungs, sucking in a large amount of air as he prepared one of his most powerful futon, wind release, jutsu that would reflect the clever attack. Futon, Rayon no Gunjutsu, wind release, lion's roar jutsu. Naruto thought as he let out a loud lion-like roar that shot out several sonic waves of air in front of him, destroying parts of the arena floor as the waves made their way forward towards the incoming jutsu and kunai. Fuck, was all Anko could say as her jutsu and kunai were reflected by the powerful wind jutsu, hopelessly watching as the large flaming orb rapidly returned to her, with all her kunai and explosive tags along with large waves of air that destroyed the ground before her as they made their way towards her. Looking at her clone, Anko nodded, deciding to try and make one final stand and take on the incoming attack directly even if there was a high chance of her not surviving. Bring their hands together. Anko and her clone each made the same sequence of hand seals as they molded every last bit of chakra they had left before yelling Doton. Dorihiki no Jutsu. Earth Release. Earth Wall. Jutsu. Before rapidly spitting out massive blobs of mud as they formed an impressive earth wall much larger and thicker than the first one Anko made, hoping to stop the incoming attack. Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the arena, turning most spectators towards it as they watched in amazement as the incoming attack collided with a massive earth wall, creating a large smoke cloud as the explosive tags ignited. Making his way forward, clone Naruto waited for the smoke to gradually clear before catching sight of the remains of the destroyed large earth wall and the unconscious form of Anko, whose clothes were singed by several burns, leaving behind a near-nude Kunoichi, who herself was relatively unharmed. Signaling to the medics, clone Naruto dispelled, sending his memories back to his creator. Stance. HMH. Danzo hummed impressed as a single unbandaged, I watched the power of the man's futon. Wind release, jutsu. He knew to deflect a katon, fire release, jutsu with wind one need to be a beyond advanced, futon, wind release user. The only person that he personally knew besides himself who could do that was Hiruzen, and that greatly worried him as he realized the man before him was showing signs of matching his rival, even when he held back. You're going to be a problem for me, Naruto Uzumaki Senju, Danzo thought thoughtfully, forming several plans as he turned to other parts of the arena where other fights were going on. Arena, Mikoto versus Clone. Raising her katana, Mikoto remained still and watched the incoming kunai, before jumping into action as they reached her, rapidly slashing left and right, batting away the incoming weapons as she used both the slowed vision of her Sharingan and her Kinjutsu skills to defend herself. Blocking the last of the kunai, Mikoto raised her katana and charged forward towards the fastly approaching Yanin clone, sending a downward slash of her blade as it entered her range, hoping to make gash across its armor to dispel it, but swiftly being disappointed as the sound of metal hitting metal echoed between her and the clone, as her katana met a kunai that suddenly appeared in clone Naruto's raised hand. Boss was right, she is a Kinjutsu expert, clone Naruto thought in slight worry as he gazed down at the attractive raven-haired whose well-aimed slash he had blocked, knowing Kinjutsu had never been his thing despite his Uzumaki heritage and his father's skill in it. Drawing back her blade, Mikoto swiftly followed with 9 slashes that were all avoided as clone Naruto used his superior speed to dodge the first 7 before blocking the 8th and 9th, locking his kunai with her katana as he blocked her final attack. Mikoto groaned in effort as she tried to overpower the Kagebunshin before her who had his kunai locked under her katana, but failed as the shorter weapon remained unmoving. Pulling back as she shifted her body into a different Kinjutsu stance, Mikoto raised her katana before unleashing a frenzy of well-aimed slashes, which clone Naruto blocked, greatly relying on his superior speed as he and Mikoto danced around each other. The Uchiha and clone becoming a blur to several weaker spectators as the sound of metal clashing echoed between them, as katana repeatedly met kunai. He's fast, Mikoto thought, panting as she jumped back, but he lacks the grace and skill of a Kinjutsu user. Mikoto concluded as she thought back to how her Sharingan had caught the slight awkwardness and rigidness in the clone's movements as it pried away her downpour of blows, telling her he was no Kinjutsu user, which greatly shocked her since most Uzumaki were generally good at Kinjutsu, if what Kushina told her when they were Chunin was true. Realizing she needed a way to overcome the speed difference between her and the clone, Mikoto paused her assault as rapidly racked her brain for ideas before inwardly smirking as she got one. Glancing up, Mikoto's Sharingan met violet eyes as the Uchiha brought her fingers together in a cross-hand sign, muttering Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, before several Kagebunshin popped into existence around her, Charging forward with her clones, Mikoto yelled, "Mikazuki no Mai, Dance of the Crest Moon," as she and her Kage Bunshin raised their katana, going in for the kill as they moved towards the waiting clone. Clone Naruto stood ready as he watched the Uchiha woman and her two clones attack from three different angles, one in front, one to the left, and the other to the right. He knew with his weight seals, active pure speed, may not be enough to get him out of this if he remained on the defensive as he had, allowing the Uchiha to attack. So, with the three incoming opponents, Clone Naruto crouched and prepared to be the one to attack instead, as he sent chakra to his legs, preparing to use taijutsu to swiftly deal with the three, but stopping in mid-step as he noticed something. Jinjutsu. Clone Naruto thought, immediately cursing himself as he realized he was under an illusion, wondering how he hadn't instantly noticed he was. So flaring his chakra, Clone Naruto broke the illusion instantly before cursing again as he noticed instead of three swordswomen attacking, there were in fact four of them, with another attacking from above. Knowing with his restricted speed, there was a near certain chance of him not getting out of this. If he attacked with just his taijutsu, Clone Naruto calmly molded his chakra and formed a single hand seal as he called out, "Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough," before breathing in deeply and then out as he created a gust of wind that instantly dispelled the Kage Bunshin and knocked Mikoto back, who was forced to use Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement jutsu, in midair after the jutsu passed to avoid an awkward landing. Damn it, Mikoto cursed from the arena woodland as she realized her Jinjutsu hadn't worked, having perfectly planned the attack by using her Sharingan to cast an illusion that should have hid her Kage Bunshin and allowed it to get the drop on the unsuspecting clone. Breathing deeply to calm her frustrations, Mikoto rapidly thought of second means she could use to attempt to bridge the speed gap between her and the clone. She knew she could use her Bastardes version of the lightning jutsu she had recreated from the story she had heard from Minato, who fought a Kumo shinobi with great speed that nearly matched his own. But that measure had always been a last resort she reserved for dire situations. But seeing no other option, Mikoto molded her chakra inside her body using hand signs to convert it into lightning chakra before forcing it throughout her synapses. Seeing her left hand twitch repeatedly as she got jittery, Mikoto knew the jutsu that gave her a brief speed boost was working. So charging out, the woodland Mikoto ran forward, becoming nothing but a blur to most spectators who were watching with below Jounin skill level. Before raising her katana as she reached the clone, yelling, "Right on, Hanabira Heisu no Damaku," lightning release, petaled lotus barrage, before rapidly moving her arm as she swiftly sent out a total of 63 slashes. Clenching his jaw in great effort, Clone Naruto rapidly moved his body as he used his full restricted speed and senses to hastily block all 63 of Mikoto's slashes, pushing him back as he pried and blocked her blows. Damn, Mikoto cursed in frustration as the last of the lightning chakra began to leave her synapses. "I have to do something quick," Mikoto thought urgently, knowing her body couldn't take the strain of a second use of the jutsu, as she shifted her eyes before smirking as an idea hit. Body replacement. Clone Naruto thought in slight shock as the advancing Mikoto suddenly replaced herself with a log. Why would SH Clone Naruto began wondering why the Uchiha woman suddenly used a substitution mid-attack, but stopped as his eyes widened and his danger senses went haywire, picking up on something behind him. Rapidly spinning, Clone Naruto reflexively threw out his left hand as he caught the edge of the rapidly descending katana from Mikoto Uchiha, who had suddenly appeared behind him, attempting a surprise attack. "You substituted with the log that was behind me from your first use of Kawarimi no Jutsu, body replacement jutsu," Clone Naruto stated, impressed as he held the katana firmly with his left hand, momentarily forgetting the spar as he realized how the Uchiha woman before him had nearly got the drop on him using an E-rank academy level jutsu. Yes, Mikoto confirmed, blushing slightly as she realized how close she was to the handsome clone who was staring down at her intently with those violet eyes of his, before inwardly smirking as she noticed he's still holding her katana between his fingers. What is she clone Naruto thought, suddenly alarmed, seeing the glint in her red Sharingan eyes before gritting his teeth as the shock of electrical chakra hit him, interrupting his thoughts as he felt the reason behind the glint. Lightning chakra, which Mikoto had cleverly conducted through the chakra metal of her katana when she noticed the clone was still holding it. Damn it, Clone Naruto cursed as he dispelled, wondering how a shinobi of his prowess had been so sloppy and allowed himself to be momentarily distracted by his thoughts of the kunoichi to not notice her channeling lightning chakra. Stance. Same old Miko-chan, some thought fondly, momentarily forgetting the strife between her and her former friend as she saw the simple way Mikoto defeated the Kage Bunshin, using basics and nothing flashy, just like in the old days when they were still chibi genin, wet nose from the academy on the same team. Perhaps it's time I forgive you, Mikoto, some whispered thoughtfully, still feeling slightly conflicted as she thought maybe it was time her and the Uchiha reconciled. Arena, Kakashi versus Clone. Kai, Clone Naruto muttered, holding up a single left-handed seal as he sent a small burst of chakra to the storage seal above his right wrist, standing across from the silver-haired jounin who had just dodged his boss's kunai. Poof. What the? Several spectators who were focused on this area of the arena thought simultaneously in wonder as a small burst of smoke appeared around the Yanin clone's dominate hand, before clearing to reveal a simple metallic bow staff that was gripped loosely in the Bunshin's right hand, earning several gasps from the shocked civilian spectators who had never seen the use of storage seals before. Twirling the staff around, once Clone Naruto closely watched the silver-haired man across from him. He knew his boss wanted him to hold back and not go on the offensive, but this was a man he knew to be Sakumo's son, and he wanted to test him to see how his Bukijutsu skills compared with his father's. So using his staff free hand, Clone Naruto formed a short chain of seals. Whispering, Doton, Jishin no Kankaku, Earth Release, Seismic Sensory, before sending a large pulse of Earth Nature chakra through the soles of his specially made ninja sandals towards the arena floor, repeatedly doing it as he began sensing the vibrations throughout the earth of the floor around him. Concentrating, Clone Naruto focused as he varied the sizes of the subsequent pulses to obtain an ideal sensing range around him. There, Clone Naruto thought in triumph as he only sensed the small area around him and Kakashi, using his incomplete technique that still needed mastering. Clone Naruto knew using it was risky since it could end up overwhelming his senses if he sensed too many vibrations in too short a time. But his skill in Bojutsu was not on par with his sensei Hiruzen, and if he, a shadow clone that was dispelled with a single hit, wanted to test Sakumo's Sharingan bearing son's Bukijutsu skills, he needed something to increase his ability with the bow staff. He could have reduced the weight seals to increase his limited speed, but he preferred trying to use this jutsu. He was determined to perfect instead. Taking his bow staff into both hands, Clone Naruto shifted into the Sarunosu, monkey style, Bojutsu stance his sensei had taught him before charging forward, loosely gripping the metal staff his sensei had long ago given him. Kaimetsu Raikarue Heiza Sudaraiki, crippling primate knee strike. Clone Naruto called as he charged at Kakashi with his full restricted speed becoming a blur to spectators, before sending one end of his bow staff towards Kakashi's knee, intent on shattering the bone as he added chakra behind his blow. Boom! The sound of earth exploding echoed between Clone Naruto and Kakashi as the silver-haired jounin watched wide-eyed as the blow meant for his leg struck the earth, creating a tiny crater as bits of dust and rock flew everywhere. Arc. Clone Naruto grimaced slightly as his seismic sensing nearly overwhelmed him as he felt the vibration from his dodged bow staff hit before collecting himself and advancing again on Kakashi. Noticing the clone's slightly pained reaction and the continuous chakra pulses to the floor that he could see with his Sharingan, Kakashi filed the information away, as used his dojutsu and speed to move around and block the Yanin's bow staff hits with a lone kunai. Him and clone Naruto becoming a blur as they danced around each other, rapidly shifting their weights as clone Naruto mercilessly attacked a defending Kakashi with his bow staff. Sensing Kakashi's vibrations, clone Naruto swung down his bow staff again, gripping it loosely in both hands as he shot out one end towards the Hitaki's shoulder, changing direction at the very last second as he predicted Kakashi's intended block with his seismic sensing. Kakashi gritted out as the bow staff made its way past his defenses, landing a solid hit as his shoulder exploded in unquestionable pain. I have to do it now, Kakashi decided, knowing it was time to execute his plan as he threw out 9 kunai, jumping back away from the advancing clone, who effortlessly swung his bow staff, easily knocking aside the incoming kunai. Oku heishui damaku hampon primachi bahaji ponto. Clone Naruto called, twirling his bow staff as he crouched, preparing to rush the airborne Hitaki and release his 55-hit barrage, but stopping as his ears heard a very faint hissing from behind him. Explosive tag, Clone Naruto thought in mild alarm as he turned to see a single sizzling tag on one of the 9 kunai that he had effortlessly knocked away, lying too far from him to catch him in its blast radius. Before widening his eyes as the tagged kunai multiplied to 15. Kunai Kagabunshin no Jutsu, Kunai Shadow Clone Jutsu. Kakashi thought, landing on his feet as he used the jutsu he had copied with his Sharingan, before watching as his 15 tags ignited. Boom! The tags exploded with clone Naruto just outside the blast radius, causing him to grimace in pain as his seismic senses went haywire from the vibrations caused by all 15 of the exploded tags. Arg! Clone Naruto groaned as he tightened his grip on his bow staff, his senses discombobulating as the overload of his seismic sensing jutsu overwhelmed him, causing the disoriented Kagebunshin to dispel as the overload became too much. With Naruto, too, Naruto thought to himself as he jumped out of the crater in which the defeated guy lay in. That was the number of opponents he counted that he had left to deal with as he went through the last of his clones' incoming memories. Sighing as he made his way away from the crater, Naruto debated with himself, wondering if he should hold back just as his clones had or go all out. Yes, there were moments when his clones had not held back, like when his one clone used his S-rank Futon Jutsu to deflect the fireball, or when the other used his mother's S-rank Jinjutsu on the ruby-eyed Kunoichi, but that was just the tip of his abilities. They had all held back something to make the spar look somewhat, even just as Hiruzen had wanted. But looking back at his clones' memories, Naruto was not satisfied with what they had exhibited before the people of Konoha. So coming to a decision as he faced the 2 incoming shinobi, Naruto decided to not go completely all out, but to not hold back either, and to show Konoha why he was the Rayon no Konoha. So molding chakra in his lungs, Naruto began a long chain of seals, refusing to be on the defensive any longer like most of his clones had done as he prepared an elemental jutsu he knew in his weakest nature transformation out of the 4 he had mastered. Katan, Karyu Inden, Fire Release, Flame Dragon Bullet. Naruto mentally called out, performing his strongest Katan jutsu as he deeply breathed in, filling his lungs with air before spewing out a massive torrent of flames that shaped into an intimidating flaming dragon before shooting forwards towards the 2 incoming Jounin. Wow, the bulk of the odd spectators thought as all the stadium watched the large flaming dragon fly towards Mikoto and Kakashi. Shit, Kakashi and Mikoto simultaneously cursed inwardly as they saw the large, incoming fire dragon. The 2 cursing not because of the impressive jutsu, but because they knew the Yanin was no longer holding back. Having heard stories about Naruto's abilities before his death, both Sharingan users knew that the clones they had fought were definitely not going all out. But by the looks of the incoming jutsu, they knew things had changed. So nodding to each other, both Jounin knew they were thinking the same thing. So turning back to the incoming flaming dragon, Kakashi and Mikoto both separated, jumping apart as they avoided the incoming Katon attack before beginning the same sequence of hand seals as they both landed, with Mikoto using only her left katana free hand. Katon, Gokakyu no Jutsu, Fire Release Great Fireball Jutsu. The two Sharingan users simultaneously called out as they molded a large amount of chakra in their lungs, breathing in deeply before spewing out two massive flaming orbs that weren't as impressive as Naruto's dragon, but were just as intimidating as they poured in extra chakra into the jutsu to drastically increase the fireball sizes, making them 4 times the height they were. Naruto hummed thoughtfully as he debated his options in dealing with the incoming fire orbs. He could either use his pure speed to dodge them since his weight seals had remained removed, or he could use his S-rank Futon Jutsu on a larger scale than he had previously done, but he had already used the Jutsu and wanted to do something different. So deciding to go with a defensive Jutsu from one of his 2 primary affinities, Naruto held up a single hand sign, molding his chakra as he rapidly gathered moisture from the air. Suidun, Suijin Hiki, Water Release. Water Formation Wall. Naruto whispered as a large amount of water gathered around him, forming an impressive water wall. Stance. No water source. Several shinobi who were Suitun, Water Release. Users or who had studied it thought in awe as they watched the Yanin form a massive water wall with no water source, and with only a single hand sign before the 2 incoming massive flaming orbs hit the impressive water wall, canceling out as a large steam cloud formed over the arena, obscuring the spectator's view. Arena. Damn, Mikoto thought as the steam cleared to reveal a completely unharmed Naruto who stared at them intently in his Senju armor as his red mane blew with the wind behind him. She knew in that moment that she and Kakashi were in over their heads, but that didn't mean she would go down without a fight. So raising her katana, Mikoto charged forward. Mikoto cried out in pain as the Yanin she was charging to vanish from sight and blitzed towards her at speeds her Sharingan couldn't keep up with before appearing in front of her and harshly kicking her in the side as he connected with her ribs. Crack! Naruto heard faintly breaking the Uchiha's ribs as she flew back, her katana leaving her hand as Naruto charged towards her again. Body replacement. Naruto cursed as his fist buried itself into a log, shattering it as he tried to land his finishing blow on the Uchiha, but only meeting would as the Raven Head used Korimi no Jutsu, body replacement jutsu. Ich. Naruto hummed impressed as he stared down at the log remains, thinking of his clone's memories and how the Kunoichi had effectively used the E-rank jutsu 3 times today, nearly getting the drop on him on her second use, which no shinobi had ever done using an academy-level jutsu. Chidori. Naruto heard someone call out from behind him as 2 hands rose from the ground under him, firmly grasping his ankles and holding him in place as the sound of chirping birds surrounded him. Sakumo's boy, Naruto thought to himself, glancing over his armored shoulder as he caught sight of the silver-haired man fastly approaching with a lightning-covered hand, wondering how he should deal with the predicament he was in before smirking as an idea that would let him use one of his favorite arts hit him. Uzumaki Shirisatoru, Kongo Fusa, Uzumaki Sealing Style, Adamantine Sealing Chains. Naruto called out, holding up a single hand sign as gold chakra chains shot out from around him. 2 going shooting out toward the wrists of the hands holding him in place, and the rest flying towards the incoming Chidori bearing Kakashi. Damn it, Kakashi inwardly cursed as golden chakra chains firmly wrapped around him, restraining him as his Chidori-encased hand forcefully stopped inches away from black Senju armor, causing the Hitaki to release his lightning jutsu as he looked at his Kage Bunshin that was about to be flung out the ground by chakra chains. There, Naruto thought as his feet were freed by his chakra chains as they yanked out the restrained Jounin behind him's Kage Bunshin before tossing it back forcefully, causing the clone to disperse. Poof! Naruto heard a small smoke cloud surrounding him from behind as the original Kakashi substituted at the last possible instant with his tossed clone the very millisecond before it dispersed, freeing himself as he trading places with the airborne Bunshin that instead dispersed in the Jounin's former trapped position behind Naruto. Osushi, Usagi, Saru. Kakashi quickly formed as he went through the three-hand seal's ox, rabbit, and monkey before clutching his right forearm as a more focused encasing of blue electrical chakra covered his right hand. Rikiri, Kakashi called out, landing on his feet before he charged forward towards the vanishing smoke cloud around the Yanin. Rikiri, Naruto repeated to himself as he watched Kakashi charge towards him with the impressive lightning jutsu, thinking how just like Dai's son, the silver-haired man, had truly impressed him. But now it was time to end this spar and defeat both the Hitaki and wounded Uchiha. Charging forward, Naruto held out his right palm, using the highest form of chakra shape transformation as a blue swirling orb of chakra started forming in his hand, before pouring more chakra into it, nearly doubling its size as he decided to use the more powered-up version of his original jutsu. Otama Rasengan, Naruto called out, thrusting his palm forward as his Rasengan met Kakashi's Rikiri. Stance. Rasengan, the odd spectators thought in amazement as they watched the Yanin's original jutsu clash with Kakashi's Rikiri, the two jutsu becoming near blinding as they battled for dominance. HH, the spectators heard as Kakashi's screams filled the arena. The gray man's jutsu overpowered as the spectators watched Naruto's Rasengan painfully grind into the Jounin as he took the full force of the deadly, spiraling sphere. Arena. You fought well, Hitaki-san, Naruto complimented just as he had done with the spandex-wearing man, standing over the gray-haired Jounin whose flak jacket had a massive hole through exposing his now injured torso. Arg. Kakashi groaned as he passed out from the painful jutsu, having missed what the Yanin had said. Katan. Hozinka no jutsu, fire release. Phoenix Sage fire jutsu. Mikoto feebly called out as she blew out a volley of small fireballs towards Naruto's turned back, concealing several lightning-infused kunai within the flames as she tried to catch the Yanin off guard, but failed to as a stone wall rose from behind the turned Yanin, blocking her attack. Doton, Ishigaki no Jutsu, Earth Release, Stonewall Jutsu, Naruto whispered as he held up a single-hand seal, naming the defensive jutsu he had used to shield himself from the incoming attack he had sensed from behind him. Arg. Mikoto grimaced between clenched teeth, clutching her broken ribs as she retrieved a single kunai, ready to make a final stand against the Yanin before her and prove herself to the Hokage and Fugaku, whom she knew was watching, but mostly to herself that she was still strong and not weak. She's finished, Naruto thought as he watched the Uchiha across from. He could see there was no way she could fight if the way she was clutching her ribs was anything to go by. He also knew a shinobi of her rank should know when they are beat and retreat, or in this case give up, but he could tell from the defiant look in her eyes that the Uchiha before him wasn't going to do that. Frowning, Naruto wondered why that was the case, wondering if it perhaps was the arrogance most Uchiha were known for, or the refusal to lose to a Senju that made her hopelessly continue. But glancing at her face, Naruto immediately wiped his frown away, seeing no arrogance, but rather just determination to prove a point. What the point was, or who was to Naruto, didn't know. But sighing to himself, the Yanin decided to pity her. So needing chakra in his stomach, Naruto shot out a simple water bullet, which the Uchiha dodged, giving him a chance to blitz behind her and send a swift chop to her neck, knocking her out as he caught her. Ending the spar as Inoichi announced his win, earning cheers from the spectators as Naruto lowered Mikoto to the ground. Hai no Kuni, Fire Country. 4 months after Naruto's spar. Listen, Gaki, we just want your money, and we will leave you and your mother alone, a man with a kunai said as he tried prying off the kid who had jumped on his back. No, just leave us alone, the boy yelled before crying out in pain as the man forcefully grabbed him and yanked off his back, throwing him onto the ground. Inari, a woman yelled out in worry as she ran over to check on her son. Look, lady, the man with kunai said. Ono-chan, and I don't want any trouble. The man continued, pausing as he gestured at his bandit wife, who tried looking intimidating as she stood there narrowed-eyed with a kunai of her own. We just want your money. Here, the woman said, crying openly as she pulled out all the Rio she had and gestured for the bandits to take it and leave. Since she knew just how bad these people could be and didn't want her son to die, or worse, over some money. I told you it would work, Yoshin. The bandit woman, Ono, said triumphantly as she stepped forward to take the money, but didn't get a chance to, as a lone shuriken flew through the air and buried itself in her outstretched hand. Ah! The woman cried out in agony as she clutched her now bleeding hand. I wouldn't take that if I was you, a cold voice said warningly over the woman's screams, causing everyone to fall dead silent as a chilling atmosphere filled the area, turning everyone's attention in the direction of the voice. Rayon, no, Kanoa. The bandit man Yoshi whispered, terrified as he saw the S-Class Nin who had entered every single bingo book in the last 3 months, standing intimidatingly in front of a raven-haired woman who glared at them with red eyes, a katana in her hand. Take your partner and leave, the intimidating man said to the male bandit whom he saw recognized him as he gestured to the injured lady whose hand he had buried a shuriken in. Come on, Ono, a terrified Yoshi hastily said as he stepped forward to grab his wife, but didn't get the chance to as the Rayon no Konoha appeared in front of him and grabbed him forcefully by the throat. And if you ever try robbing anyone again, the redhead man added warningly before flaring his killing intent to show the bandit what would happen if he tried stealing from someone again. I won't. Yoshi chalked out as he struggled to breath from both the killing intent and the hand around his throat. Good, the frightening man said before tossing the bandit aside, who hastily left with his wife. You know they will probably try robbing someone again in a couple of months, right, Naruto-sama? The woman behind the Yanin asked as she sheathed her katana. I know, Mikoto, Naruto replied, glancing at the woman who had been assigned to be his partner. Flashback. 1 month after Naruto's spar. Naruto-kun, ready for your first mission, I see. Hiruzen jokingly said, smiling at the man who entered his office, knowing very well this actually wasn't his first mission, but his first since returning. Hi, Sensei, Naruto said, smiling back at the third Hokage, whom he had agreed with several days before that it was best for him to go on several high-class missions outside the village to rebuild his fearsome reputation and get the knowledge of his return out there. Good, I have a S-class mission for you, Hiruzen said, gesturing at a small mission scroll that lay on his desk, knowing his student would accept nothing less. But first there is something I want to discuss with you, Hiruzen added, stopping Naruto before he could reach out for the scroll. A and B, you leave us, Hiruzen commanded, telling the hidden A and BU to leave them, which they promptly did before the old man activated his office silencing seal. Naruto, do you remember what I told you about the Uchiha several weeks ago? Naruto nodded to show his sensei that he did, recalling the information the old man had given him about the massacre and the truth behind it, causing him to slightly frown as he thought of how he disapproved of his sensei actions in dealing with the attempted coup by killing the innocent along with the guilty. But choosing not to go into it since now was not the time to voice that. What was done, and arguing with his sensei now would change nothing. One of the 3 survivors, Mikoto Uchiha, the one you fought in the spar last month, approached me and asked to rejoin the shinobi forces. In fact, her wanting to rejoin was the reason behind her odd request to spar with you in the council meeting. Hiruzen explained, earning a nod from Naruto, who remembered the woman who had impressed him during their spar by using an E-rank jutsu dangerously against his clone. Hi, I remember her, sensei, but what does she have to do with me or my mission? Naruto questioned, although he suspected where his sensei was going with this. I want you to take her as your partner on missions and watch over her, Naruto, Hiruzen answered, earning a frown from the redhead man who had suspected exactly that. You want to pair her with me so I can spy on her? Yes and no Naruto, Hiruzen clarified. Mikoto is a capable kunoichi Naruto-kun. Her powerful Kenjutsu and Raiton, lightning release, abilities make her an ideal candidate to pair with you. Hiruzen added, knowing that his student would agree that having someone who was strong in the areas he was weakest as a partner would serve best for him. And me spying on her? Not spying Naruto. I want you to keep an eye on her during missions and ensure she's no threat to the village. Hiruzen instructed, earning a nod from Naruto, who knew his sensei would have to be an idiot if he completely turned a blind eye and took no precautions with the Uchiha after what they had attempted to do. Fine, sensei, I'll do it. Naruto agreed, earning a look of gratitude from Hiruzen, who handed the man his mission scroll. Flashback end. Are you okay? Mikoto asked, breaking Naruto from his thoughts as the Uchiha approached the woman and child who were nearly robbed. Yes, I'm fine, thank you, the woman said as Mikoto bent down to help up the boy who was next to her, but the Uchiha just got a huff and a glare instead as her offered hand was ignored. I'm sorry, the woman said as she sighed, seeing her son's rude display. He has been like that since Kaiza passed. The woman continued glancing at the man who had saved them before blushing as she got a proper look at his handsome features. Kaiza, Mikoto asked, turning the woman's attention back to her. Yes, he was my husband and Inari's father figure. The woman explained, her expression becoming instantly crestfallen. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Mikoto apologized as she saw how her probing affected the woman. It's fine, the woman said, waving off Mikoto's apology before realizing she hadn't introduced herself or her son. I'm Tsunade, by the way, and that is my son, Inari. The woman Tsunade introduced, gesturing at her son, who now stood leaning against a tree some distance away from the adults. I'm Mikoto Uchiha, and this is my partner Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Mikoto introduced, gesturing at the Yanin. Partner, so you two are dash, Tsunade began curiously, shifting her eyes between the two partners who made a great couple. No. Mikoto instantly interrupted, blushing as she saw where the woman was heading. Naruto-sama is my teammate, Mikoto clarified, not daring to face the man and letting him see her blush. Oh, Tsunade said awkwardly, realizing the wrong conclusion she had just drawn. Anyways, thank you both, Naruto-san, Mikoto-san, for saving me and Inari-chan. Tsunade earnestly thanked, earning nods from a Yanin and blushing Uchiha. Tsunade-san, if I may ask. Naruto spoke up, turning the woman's attention to the handsome man. What are you and your son, Inari, doing out here all alone? Naruto questioned, wondering why a civilian woman and child would do a near reckless thing and move alone in these parts of Hino Kuni that were very dangerous and well known for bandit attacks. We were on our way to Konoha, Naruto-san. Tsunade simply replied, not realizing the man was heading in the same direction. Line break. Konoha. Hospital. Very good, Shizen. Tsunade approved as she watched her apprentice of 3 months effortlessly repeat what she had just shown her as they sat in the blonde's large hospital office. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Shizen said, smiling, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride from hearing the legendary medic's approval. Still thinking about the big news? Shizen asked, smiling, gesturing at the blonde woman's stomach after seeing her drift away. Yes, Tsunade admitted, smiling to her apprentice as she placed her hand on her stomach, partially telling the truth, as her mind also drifted to the conversation she had 3 months ago with Hiruzen. Flashback. 1 month after Naruto's spar. Toka, Tsunade yelled angrily as she stared in the mirror, looking at her once blonde hair that was now red, having obviously been dyed the previous night while she slept. Yes, Bachan, Toka answered innocently, entering the room with a slight grin, causing Tsunade to gain an angry tick mark at being called granny by the guilty girl who had the nerve to act innocent. What have I told you about your pranks, Toka? Tsunade asked, folding her arms in front of her chest as she glared down at the guilty girl. I just wanted your hair to be like mine and Ojaizen's. I'm sorry. Toka apologized, her eyes watering as her bottom lip trembled. It's fine, Toka-chan, Tsunade said, sighing, her anger diminishing as saw the girl was near tears. I will let you off this time, but just don't do it again. Thanks, Bachan. Toka yelled happily, her mood doing a 180 as she ran out the room giggling, thinking of how her ingenuous faked act just got her out of trouble. Toka. Tsunade yelled angrily again, realizing Toka had played her with fake tears and soppy explanations. Just like Kushina-chan, Tsunade muttered fondly, remembering how just like Toka, her daughter, had also used fake tears more than once to get out of trouble. Now how am I going to get this out before Naruto-kun comes back? Tsunade wondered, looking at her now red hair as she thought of how she was going to get the dye out before her husband returned from his 3-day mission. Having agreed that it was fine if he took high-ranking ones just as long as they kept him away for only a couple of days at a time. Tsunade. Tsunade heard a familiar voice call out from the front door as someone knocked on it, causing her to curse as she considered a hinge, but deciding against it since the owner of the voice would likely see past it. Sensei, Tsunade greeted warmly, opening the door to welcome in the Hokage. I see Toka-chan is back to her old ways, Hiruzen stated in an amused voice, looking at his student's red hair, but not daring to laugh as he saw the warning glare the BLO redhead sent him. Is there somewhere we can talk in private, Tsunade? Hiruzen asked, shifting into his Hokage mode. Yes, this way, Tsunade answered, hearing the seriousness in the old man's voice before leading him into one of the rooms that served as an office. Tsunade-chan, you know, over the years after becoming your sensei, I have grown to see you, Jiraiya, Naruto, and even Orochimaru as my own children. Hiruzen began as he sat down in one of the chairs, his voice turning remorseful as he thought of his pale student who had lost his way, wondering how he as his sensei and father figure had failed him. Hi, sensei, and you're like a father to us. Tsunade replied, earnestly, knowing the old man had always been the only father an orphan Jiraiya knew, and also he had become a second father to both her and Naruto after they lost their parents. Thank you, Tsunade-chan. Hiruzen replied warmly, smiling sadly at his female student whom he knew he had come here to burden. Tsunade-chan, what do you know about the Clan Restoration Act? The Hokage asked, getting down to business, causing Tsunade to instantly become hostile as she realized why her sensei had come here and where this conversation was leading. Sensei, I won't let you put him under the act. Tsunade snarled angrily, not believing the nerve of this man who she had called a second father moments before, only for him to go on and actually suggest such a thing. And I'm not going to, Hiruzen said earnestly, placing a hand on Tsunade's shoulder to calm her. You are like my daughter, Tsunade, and I would never forcefully do that to you, or Naruto as your sensei, or as the man you both consider to be like a father, Hiruzen added, calming the woman. But as your Hokage, I must ask you to consider it. Hiruzen continued, causing Tsunade to become hostile again. The act is a vile excuse for perverts to build harems, Hokage-sama, and Naruto-kun is not one of them. I won't let you put him under it, or even consider it. Tsunade angrily stated, hating the perverted act that her granduncle had come up with and the fact that the old man before her actually wanted her to consider it. Tsunade-chan, the Hokage began calmly, having expected this reaction from her. Do you know that the 2 founding clans of Konoha have dwindled down to 6 members, Tsunade? 6, that is the combined number of the surviving and loyal members of the Senju and Uchiha clans. The 2 clans that founded and were the backbone of Konoha's strength. So put Fugaku, or better yet his son, under the act, Hiruzen. Tsunade yelled angrily. Just don't put my husband Naruto-kun under it. I can't, Tsunade, not after what the Uchiha did. Hiruzen explained, knowing his 3 loyal students all knew the truth behind the massacre. The Uchiha have never truly been a trustworthy clan, even during the days of Konoha's founding. Hiruzen continued, hating that he had to spit down on the names of good, loyal Uchiha like Kagami and Itachi, but knowing it was true, they had never truly been a trustworthy clan. And if I do take action to drastically increase their numbers, what would the new Uchiha clan do if they one day learned about the truth behind the massacre? Hiruzen questioned, voicing one of his fears that held him back from approaching the remaining Uchiha with this. I would rather help the Senju grow than help the Uchiha, who may one day turn against Konoha. But why Naruto? Why the CRA? With Toka, the Tsunade began arguing, wanting to tell the old man that with Toka the act wasn't necessary, but stopping as she remembered the girl's questions concerning a certain Hyuga heiress in her class. Because of his Uzumaki and Senju genes, Tsunade-chan. Hiruzen stated, knowing that starting a clan with that combination of genes would surely make fearsome members. Adding that to his loyalty and strength, Naruto-kun is the perfect man to place under the CRA. And we both know that Toka-chan may never have children of her own. Hiruzen stated, referring exactly to what Tsunade was thinking about. Seeing his student was still conflicted, Hiruzen inwardly sighed as he decided to go for the jugular, bracing himself for how the woman would react. Tsunade-chan, do you know why Konoha has never trained any one of their 3 Jinchuriki? Hiruzen asked, referring to how Konoha was the only village that never tried to control the bijou they possessed, because we were strong enough to not have to. Kyumo, Suna, Kiri, and Iwa all needed to, but we didn't have to, not until we lost the strength of our 2 most powerful clans, not until now. You bastard, Tsunade whispered, staring at her sensei wide-eyed. You want me to give my husband a harem of women, or you will train my granddaughter to control the Kyubi? Tsunade added, reading between the lines of what Hiruzen was implying. No, Tsunade. Toka is like a grandchild to me, and I would never do such a thing to her. But as Hokage, I have to consider the circumstances and the reports I get from Jiraiya. Kyumo and Iwa are rumored to have 2 fully trained Jinchurikis each. And if Konoha goes to war with either village that we are not allied with, now or in the future, training Toka or whomever is the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi will have to be an option considered by the current Hokage of the time due to Konoha's weakened state. Hiruzen stated, pausing as he let the statement sink into Tsunade's mind, knowing she would catch on to the fact that any future Jinchuriki Konoha would likely be Naruto and her descendant, due to the Kyubi being known to only being able to be held by an Uzumaki, and the only future Uzumaki in Konoha would likely be their descendants. I'm asking you to consider helping me take this measure to restore Konoha's strength, so no Hokage will have to consider what I just told you about the Kyubi. By letting the husband I just build a harem of women? Tsunade tearfully asked, her anger diminishing as she considered her sensei's words and what she had to do to ensure Toka, or any of hers and Naruto's descendants, didn't have to endure the gruesome training of a Jinchuriki. No, Tsunade, I won't ask you to consider him taking a horde of wives like the Act states. I'm just asking you to consider he take one more. Hiruzen reasoned, hating that he had placed this burden on his student, but knowing he had to if he wanted to restore the Senju, since it was near impossible for one woman to bear all the children needed to restore clan. But it's still sharing him, Tsunade stated, laughing drily at her sensei's poor attempt of making her feel better about sharing Naruto. I know, Hiruzen stated, smiling sadly at his student that he could see was truly hurt by what he had said. I won't tell Naruto-kun anything or place him under the act until you decide, Tsunade-chan. If you don't want to share him, you won't have to, but all I ask is that you consider it. Hiruzen stated, earning an appreciative look from Tsunade, who could see the man meant it. He would not place her husband under the act unless she allowed him to. Thank you, sensei. I will try consider it. I'm truly sorry, Tsunade-chan. I wish I didn't have to ask this of you. The Hokage apologized before promptly leaving. Flashback end. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade heard someone call out, breaking her out her thoughts. Yes, Shizen, Tsunade said, looking at the woman who was apparently the niece of a man her and Naruto had met once or twice before. Are you okay? Shizen asked worriedly. I've been calling you for the last 5 minutes. I'm fine, Shizen. Tsunade waved off before dismissing the woman from her office, ending their lesson for today. Sighing as the door shut behind her apprentice, Tsunade sat back as she considered what her sensei had said like she had repeatedly done for the last 3 months. Could I share Naruto-kun? Tsunade wondered, still failing to accept the idea, having tried to humor and accept it repeatedly, but failing each time. She knew for the good of her clan, her village, and most importantly her descendants, the CRA, was something she had to accept, but she couldn't. She couldn't agree to share her husband, and even if she did, would Naruto? Tsunade doubted he would. He loved her too much for that, and she knew it. Just like how she would never take another man, he would never take another woman. Sighing as she looked at the time, Tsunade decided to push this internal debate aside for a later time, just like she had repeatedly done over the last months. Getting up as she smiled, the blonde thought of how her husband was returning today and how he would likely react to the good news, but first she had to pick up Toka from the academy. Line break. Inokuni. So, this Gato, your father plans to gather the villagers and stand against him? Naruto questioned, hating the man whom Tsunade had just described to him and Mikoto. Having met many greedy men like him who preyed on the weak and took what wasn't theirs, not caring who got hurt or in Kai's case died. Yes, that's why he sent Inari-chan and me to Konoha, so that we could seek asylum there and be safe until Gato was dealt with. Tsunade explained, remembering her father Tizuna's plan after Kaiza died. Flashback. Are you sure about this, Otusan? Tsunade questioned, having listened to her father's plan of making a stand against Gato. Yes, Tsunade-chan, I am. I can't let Kaiza's death be for nothing. Tizuna replied, his voice dropping low as he mentioned the man his daughter had cared for. And Inari-chan and I, why do we have to leave you here to deal with Gato alone, Otusan W-? No, Tizuna immediately said, waving off his daughter's argument. I promised Kaiza I would keep the two of you safe if anything ever happened to him, and that's what I'm going to do. Oto, you're my daughter Tsunade. I can't risk you or Inari getting hurt. Tizuna said, knowing if he was going to rally the villagers behind him, his daughter and grandson would likely be in danger, which was something he couldn't risk. You promise you will write to me and tell me everything that happens. Tsunade questioned, accepting her father's plan as she realized he was right. Standing against Gato could risk Inari, and that was something she couldn't do. Yes, I promise. Tizuna said, smiling at Tsunade, seeing that she had agreed with his plan. Okay, let me go tell Inari-chan, Tsunade said, sighing, as she wondered how the boy would react to this. He had already lost a man. He, though a father now, he had to leave his home too. Flashback end. Naruto frowned as he contemplated Tsunade and the wave situation, having listened to the woman's story and her father's plan. He knew he could send a few Kagebunshin and have the situation swiftly dealt with, letting the woman immediately return home to a freed Nami no Kuni by the time she returned. But he also knew from what she had said to Tizuna, her father wanted to rally the people and stand against Gato themselves, which in his opinion would be better than him dealing with it. Since if they succeeded in removing Gato by themselves, they would become stronger people, teaching them how to fight for themselves when someone like him wasn't there to save the day. So for now, he would help Tsunade get to Konoha, and if she told him her father failed or asked for his help, he would step in and do something. Tsunade-san, you said you and Inari-san were heading to Konoha, Naruto stated, shocking Mikoto, who realized that the man planned to do nothing about Gato. Mikoto and I are also going there, and we would be happy to escort you. Naruto offered, causing the woman to hesitate, as she feared being a further burden to these two shinobi who had saved. I do dash, Tsunade began, wanting to politely decline, but was quickly waved off by Naruto, who caught on to the woman's reasons for being so hesitant. It won't be of an inconvenience to us, Tsunade-san. Like I said, we're already going there. Naruto reassured, smiling slightly at the woman to affirm his reassurance, causing her to slightly blush as she looked at his handsome, smiling face, contemplating his words. If it isn't an inconvenience, then Inari-chan and I would be very grateful if you escorted us, Tsunade replied, looking at the man and woman who had been so generous to them. Naruto-sama, Mikoto called out as she pulled the Yanin away from the woman and child. We have to help them. The Uchiha protested, even though she knew it wasn't her place since he outrank her despite the friendlier terms they were on since becoming a team. They need to have a chance to first try help themselves, Mikoto. Boo. Mikoto, I know you have good intentions and think that saving them now is the best option, but trust me, it's not. Naruto said before sighing as he told Mikoto of a mission him and his team went on, where they encountered a town that was very similar to the Wave Country. Flashback. Tsuchi no Kuni, Earth Country. Outskirts of Akitsu Town. On the outskirts of Akitsu Town stood 5 cloaked figures. The 4 younger ones were closely listening as the 5th older one spoke to them. Now remember what I said. I want the 4 of you to keep your heads down, especially you, Jiraiya. The older one, Hiruzen, instructed, looking at his 4 students before lingering on the white-haired one who had a flair for attracting attention. Hi Sensei. 3 of the 4 younger ones, Orochimaru, Naruto, and Tsunade, replied as Jiraiya opened his mouth to protest, but failed to, as an elbow to the gut courtesy of Tsunade stopped him. Hi Sensei. Jiraiya begrudgingly agreed, after he recovered from Tsunade's blow, before grumbling lowly about violent teammates and his sensei picking on him instead of the creepy Orochi team. Naruto-kun, I want you to keep Jiraiya-kun in line, Hiruzen ordered as he gazed at the redhead Jounin, who he knew Jiraiya would listen to. Hi Sensei. Naruto complied, earning a betrayed look from his best friend who thought the redhead would at least try to defend him. Good, Hiruzen said, nodding at Naruto before looking at all 4 as he wondered if bringing them with him to Tsuchi no Kuni was a good idea, since they were only 13 after all, even if 3 were Jounin and the other a Chunin. Sensei, what are we doing here? Tsunade asked, wanting to know what they were doing here since their sensei was very vague about their mission, which he rarely ever was. I'm here to meet a very important contact, Hiruzen informed, seriously knowing the person he had to meet had very crucial information about the Tsuchikage. You, however, are here to enjoy the IWA Machi, Hiruzen informed jokingly, laughing as he saw the annoyed look on Tsunade's face, who knew exactly what that was. IWA Machi? Jiraiya questioned. A rice cake that's served in these regions, Orochimaru explained in an annoyed voice, knowing about the crispy textured rice cake that was a regional specialty in Tsuchi no Kuni, wondering if their sensei had actually brought them all this way just for that. Sensei, you can't be serious, Tsunade gritted out, feeling just as equally annoyed as Orochimaru. Yes, actually the IWA Machi was part of the reason I bought you here, Hiruzen answered. But the other is to teach you stealth and how to infiltrate areas that Konoha might not be on the friendliest of terms with. Areas that might not be so welcoming to you. Hiruzen added in serious voice, causing his students to nod grimly as they now understood their sensei's insistence on not drawing attention to themselves, since they knew of the very rocky relationship between IWA and Konoha right now, and what would probably happen if they encountered IWA Nin. Seeing his students understood the direness of the situation, Hiruzen gestured for them to follow as he made his way from the outskirts of Akitsu town to its heart. What's wrong with them? Jiraiya asked Naruto loudly as he looked at the citizens of the town, who all had a grim and crestfallen air around them, none of them smiling, even the children. Shoo! Tsunade quietly shushed Jiraiya as she noticed people staring when they heard his loud question. Here we are, Hiruzen said as the 5 of them stopped by a roadside inn. This is where you will be staying. You? Naruto questioned, noticing his sensei only said you instead of we. Yes, you all will be gone for tonight, and I need the 4 of you to stay here and remain unnoticed. Nodding to their sensei, words Naruto, along with the other 3, followed Hiruzen into the inn. Welcome, I'm Misaka, and this is Otoki. How may we help you? A very beautiful lady with delicate features said in an angelic voice, smiling warmly at the 5. Earning a blush from Hiruzen and Jiraiya, who were mesmerized by the woman's beauty and her equally good-looking counterpart, who they suspected was her sister due to their unquestionable resemblance. I'm Fumio, and this is my niece Tsunade and my nephews Naruto, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. Hiruzen introduced using the name and story he had told his students to use. Since his actual name, Hiruzen, might draw attention if someone were to recognize it. And I would like a room for the next couple of nights, please. Hiruzen added, earning a blush from Naruto, who noticed his sensei said room, not rooms, and a growl from Tsunade, who noticed the redhead's blush. A room, Otoki said in surprise. Yes, I don't want us to sleep separately for safety reasons, of course. No, it's not that, Otoki said, waving off the man's explanation, having already met families that shared rooms despite their sex, even though she suspected these five weren't really a family. We just don't get many people who want to stay here in a Kitsu town or this inn. Not Sindash. We will have a room prepared for you, Misaka interrupted, glaring at her sister, who nearly drove away the first guest they had in a long time by opening her big mouth. Thank you, Hiruzen said, handing a generous amount of Ryo to Misaka as he frowned, wondering what Otoki wanted to say and if it had anything to do with the grim attitude of the town folk. Line break. That evening, Naruto, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya sat at a table in the dining area as they ate the IWA mochi the two sisters had prepared. They had to admit the stuff was pretty damn good, just as their sensei, who had already left, said. You four aren't really his niece or nephews, are you? Misaka asked/stated as she came over to stand by the table the four teens sat, causing them to stiffen as Orochimaru went for his kunai pouch, meeting Naruto's eyes as he silently asked if they should act, but stopping as he saw the violet-eyed boy slightly shake his head, telling him not yet. Ah, you are shinobi, Otoki stated, also coming over, having noticed the pale teen's movement. Relax. We won't tell anyone, Misaka promised, sincerely, causing the four to relax slightly as they listened to the woman's angelic voice. Beside, there isn't anyone to tell because of them, Misaka muttered lowly, her venom-laced voice catching the four shinobi off guard as they wondered who this them was. What happened here? Orochimaru asked curiously, wondering what had happened to cause this town's attitude to turn so gloomy. The Sadash, Otoki began speaking but stopped as her sister sent her a warning look. Nothing happened, Misaka said, evenly glaring at Otoki. They could help us, Nadash. Otoki tried reasoning, but stopped as Misaka stormed over to her. Nothing happened, Misaka repeated, more forcefully, shooting Otoki a warning look. They are shinobi Nei-san. They could help us, Otoki reasoned. Wake up, Otoki. They can't help us. No one can. Misaka shot back, ignoring the looks she got from the teens who wondered what the sisters were talking about. That's what you said about the others, and I listened to you, but not anymore, Otoki said defiantly, turning from her sister, who had stopped her from asking the few shinobi who had passed through for help. Shut up, Otoki, Misaka said harshly, forcefully turning Otoki back to her. It was your big mouth that went screaming for help that day and got half this town killed. Do you want that to happen again? Misaka added in an equally harsh voice before instantly regretting it, as she saw the pained look on Otoki's face, who still felt terrible about what her actions that day had resulted in. I'm sorry, Otoki-chan, that was uncalled for. Misaka apologized remorsefully, feeling terrible for losing her temper and saying such a horrid thing to her sister as she pulled the crying woman into a hug. But you know what will happen if we upset them, Otoki-chan? Do you really want to risk that, Amato? Misaka reasoned gently in a defeated voice, causing Otoki to tearfully shake her head against her big sister's shoulder, realizing she was right. No, Nei-chan, Otoki answered tearfully, causing Misaka to sigh regretfully as she mentally kicked herself for upsetting her little sister. I'm sorry, Amato. Misaka apologized again as she gently pushed the woman away, who nodded tearfully, accepting Misaka's apology, knowing that she hadn't meant it. How was your IWA, Machi? Misaka asked in her innkeeper voice, turning to the four staring teens as she plastered a fake smile on her beautiful face, acting like nothing had happened. Line break. We have to do something, Jiraiya stated, looking at his three teammates as they all sat in the room their sensei had paid for. Do what, Jiraiya? Orochimaru questioned. You don't even know what is going on, and you're talking about doing something. We could find out. Sensei told us to lay low, Jiraiya. Asking questions that will only attract attention is not laying low. Naruto, Tsunade, you can't tell me you agree with Orochi team? Jiraiya questioned, looking at his best friend and female teammate for help. I'm sorry, Jiraiya, but Orochimaru is right. Sensei did say lay low. Naruto answered, knowing his pale teammate was right. Acting when their sensei wasn't here would be foolish. Naruto and Orochimaru are both right, Jiraiya. We are in Tsuchi no Kuni, and we can't go around asking questions that will draw attention to us. Tsunade added, causing Jiraiya to become disappointed as he stared at them in disbelief, wondering how they could just sit and do nothing. Fine, you guys can stay here, but I'm going, Jiraiya said defiantly as he turned to leave the room, but stopped as a pale hand grabbed him. You can't, Jiraiya. The three of us are jounin and outrank you at Chunin, Orochimaru stated, smirking, knowing the fact Jiraiya was still the only Chunin was a sore point for the white-haired teen. Ew. Jiraiya growled, ready to attack Orochimaru, who he knew had said that just to piss him off. Naruto sighed, standing up from his position, ready to break up the fight that was about to happen like he had done so many times before, but thankfully not having to as a knock sounded on their door. It's Misaka, can I come in? A hesitant voice said from the other side of the door. Yes, Tsunade answered, glad that someone had stopped the two idiots she had to call her teammate from fighting. You can come in, Tsunade added before the door opened to show a nervous Misaka who walked in and shut the door behind her. I'm sure you're wondering about what happened between me and Otoki. Misaka started nervously, as she fiddled with her hands, wondering if coming here was a good idea. 3 years ago, two brothers came to Akitsu and asked for a room in this very inn, Misaka began as she gathered her courage. Their names were Kichimori and Kayamori. The Sai no Futego, Tsunade whispered in shock, instantly recognizing the two Idayu, a missing mean who were in several bingo books, collectively ranked S-class, due to their ruthlessness and prowess when they fought together. Yes, I see you have heard of them, Misaka whispered sadly as she saw the look of recognition on Tsunade's face. Sai no Futago, Jiraiya repeated, confused, earning a sigh from Orochimaru, who could see why the white-haired teen was still the only Chunin on Team Hiruzen. Rhino twins, Naruto explained. Their brothers wanted for brutally murdering their own teammates and several IWA shinobi, amongst other things. Naruto vaguely continued, not wanting to go into the other graphic things they had done in front of this civilian woman. Yes, but we didn't know that at the time, Misaka explained. They said they were just shinobi passing through that needed a room, and we believed them. Me, my sister, and Genkai believed them. Genkai, Naruto inquired, noticing how Misaka's voice changed when she said the name. The original owner of this inn, Misaka explained, her eyes watering as she remembered the old man who had taken her and Otoki off the streets and raised them as his own. What happened with Kichimori and Kayamori? Orochimaru asked, not wanting to be insensitive, but feeling as though they were drifting off topic. They stayed in this inn for several months, Misaka explained, racking a massive tab as they continuously promised Genkai they would eventually pay for everything when they left. Misaka continued, remembering how the two men stayed here for months, eating nearly all the inn's food and drinking nearly all the inn's sake, as claimed they would pay the massive bill when they left. But they didn't, Misaka continued. One day, Genkai had enough and decided to confront them, demanding they pay their growing tab, even if they weren't yet planning to leave, but Kichimori and Kayamori refused. They told him that he could either keep demanding they pay or keep his life. What happened? He demanded they pay, since he couldn't afford to let them not to. Misaka replied, silently crying as she remembered what happened as though it was yesterday. They killed him. Misaka continued, her voice breaking. They killed him in front of me and Otoki like it was nothing. Otoki ran outside screaming for help. Misaka chalked out as she continued. And they killed any and every person who came in trying to stop them. Misaka continued remembering the blood that painted the floors and walls of the inn. Did they? Tsunade hesitantly asked the weeping Misaka, needing to know if they did the one thing that most kunoichis feared even worse than death. No, Misaka answered, understanding what the blonde wanted to ask being a woman herself. They didn't, and thankfully still haven't. Still haven't. The 14 simultaneously thought in alarm as they caught onto where Misaka's tail was heading and why Otoki said they could help. They're still here, Naruto questioned/stated as he voiced what everyone was thinking. Yes, Misaka venomously answered. After they killed Genkai and anyone else who tried to help him, they said the town was theirs and took residence in Shikara-sama's compound. Misaka explained, remembering how the wealthy man and his family were the two brothers' last victims. But why haven't you sent a message to IWA to tell that Tsuchikage what happened? Orochimaru asked, wondering why in the past 3 years these town folk hadn't sent one message to a village that was less than 2 days' walk away from here, telling that Tsuchikage that they had missing Nin residing in their town, knowing that the man would be compelled to send Hunter Nin to take care of them freeing these people. Because we were afraid. We still are. Misaka answered lowly, staring at her hands in shame, hating that she was so terrified of two men. And because of this. Because of what? Jiraiya questioned before him. Naruto and even Orochimaru blushed as the woman turned around, her back facing them as she slowly removed the top of her kimono, exposing the top half of her flawless back that was partially covered by her hair. Because of this, Misaka revealed, looking over her shoulder as she pulled aside her hair, exposing a rhino-like burn mark that had been branded on her back by the two brothers who had marked every survivor, even the children. They gave this to the rest of US who didn't try to fight them. It reminds us of what happened the last time anyone did. That's why we didn't ask for help. Why we are afraid to, because we know what happened the one time anyone tried to stand against them. Misaka explained before shrugging back on the top of her kimono and fixing it. We'll help you, Jiraiya stated, breaking the somber silence that had filled the room. No, please don't, Misaka pleaded, shocking everyone else in the room. I didn't tell you this story so that you could help. I told you this story so you wouldn't, after you understood what you risk happening again by trying to save us. Misaka explained, gesturing at the burn she had shown them. But we will dash. Jiraiya began, wanting to argue that they didn't care about risking themselves, but was stopped by Misaka, who held up her delicate hand. Please, Jiraiya-san, Misaka pleaded softly, interrupting the boy she could see had good intentions. You trying to save us risks, not only yourselves, but also us. What happens if you fail? What happens to the rest of us? Misaka asked, causing the room to fall silent as they pondered what she said. I know you're good people, which is why I came to tell this story, because I knew you wouldn't just let go of what happened between me and Otoki-chan. Misaka added, revealing the other part of why she had come. But please don't risk worsening what we have grown accustomed to. Misaka pleaded, knowing the townsfolk had truly grown used to paying the money and handing over the food the two brothers demanded in exchange for being left alone and alive. Boo. Jiraiya, she doesn't want our help. There is nothing we can do. Orochimaru stated grimly, knowing there was nothing they could do, even if he hated the situation just as much as his white-haired teammate. Thank you, Misaka said, smiling sadly at the teens. You are all welcome to stay for as long as you like, but all I ask is that you don't do something that may worsen this already terrible situation for us. Misaka pleaded before quietly leaving the room in a grim silence. Line break. Where are you going? A familiar voice asked from behind Naruto, causing him to curse as he froze by the exit, wondering how he had been caught after he managed what he thought to be a stealthy exit of their room, even leaving behind a Kage Bunshin. Tsunade-chan. Naruto nervously stuttered, trying to act innocent as he turned to face his crush, whom he had thought was sleeping like the rest of his team. You're going to try and play hero, aren't you? Tsunade questioned/stated, causing the redhead to gulp as he heard the tone the blonde usually used with Jiraiya when she was about to bash in his skull. Tsunade-han I Varshava. Don't lie to me, Naruto. Tsunade stated, firmly glaring at her teammate, whom she disliked a little less than the other two, though she would never tell him that. Yes, I was, Naruto admitted, sighing, partially telling the truth since he was actually going to the compound Misaka had mentioned to see what he could find out about Kayamori and Kichimori before deciding what to do about it. Good, I'm coming with you, Tsunade stated, surprising Naruto. What? Naruto asked, not believing his ears. I'm coming with you, Naruto. I want to save these people too, Tsunade stated. And I can't let you die because you won't be an idiot, Tsunade added, although only to herself, not wanting the redhead to know just how deeply worried she was for him. We're coming too, a voice said from behind them, causing Tsunade to lowly curse and Naruto to smile. Jiraiya, Orochimaru. Naruto stated, not that surprised to see Jiraiya, but slighted shock to see Orochimaru. Naruto. Orochimaru acknowledged, hiding the hurt he felt by the surprised tone he heard in the redhead's voice when he mentioned his name. Even though he had never voiced it, Orochimaru considered Naruto and his teammates, even Jiraiya, his friends. And part of him couldn't help but be affected by the fact Naruto sounded surprised to see him, but not Jiraiya. I'm glad all of you guys came, Naruto stated, catching the look in the pale teen's eyes. Especially you, Tsunade-chan. Naruto added lowly, without thinking before blushing as he realized what he had said, hoping the blonde hadn't heard him. Let's go, Tsunade huffed, trying to hide the red tint that spread across her cheeks from hearing the teen's words. Hi, let's go, Jiraiya said in too loud a voice, excited that his teammates were now on board with helping the town, causing the other three to rapidly shush him as they prayed to Kami. The two innkeepers, especially Misaka, were still asleep. Let's go quietly, Naruto whispered, glaring at Jiraiya, particularly before the four swiftly left the inn and headed to this compound Misaka had mentioned. Line break. There, Naruto whispered as his eyes caught something with the aid of the moonlight. Is that one of them? Tsunade questioned in disbelief as she and her teammates lay concealed on one of the compound rooftops, scoping it out as they searched for the brothers. Yes, it is, Orochimaru confirmed, understanding his teammates' disbelief, since the man in front of them was large and overweight, unlike the heavily muscled bingo book pictures or descriptions of the sign no Futego. Clearly, his years occupying this village has made him lazy and probably weaker too. Both Orochimaru and Naruto similarly thought as they wondered how much the obvious lack of training had affected the man before them, and hopefully his brother too. Now what? Jiraiya whispered, glancing at Naruto. Now we kill you, a deep voice said behind the teens, causing them to briefly stiffen before jumping up into action. Kagebusin no Jutsu, Sado Clone Jutsu. Naruto called out, sending a clone with Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who jumped down into the compound yard where the one brother stood. As he and Tsunade remained on the roof, turning to face an equally large man who looked near identical to the first. Megan, Bungshi no Haimai, demonic illusion, Banshee shriek. Naruto called out, forming a chain of hand signs before casting his high-pitched sound genjutsu, which caused the large man to drop to his knees in pain as he clutched his ears, falling under the illusion. Tsunade now, Naruto called out to the blonde, who didn't have to be told twice, as she charged forward to the restrained large man. Cocking her fist, Tsunade used her strength-amplifying technique as she sent out a punch to complete the combo she and Naruto had done several times before. What? Impossible. Naruto and Tsunade thought respectively in shock and alarm as a chubby hand caught the blonde's fist, effortlessly stopping her strength-enhanced punch. Your tricks won't work on me, the large man roared, using his rage to overcome the pain from Naruto's genjutsu as he stood up, not bothering to break the illusion. Leaning back as he yelled, Sai no Kata's hike, rhinoceros shoulder barge, before moving at speeds that were impossible for a man his size, and merciless, driving his shoulder into a trapped Tsunade's abdomen, whose fist he still held. Tsunade cried out in agony as she flew back from the man, landing across the rooftop as she clutched her chest in pain. With Clone, Doton, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld, Clone Naruto called out, finishing the set of hand seals for his strongest Doton jutsu, before slamming his hands onto the ground as he turned the surface under the large man he was facing into a swamp, effectively trapping him. Katan, Inden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet, Futon, Daitapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Jiraiya and Orochimaru both thought respectively, before the whitehead Chunin spat out the large amount of gathered oil in his mouth, igniting it as he created a flame bullet, which doubled in size and speed as a gust of wind from Orochimaru empowered it. "Did we get him?" Jiraiya asked, wondering if their most powerful combo got the man. "No," a voice said behind them, answering Jiraiya's question for the second time tonight. "Shit," the three teens cursed, spinning around on guard, earning a chuckle from the large man, who thought it was amusing the way these kids, playing ninja, turned to face him. Doton, Saichikyu no Yoroi, Earth Release, Rhinoceros Earth Armor. The large man called, using no hand signs as he dropped to all fours, causing the three teens to stare wide-eyed as rock and earth rose from the ground, covering him in a thick protective layer that made makeshift armor, before an intimidating rock horn-like projection rose from the top of his earth-covered head. Saisato, Rhino Stame. The large man on all fours called before charging toward the three teens, who tried dodging, but failed as only Jiraiya succeeded, barely moving out the way. Poof! Clone Naruto dispelled as the horn made contact with his chest, pushing aside Orochimaru the instant before it happened. With Naruto, Tsunade, Naruto thought in worry, looking at his teammate, who flew back screaming, before beginning a fast chain of hand seals as he prepared to use his most powerful Suiton jutsu that he could utilize without a water source. Suit dash! Naruto began calling out as he needed chakra in his gut, preparing to shoot the large man with a blast of water, but failing as he charged toward him. "I told you your tricks won't work on me." Seishiradakeji, Rhinoceros Shoulder Charge. The large man yelled, crouching as he charged across the rooftop towards Naruto with his frightening speed. "Shit!" Naruto cursed as he tried, sending chakra to his limbs to dodge, but failing to as the large suddenly turned course mid-charge, colliding with the airborne Naruto and sending him flying back across the roof like he had done Tsunade. "Arg!" Naruto groaned in pain, knowing that something in him had definitely broken despite his impressive durability, before cursing as he got his dispelled clone's memories. "What are we going to do?" Naruto urgently thought, pushing aside his pain as he stood up, racking his brain for a plan for his outclassed team to execute. Seishiradakeji, Rhinoceros Shoulder Charge. Naruto heard again from behind him, causing him to curse again as he swiftly spun around, preparing to receive the blow, but not having to as he heard two words that instantly caused his body to wash over in relief. Hinge, Kanagonioi, Transformation, Adamantine Staff. Naruto heard before watching as an extending staff knocked aside the large incoming man. "Sensei!" Naruto and his teammates thought in relief as they saw the bearded Sarutobi land on the rooftop with his adamantine bow staff. "I thought I told you to lay low." Hiruzen voiced his tone, leaking with obvious disappointment, causing Naruto to turn away in shame as he saw his sensei's eyes particularly lingering on him. "I'll deal with you later." Hiruzen added a cold edge in his tone before jumping down to take on both brothers at the same time as his injured charges watched. Flashback end. "And what happened then?" Mikoto asked, completely engrossed by the Yanin story. "Sensei decimated them with just his bow staff," Naruto replied, remembering how awed he, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru were as they watched Hiruzen defeat two opponents with just a bow staff after they had failed to do so with their strongest jutsu. "He killed them and freed the town before turning his staff on us." Naruto added, grimacing as he remembered how his sensei dealt with them when they got back to Konoha, demanding they spar as they fought him 4 against 1. Makoto laughed as saw the Yanin grimace. Try to imagine a chibi version of him fighting a one-sided battle against the Hokage with his chibi teammates as the old man dealt with them. She just couldn't imagine it, especially having seen firsthand how powerful the man before her was, failing to imagine him ever weak. What? Makoto suddenly asked, blushing subconsciously as she broke from her laughter, noticing the Yanin looking at her intently. Nothing, Naruto lied quickly, shaking his head. In truth, he had been watching the Uchiha woman laugh, mesmerized by the sight and sound of it, having never once seen her like that before, even on their missions. So what happened to Akitsu Town? Makoto asked, curiously wanting the Yanin to get back to his story, knowing it had a point behind. It was liberated, Naruto stated, even though we left immediately after Sensei killed the 2 brothers. Word of Akitsu Town's liberation eventually reached us. Naruto added. Then in the Second Great Shinobi War, Tsunade-chan and I ran into Misaka in Tanzaku Town. Naruto continued, his voice dropping sadly as he remembered that eye-opening encounter. Flashback. Outskirts of Tanzaku Town. Tsutsu, we can't. Naruto mumbled against his wife's lips, protesting as she tried to undo the clasps of his Senju armor. Why not? Tsunade whined, breaking their kiss as she pulled back. Because we are out in the open, Naruto stated, gesturing at the woodland around them that they were about to be intimate in. As if that ever stopped us. Tsunade brushed off with a seductive smirk before pulling Naruto back into a kiss, but stopping as the man used his hands to gently block her movement. What is it, Naruto-kun? Tsunade asked, getting slightly pissed. Her and her husband hadn't had some alone time in weeks due to the ongoing war, and she wanted him. I don't want to hurt the baby, Naruto admitted lowly in mild embarrassment as he voiced his fear of hurting their growing child whilst they were intimate. Naruto-kun, you won't hurt the baby, Tsunade reassured, smiling lovingly at this amazing man she had married who could be such an idiot at times. But you won't hurt the baby, Tsunade repeated, stopping the man's protest. Even with your impressive size, Naruto-koi, the blonde added, seeing that he was still reluctant as she let her hand slowly reach under his armor before slipping it into the pants of his bodysuit and grasping him, causing the blonde to smirk as her hand felt the undeniable effect she had on him. You won't hurt our baby, Tsunade reassured, whispering before closing the distance between her and Naruto, not giving the man a chance to further protest as she silenced him with a heated kiss. Wait, Naruto whispered breathlessly, pulling away from the kiss, causing the blonde to curse again as she wondered what it was now. We are still in the open, Naruto stated, taking his wife's hand before shining them both into the nearby Tanzaku Town. Line break. Tanzaku Town Inn. Welcome, I'm Misaka, and how may I help you? A voice drunkenly greeted as Naruto and Tsunade entered the inn they had decided to stay in during the one day they had managed to get together away from the war. Misaka, Tsunade and Naruto whispered in unison as they stared in shock at the woman before them. What happened? Tsunade whispered as she looked at the once beautiful woman who now looked years over what the blonde suspected to be her age, missing an arm with an ugly scar across her face. Ew, Misaka growled venomously, instantly recognizing 2 of the 5 people she had hated over the years. Despite them having grown older, Misaka could never have forgotten their faces. You did this. Misaka answered, her once angelic voice dripping with venom as she noticed the blonde looking at the area that once had her now missing arm. You did this. You got Otoki killed. Otoki, Tsunade repeated in shock and sadness, hearing the lovely woman had died. Misaka, what happened? Naruto questioned, not knowing why the woman was blaming them after their sensei had liberated Akitsu Town. I told you not to free us. Misaka roared venomously as she lunged across the counter she stood behind, throwing her one fist out to the red-haired man before her. Misaka, what happened? Naruto repeated, effortlessly catching the drunk woman's fist. Asked you not to save us. Why did you save us? Misaka asked tearfully as she failed to retract her trapped fist from Naruto's hand. Because you were living under the tyranny of two murderers, and we had to free you, Tsunade answered, not knowing why this woman was acting like this. Well, after you so nobly freed us, word got out about what you did. Misaka explained, venomously glaring at the blonde who thought she was a hero. Then she came. She butchered everyone demanding to know who took her revenge from her and killed the bastards who took her family. Who? Does it matter? Misaka yelled angrily. She killed Otoki and rest of the town because you four decided to save us. Naruto and Tsunade both looked away ashamed as they realized the consequence of their actions. Even from the woman's vague explanation, they got the picture of what had happened. A woman with a vendetta against Kayamori and Kichimori killed the townsfolk where the two brothers died. Wanted to know who saved them, but the townspeople, not knowing since Team Hiruzen left before the people could even know who did it. Misaka Tsunade began wanting to apologize, but was stopped by a hard glare as the woman venomously turned to her. Otoki-chan, and I knew it was you. She died believing you saved us, but you didn't. You just condemned our town to death by doing the one thing I begged you not to. Now get out. I don't want to hear your apologizes. Flashback end. Naruto sighed sadly as he remembered that day. He never thought their actions would have such consequences. Tsunade-chan and I were so ashamed of what we had inadvertently done that we couldn't even tell our teammates. Naruto added, knowing that till this day, no one from Team Hiruzen knew the truth besides him and his wife. Did you find out who the woman was? Mikoto questioned quietly as she saw the look of regret in the Yanin's eyes. No, Naruto answered. We tried to, but with the war we just couldn't. Naruto added, wondering now as he thought about it, if Tsunade had specifically chosen Tanzuka Town in her grief-filled state 11 years ago because of what happened with Misaka there. Look, Mikoto, I know you have good intentions like we did, and I know you want to go save them. Naruto continued, hoping the Uchiha understood now why he wanted the town to fight Gato themselves. But we don't know what the effects might be if we just go play hero. Yes, it's unlikely for a brutal Nin to go do to Nami no Kuni what happened in Akitsu if we kill Gato. But our actions might have unforeseen consequences. By us stopping the townsfolk from even trying to save themselves, how do we know that the next time another Gato comes around they won't just wait for another hero to come along, instead of doing something themselves? And what happens if that time there is no Mikoto Uchiha or Naruto Uzumaki Senju to save them? Naruto questioned, causing Mikoto to frown conflicted as she began seeing his point of letting Tazuna try rally the town and face Gato alone first instead of swooping in and fighting their fight for them, possibly weakening the town if such a thing happened again in the future. And if they ask for help or if Tsunami hears they failed? Mikoto questioned, wanting to know what the Yanin would do then. Then we will help them, Naruto answered, praying to Kami, though that the same result as what happened in Akitsu by him helping those people won't happen in Nami no Kuni. Fine, Mikoto agreed, deciding to trust the man like she always had on their missions before making her way to the woman and child to tell them it was time to go. Line break. Konoha. Shinobi Academy. Toka sighed as she stood waiting outside the academy. She knew her grandmother was on her way, but she would have preferred having her here now so she wouldn't have to deal with these annoying civilians. Senju-sama, how was your day at the academy? A civilian man questioned his daughter next to him, whom Toka remembered from class but couldn't quite remember her name. It was boring, Toka muttered under her breath, causing the man to chuckle as he thought she was joking. Senju-sama, I was wondering, where's your grandfather? A civilian woman asked, shamelessly blushing as she and several other civilians came over to talk to Toka. Yes, I haven't seen him come with you to the academy lately. Another civilian woman added, also blushing, knowing she would have noticed the handsome man that sometimes brought Toka to the academy, but having not seen him the last couple of days. He's on mission, Toka informed, earning gasps and curious looks from the surrounding civilians who wanted to know all about the powerful Yanin's mission. What mission? I'm sure it's dangerous. Has he gone to fight a whole village? Will he be okay? The civilians all broke out together, causing Toka to growl as they all at once repeatedly threw questions and statements at her. I'm sure Toka-san doesn't know what Naruto-sama's mission is. Irika interrupted, breaking the civilians from their questioning frenzy as he grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her away before any of the civilians could protest. Thank you, Irika-sensei, Toka said as she and Irika stopped away from the civilians. It's fine, Toka, Irika reassured, smiling at the girl whose position had changed in class since he stopped neglecting her, moving from dead last to the top half, though he suspected the impressive change also had something to do with the girl's grandparents. Where's your grandmother, Toka? Irika asked, knowing that either both her grandparents or at least one of them always picked her up and dropped her off. She on her way to Bayo, Toka said, smiling at the man whom had changed in a way Toka liked since the announcement, unlike most of the rest. Irika, unlike a bulk of the population in Konoha, had apologized to Toka for his earlier treatment and just treated her like a normal person. The majority of the rest, however, hadn't apologized, and though they had changed, it irked Toka the way they had. Calling her Shinju-sama or Namike-sama, constantly reminding Toka that the only reason they were nice to her was because of what she was not, who she was. Reminding her that if she wasn't a Senju or the Force daughter, they would still be calling her demon and treating her the way they were before. Toka-chan. Toka heard from behind her, causing her to smile as she turned to face her grandmother. Bachan, you are here, Tabeyo, Toka said excitedly, as she ran to her grandmother and hugged, before pulling away as she remembered something. Bachan, we don't have to train today, do we? Toka asked, whining, not wanting to training in chakra control exercises or go through a boring theory lecture the day her Ojaizen was coming back. No, Tsunade replied, feeling slightly offended that Toka had an obvious irking for her lessons that may be boring but were necessary for what her and Naruto planned to teach her. Your Ojaizen is coming back, and I'm planning on making ramen. Yada, Toka said, excitedly drooling at the thought of a large bowl of her Bachan's steaming ramen that she loved but was only limited to having 4 times a week. Tsunade laughed as she watched her granddaughter. She knew the girl loved her ramen and always wanted to have it, just like both Kushina and Naruto. But looking at Toka now, Tsunade could see the girl looked healthier and taller, even if it was just by a bit, and that told the laughing blonde she had made the right call. Thank you, Tsunade said, smiling appreciatively at Irika, who just waved her off, saying it was nothing. Toka smiled as she and Tsunade made their way to the Senju compound. She was getting ramen tonight and didn't have to train, which made the girl happy. Don't get her wrong, Toka loved training and getting stronger, but she had been expecting to be learning how to blow out flaming dragons by now, like her Ojaizen had. But instead, she was learning chakra control and theory from her grandmother with taijutsu and shuriken jutsu from her grandfather. Thinking of her grandfather, Toka couldn't help but smile wider, remembering his promise during one of their training sessions. Flashback. Relax your stance more, Toka, Naruto said in a sensei voice as he trained Toka in the taijutsu style his mother and father had taught him. It had no actual name, but most Senju and some Uzumaki used it since it focused on unpredictability, which worked well against dojutsu like the Sharingan and against taijutsu experts who may pick up patterns of the stance you were using. Hi, sensei, Toka said, doing exactly as her grandfather asked as she relaxed her stance before going through the katas he had shown her. Very good, Toka-chan, Naruto voiced, smiling proudly at his granddaughter as he saw her perfectly complete the katas. Thanks, Ojaizen, Toka said, earning a hard flick to her forehead. Oh, what was that for? The girl whined as she rubbed her head. What have I told you to call me when we are in training? Naruto questioned, reminding Toka that when they trained, he was her sensei, not her grandfather. But you call me Toka-chan, Databayo, Toka protested, loudly, earning a slightly embarrassed look from Naruto, who remembered how he had told her he would only call her Toka in their training sessions and not Toka-chan. She's right, Tsunade said, laughing from the sidelines as she watched her granddaughter put her husband in his place. Moving on, Naruto said, shooting his wife a betrayed look as he promised himself to get her back for that tonight. Kunai throwing. Naruto announced, earning a groan from Toka, who thought her grandfather was going to say jutsu instead of boring Kunai throwing. Toka, what have I told you about the importance of the basics? Naruto asked, hearing his granddaughter's protest. But Aji, OWWW. But Sensei, if you teach me how to turn one kunai into 1,000 like you did, I wouldn't have to aim properly, since I won't be able to miss the target with all those kunai. Toka pointed out, wanted her Ojaizen to show the first jutsu he used in his spar. You're right, Toka. Naruto partially agreed, sighing as he understood where his granddaughter was coming from and the logic behind her words. So, you gonna teach me the jutsu, Tabeo? Toka said, excitedly getting a chance to finally learn a cool jutsu. No, Naruto stated, earning protest from Toka, who whined, saying he just said she was right. Because Toka, you won't always have the time to perform the jutsu, and even if you do, the jutsu is very chakra taxing, which makes it useless if you are low on your chakra reserves. Naruto continued, knowing his granddaughter knew about chakra reserves and exhaustion, having covered it with Tsunade previously. And the jutsu is very hard to use when your enemies are among allies. Naruto added, reciting what Hiruzen had said when he taught him and Orochimaru the jutsu. Boo. Toka watch. Naruto cut off his granddaughter, knowing that she was a more visual and tactile learning than a verbal one, and that lecturing her all day would not get his point across. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto whispered, using the jutsu Tsunade had banned their granddaughter from using until she improved her chakra control. You 5, Naruto said, pointing at 5 of his 10 clones. You know what to do? Naruto questioned, earning nods from the clones who knew what to do since they had their boss's memory before they moved forward to do what their boss wanted. Toka, I want to watch, Naruto said, gesturing at his clones as 4 of them hinged and 1 remained the same. If those 4 kunoichi were my enemies. Naruto began gesturing at the 4 who had hinged into only kunoichi to make the demonstration clearer. And my clone was my ally. Naruto continued, pausing as he pointed at his unhinged clone. I wouldn't be able to use the jutsu, Naruto explained, making a point to throw 1 kunai before multiplying it into 50, dispelling all his clones, even his unhinged one, as the 50 kunai rained down on all of them. But I would be able to use kunai throwing, Naruto stated, sending the second batch of 5 Bunshin forward, who copied the first 5 with 4 of them hinged and 1 of them not. Watch, Naruto said firmly, grabbing 2 kunai in each hand before dispelling the hinged ones as he tossed the kunai, leaving behind his 1 unhinged clone. I understand, Ojaizen, Toka begrudgingly admitted as she saw her grandfather's point and the disadvantage of using the jutsu. I know you want to get strong, Toka-chan, Naruto said, not bothering to flick his granddaughter's forehead as he kneeled in front of her. And I know you think you need flashy jutsu for that. Naruto continued, knowing that just like him, when he was young, that's what the girl thought. But basics, Toka-chan, that's the first step to making you strong. They build your foundation, Naruto added. And I promise after we are done with the basics, I'll show you some of the cool jutsu you saw. Naruto promised, earning a grin from Toka, who instantly grew excited at the mere thought of learning the jutsu her grandfather had used during his spar. You promise? Toka questioned, barely containing her excitement. I promise. Yada, I'm going to be so cool, Databeo. Toka yelled, eagerly, earning a laugh from Naruto and Tsunade, who came over. But only after you also complete your chakra control exercises, Tsunade added, stopping next to Naruto. Bachan, Toka whined, knowing she struggled with those exercises. No complaining, Toka, or else I will flick your forehead, Naruto said firmly, entering his sensei mode again. Now back to kunai, throwing. Naruto added, holding out a dulled kunai for Toka to take. Hi, sensei, Toka said, taking the kunai as she listened to her Ojaizen on how to properly throw it. Flashback end. Bachan, what time is Ojaizen coming home? Toka questioned, wanting to know when she would see her grandfather who had been away for the past few days. Before dinner, Tsunade promised, remembering the message Naruto sent via summon, that him and Mikoto were escorting two civilians they met on their way to Konoha, forcing the two to slow down their pace. Toka smiled as she heard this. She truly enjoyed ramen more when she ate it with her grandparents, and tonight she would get that chance. Line break. Senju compound. Naruto smiled as he entered the Senju compound. He had just taken Tsunami and Inari to see the Hokage. As he and Mikoto reported the success of their mission to the old man before explaining Tsunami and her son's predicament, the Hokage had been kind enough to welcome them and offer a small apartment for them to stay free of charge until Tazuna sent word it was safe for them to return. Tsunami had at first been reluctant to accept such generosity, but at both Naruto and the Hokage's insistence, she had accepted. Ojaizen. Naruto heard the instant he entered his home before nearly being knocked over by Toka, who hugged him. Toka-chan, Naruto said warmly, embracing the girl. How was the mission? Toka asked one of her Ojaizen to describe one of his cool missions like he always did when he came home. It was fine, Toka-chan, Naruto said, earning a disappointed look from Toka, causing the man to chuckle as he knew what she wanted to hear. I'll tell you later, Toka, Naruto promised. But first I have to see your Bachan. She's in the kitchen making ramen. Toka said, excitedly, her good mood returning. She's making ramen, Naruto repeated, sharing a grin with Toka, who could see her Ojaizen shared her excitement. But only one bowl for both of you, a voice said behind the two, causing them to both groan as they turned to face Tsunade. Oh, come on, Sutsu. I'm sure there are ways I can persuade you to give us more than one, Naruto whispered huskily, drawing Tsunade into his arms. Not in front of Toka, there aren't, Tsunade whispered back, glancing at their granddaughter, as she barely resisted the urge to let Naruto persuade her, having been away from his arms the past 2 days. Fine, Naruto muttered, sighing as he let his wife go. Since I'm feeling generous, you two can have 2 bowls, Tsunade announced, earning smiles from both Uzumaki. But only if you persuade me later, Tsunade added lowly, so only Naruto could hear. Make it 3 and you have a deal, Naruto bargained, smirking, earning a scoff from Tsunade, who knew very well even if she gave him no ramen, the man would still be persuading her tonight. Fine, Tsunade agreed before placing a linger kiss on Naruto's lips to welcome him back, having truly missed him. Dinner is ready, Tsunade announced, pulling back before she left the room, with the 2 hungry Uzumaki following. Line break. Uchiha compound. Mikoto sighed as her shoulders sagged in sadness entering the compound. She would be lying if she said she was happy to be home, since she was anything but. In the past few months, Mikoto had only been anywhere near remotely happy when she was outside of the village with Naruto. Thinking of the Yanni, Mikoto sighed, but this time in happiness. Thinking of the man who had made her laugh today for the first time in 3 years since the night of the massacre. A part of her knew the excitement she felt and the way her heart fluttered each time Naruto and her went for their weekly 2 to 3 day missions was inappropriate. But Mikoto couldn't help it. She found herself counting down the seconds until their next mission each time she came home. What that meant, the Uchiha didn't want to look deep into, dismissing it as her just looking forward to the time she got to spend with the only person she could consider a friend in the whole of Konoha since her, and some were still at odds. Mikoto, a cold voice said as she entered her home. I thought we agreed you would stop going on these missions, Fugaku said, stepping out from the shadows as he stood in front of his wife, glaring down at her with his Sharingan. You ordered me to, Fugaku. We did not agree, Mikoto shoot back in an equally icy tone as she activated her own Sharingan, not believing this was the man she had once loved and might still do. You cannot order me around, Fugaku, Mikoto added before moving past her husband to make her way to one of the guest rooms that she had moved into. You are my wife and dash. You do not get to call me that, Mikoto interrupted angrily as rounded on the Uchiha man. Until you start treating me as your wife, you do not get to call me that, the Uchiha woman repeated before turning back around and continuing to her room. Praying to Kami the next days would fly by, so her and Naruto could go on their next mission. Line break. Senju compound. No, oh you wait. Tsunade moaned as her husband left a hot trail of burning kisses down her neck. They had said goodnight to Toka and put her to bed, and were about to begin their lovemaking, but the blonde had something to say before she lost the ability to form complete sentences. What's wrong, Haim? Naruto asked, raising his head from the blonde's neck as he looked down at her. I'm pregnant, Tsunade informed nervously as she closely watched her husband. Pregnant. Naruto stuttered as he processed what he heard. You're pregnant? Naruto questioned, needing confirmation that he hadn't heard wrong. Yes, I'm pregnant. Tsunade confirmed, fearfully waiting for the man's reaction before smiling as she saw his eyes glinting. Tsutsu, you're pregnant. Naruto said happily before kissing his wife. Have you told Toka? Have you told anyone? Naruto asked, breaking their kiss, causing Tsunade to laugh happily as she was infected by the man's contagious excitement. Yes, Naruto Koi, I'm pregnant, but I haven't told Toka or anyone besides Shizune who confirmed the test. I wanted us to do it together. Tsunade explained, earning a grateful look from the man as he looked down at his breathtaking wife. Now go back to doing what you were doing, or are you afraid to hurt the baby? Tsunade playfully teased as she quoted what Naruto said all those years ago outside of Tanzuka town. Earning an unamused look from Naruto, who could see his wife was clearly mocking him before he brought his lips back down to hers, wanting to show her just how much he loved her and how unafraid he was this time around. 5 months later. Konoha. Training Ground 3. Naruto began to call out as he channeled, along his bow staff, the large amount of electrical chakra that he needed for the first rank right unjutsu that he was learning, but stopped as the lightning faded as it had done the past 50 times he had tried it. Damn it, Naruto cursed lowly as his frustrations began to grow, earning a concerned look from Mikoto, who stood across from the Yanin, watching him as she helped him master Raiden. You need to keep calm, Naruto, Mikoto told her usually calm friend, whom she could see was becoming increasingly frustrated. Raiden is very difficult to master, and it doesn't help that it's not one of your affinities either. Mikoto added, knowing just how difficult it was to master a nature transformation that wasn't one's affinity. Having still failed with mastering Futon herself despite having Naruto as her teacher, who was undeniably one of the strongest shinobi in the village, contested by only the other Yanin and the Hokage himself. Of course, Mikoto-sama, Naruto muttered lowly, frustrated, earning a blush from the Uchiha woman, who heard him cause her mind to drift to her memories of her frequent, inappropriate dreams of the Yanin that had him saying those exact words as she ordered him to do things to her. I am being serious, Naruto, Mikoto said, trying to push away her dirty thoughts of the man before her. Getting frustrated will only make it harder for you to master Raiden. The Uchiha added, earning a sigh from Naruto, who knew she was right. Ever since his spar in the Chunin exam stadium, Naruto had been trying to master Raiden as he honed his other skills. Initially, it had just been his sensei training him when they both were free. But Naruto, after 2 months of training with just his sensei, had not progressed as much as he liked. So he had asked Tsunade, Mikoto, and even Tsukumo's son Kakashi to help him with Raiden, which they did, but even after months of training with the additional 3, and his sensei Naruto had barely made any progress with the nature transformation, and that frustrated him. Everything else he trained and was going well. Everything but Raiden, which he seemed incapable of learning. So what now, Mikoto-sensei? Naruto half-jokingly asked, turning to the Uchiha, who had become his friend the past months, as he pushed his frustrations aside, wanting to know what else she had planned for their training session, since the jutsu was clearly not working for him. Mikoto-sensei, Mikoto repeated, giggling slightly as she thought about how ridiculous it was for a man of the Yanin's prowess to call her that. What happened to Mikoto-sama? The Uchiha jokingly shot back with a raised eyebrow, earning a look from the Yanin that caused her to panic as she thought she had overstepped the bounds of their friendship. I'm sore dash. Mikoto began to apologize in a panicked voice, but was waved off by the Yanin, who realized the raven head thought she had offended him, which she hadn't. It's fine, Mikoto, Naruto interrupted. I'm just surprised with how different you are from all the other uptight Uchiha I have met. Naruto added, explaining the reason behind his reaction, earning a blush from Mikoto, who felt her heart flutter from hearing those words. Over the months, Mikoto and Naruto had grown closer. After he shared the story about Akitsu Town, the two had exchanged more about their pasts, which had naturally resulted in a stronger bond forming between them, to the point that Mikoto had accepted she had growing affections for the Yanin and had even told her friend Tsunami about them. But like she had promised the civilian woman, Mikoto had promised herself also that she would never act on them, despite how much a large part of her wanted to, after seeing how happy he was with his pregnant wife Tsunade, which contradicted her near, non-existent relationship with Fugaku, which had further crumbled over the past months. But hearing those words, Mikoto couldn't help herself. She had to know what Naruto thought of her. So bracing herself, Mikoto looked at the man she had grown to care for more than she should as she prepared to ask what he meant, but was interrupted by a loud, familiar yell that carried across the training ground. Yoshi, Naruto-sama, my second eternal rival, I have found you. Guy enthusiastically yelled, causing Mikoto to inwardly curse as she turned to look at the man who had proclaimed Naruto as his second eternal rival after the defeat he was dealt during their first spar several months ago. Coming towards them with Asuma, Kakashi, Kurenai, and Anko. Gaisen, Naruto greeted, evenly looking at the man he would often spar with for his taijutsu training when his sensei was unavailable and his best friend Jiraiya was out of the village. How can I help you? Naruto asked, looking at the 5 jounin he had interacted with greatly the past months, often sparring with them and teaching them a thing or two when he could. While Naru dash, Anko began in her usual sultry tone that she used whenever she talked to the gorgeous man before her, wanting to tell him how he could help her, or rather her help him, since she wanted to thank him for better sealing the curse mark on her neck that Jiraiya had, but was interrupted by Kurenai, who covered her friend's mouth to stop her from saying the inappropriate innuendos she knew the violet head wanted to say to the Yanin before her. We were hoping you would spar with us, Naruto-sama, Kurenai informed, as she ignored Anko's muffled protests. If you have the time, of course, the red-eyed woman added as she looked at the man who had taught her a few jinjutsu the past months, hoping to finally beat him in a spar since she and her friends had not yet beaten him once in all the spars they had had against him, even with Mikoto and the added Asuma. A spar, Naruto thought to himself as he considered Kurenai's words. On one hand, he definitely had the time since his pregnant wife was at the compound teaching Shizen. His granddaughter was also there, busy teaching her admirers the Konohamaru core, and his scheduled meeting with the sensei didn't start until a couple of hours from now. But on the other hand, today was his right untraining day, according to the intense training regime he had set for himself, and despite the fact that he had made little to no progress with it today, he was truthfully enjoying his time with Mikoto and didn't want to end it quite yet. Also, he did not want to deal with Mato guys over enthusiastic yells that he knew would come after the spar right now. I'm sorry, Kurenai-san. Naruto apologized, coming to a decision. But I am busy today, maybe tomorrow. The Yanin added, earning disappointed looks from the 5 jounin and a gleeful one from Mikoto. It's fine, Naruto-sama, Kurenai said, sharing a look with Anko as they noticed the look on Mikoto's face. Maybe tomorrow, Kurenai added, repeating the Yanin's words as she wondered if she and her friend had interrupted more than just a training session between the duo before her. Naru dash, Guy began protesting in his usual booming voice, but was interrupted by Kakashi and Asuma, who dragged him away out of the training ground as they followed Anko and Kurenai. So what now? Naruto asked as he turned back to the Uchiha, having watched the 5 jounin leave. Now, Mikoto began nervously, wondering if she should ask Naruto what she wanted to before they were interrupted, but deciding against it as her nerves got the best of her. Now we go back to the right Taijutsu, Mikoto announced, earning a slight groan from the Senju armor-wearing man, causing Mikoto to giggle. "No complaining, Senju-sen," Mikoto jokingly said as she suppressed her giggles, trying to imitate the uptight Uchiha Naruto had mentioned. "Remember who you were speaking to? An elite." Mikoto added, earning an amused look from Naruto, who had to admit his friend was doing a perfect imitation of a typical Uchiha. "Of course, Uchiha-sama," Naruto jokingly replied, forcing a submissive tone in his voice, causing Mikoto to blush as her loins moistened, hearing the Yanin say the exact words he did in her erotic dreams of him, just in far more clothing than he usually had on in them. "Well, get to it, Senju-san," Mikoto barked, forcing the same uptight Uchiha tone in her voice as she tried hiding her blush, earning a slight chuckle from Naruto, who looked down at his bow staff, missing the longing look that the raven head sent his way. Line break. Secret location. Underground root base. Arg. Fugaku groaned as he swung the large arm of his incomplete flaming black and yellowed-eyed Susanoo, feeling the straining of manifesting the humanoid as the chakra arm knocked back the last two root agents that he was sparring against. Not giving the agent a chance to get up, Fugaku molded his chakra from inside the humanoid, breathing in deeply as held up a signal tiger seal, before mentally calling out, "Kitang, Karyu Inden, fire release, flame dragon bullet," as he spewed out a large amount of flames from his mouth that took the form of a dragon, burning the two root agents he had just knocked aside, ending the spar as he killed them. "How's your vision?" a voice asked as Fugaku released his Susanoo before deactivating his Mangekyo Sharingan. "It's fine," Fugaku lied as he barely made out Danzo, who stood a few meters away from him. "Do not lie to me, Fugaku," Danzo warned dangerously before discreetly signaling to the root agents he had hidden around the underground training base. "You can barely see," Danzo correctly deduced as he watched Fugaku barely dodge the strategically aimed kunai he had signaled his hidden root agents to launch. "My vision is fine," Fugaku repeated lowly as he glared at Danzo, activating his Sharingan. "You need the transplant," Danzo stated, unfazed by Fugaku's glare. "I told you already, Danzo. I won't do that to my own blood." Fugaku angrily shot down the man's suggestion for fixing his diminishing sight, knowing it crossed a line. Even he said he wouldn't cross despite all of the bad he had done. "Then perhaps you did not love them enough," Danzo concluded, manipulating the Uchiha before him as he referred to the now-dead woman and two girls that were in the Uchiha man's life that he was very much aware of despite Fugaku's attempt to keep them secret. Fugaku's jaw clenched as he heard Danzo dare mention the three people he had lost the night of the massacre. He wanted to kill the bandaged man right then and there, but didn't, since he still needed him alive for now. So instead, Fugaku settled for glaring dangerously at the man as he let his Sharingan shift into its evolved form, the Mangekyo. "Do not speak of them," Fugaku warned lowly, his cold voice sending chills down the spines of the emotionless, hidden root agents that were ready to jump in if the Uchiha attempted to attack their leader. "If you plan to avenge them, you need the transplant," Danzo stated, unnerved by the glaring Uchiha whom he knew he would have to kill after he was done using him. "No matter the cost," the Warhawk added in a serious tone before leaving behind a glaring Fugaku who watched the bandaged man leave, considering his words. Line break. Senju Compound Training Ground. "Boss!" an excited Konohamaru yelled as he hinged into Toka, the girl his grandfather had introduced him to, whom he had grown to respect and admire after seeing the way she also lived in her grandfather's shadow like he did. "Hey boss, look!" Konohamaru, Toka said in an overly sweet voice, as she turned away from Udon to look at the Saratobi who had hinged into her. "What have I told you about hinging into me, Dadabayo?" Toka yelled, bonking the transformed boy on his head, causing the hinge to dispel as the rest of the Konohamaru Corps laughed at their friend, who was rubbing his head as he got up from the ground. "Boss, what was that for?" Konohamaru complained, earning a sigh from Udon, who knew why their boss had done it. She hated them hinging into her, since they often made her look funny when they failed to perfect their henges, and she also found it confusing when there were more than one of her, if any of them managed a perfect hinge. But Konohamaru never seemed to ever learn no matter how many times he got hit on the head. You know why? Toka answered before turning to the newest member of the Konohamaru Corps that was calling for her attention. Knees and look, Inari yelled excitedly to his big sister, his once moody attitude having done a 180 over the past month since befriending the three youngsters that made up the Konohamaru Corps. Very good, Inari. Toka complimented as she saw the boy perfectly transform into the same man that he always did, making sure to nod her head approvingly like her Ojaizen did whenever she did something right during their training. Mine was better. Konohamaru jealously huffed as he saw his friend/rival perfectly perform a henge. No, mine was, Inari offended said, dropping his henge of Kaiza as he glared back at his best friend/rival. Mine was, Konohamaru repeated, getting into Inari's face. No, mine was, Inari scoffed back. Are you blind? Mine was way better. You're the one that's blind and stupid too. Mine was better. Inari-kun's was better. Moegi tried to cut in as she stood up for the boy she had grown to admire, but was ignored as the two rivals began yelling as they argued whose was better. Enough! A loud voice roared, cutting off the boys' argument, as everyone turned to the top of the training ground where an angry and very pregnant Tsunade stood with Shizune behind her. What are you two idiots arguing about? Tsunade asked, glaring at the two boys who always seemed to have some stupid reason for bickering. They are arguing about whose henge was better. Udon replied fearfully as him and the rest of the Konohamaru Corps, along with Toka, stood, shaking as they prepared to face the angry blonde's wrath. I don't care which one of you gakis has a better henge. All I care about is training my apprentice in peace. Now, Toka, continue your training and do it in silence. Tsunade angrily ranted before turning back to the house she had just left as she repeatedly muttered under her breath how she must not kill her sensei's grandson. You don't have to train them in silence, Shizune said, looking at the scared Toka, knowing it was near impossible to do that. Just keep it down, Shizune added before running after Tsunade as she heard the blonde impatiently yell her name. Boss, your bachan is scary, Konohamaru said, earning a nod from a pale Toka who recalled some of things that her grandmother had done since falling pregnant, some of which had scared even her Ojaizen, and that said something. We really should keep it down, Konohamaru added, earning himself a bonk on the head from Toka. Keep it down, Toka repeated, glaring at the Sarutobi. It was your argument with Inari that made Bachan mad in the first place, Databeo. Toka yelled, earning sweat drops from the three watching as they wondered if their boss had already forgotten what Shizune had just said about not making noise. Line break. Uchiha compound. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Sasuke called out before he blew out a large fireball, his two-tomoed Sharingan active as he trained in his father's large private dojo that he had been given permission to train in. Sasuke, an even voice called out authoritatively from behind him, turning the panting Uchiha to Fugaku, who stared at him with a stony expression. Tsushima, Sasuke greeted back, straightening his posture as he looked at his father. Have you made any progress with the Senju? Fugaku asked, referring to the assignment he had given his son several months ago. No, Sasuke simply replied evenly, his voice hiding the fear he felt at disappointing the man before him. What? You once told me that a true Uchiha is above the rest. Sasuke answered, quoting his father. I refuse to be an Uchiha like Mikoto and throw myself at the Dobe's feet like one of her useless fanboys to gain her trust. Sasuke explained, refusing to even falsely imitate the actions of all those pathetic boys in his class that worshipped the Dobe, or to be like Mikoto, whom his father had told him was a disgrace to the Uchiha, since she groveled at both the Hokage's and the Dobe's grandfather's feet, shaming their clan with her lack of self-respect. Fugaku felt a surge of pride fill his chest as he heard Sasuke say that. He knew he should have been mad, but he wasn't. Sasuke was obviously a true Uchiha, unlike the traitor Itachi, whom he planned to kill after burning Konoha to the ground, since he had stopped being his son the moment he decided to massacre his own clan. choosing the village over his own family. Continue your training, Fugaku instructed, not bothering to tell Sasuke how proud he felt as he turned away from his son, thinking how he had made the right choice by not listening to Danzo. He would not do what the old man suggested earlier. He would find another way to preserve his deteriorating sight that did not involve doing that to his own blood. Line break. Ichiraku's ramen. Tsunade hummed to herself as she made her way towards the waiting pair, two large bowls of steaming ramen in her hands. Here you go, Tsunade said, smiling politely at the two teenage boys before her as she set the ramen down, earning a blush from both boys as they looked at the attractive woman who had begun working at the stand 2 months ago. Geez, Tsunade-chan business is really booming since you started here, I am teasingly said, winking at the third member of the stand who worked there as a helping hand, doing anything from cooking, cleaning to serving tables. Leave her alone, Tucci said as he noticed the embarrassed look that crossed the kind woman's face. I'm only joking too, San, I am said as she carried 4 bowls to the 2 couples waiting. We all know business has increased because Toka came here with her grandparents. I am added, earning a further embarrassed look from Tsunade, who blushed. In Naruto-sama and Tsunade-sama? Tsunade inquired as I am came back. I see you've met them, or rather him. I am said knowingly with a blush of her own as she looked at the flustered Tsunade, remembering how Toka had introduced her and her Tusan to the blonde woman and her kami of a husband several weeks before Tsunade began to work here. Hi, Tsunade embarrassedly admitted, blushing for a reason completely different from the one I am thought as she remembered how she had disrespectfully addressed the man the first day they met, calling him Naruto-san instead of Naruto-sama, not knowing the position of importance he held just under the Hokage in the village. Tsunade-chan, have you heard anything new from Tazuna-san? Tucci asked, wanting to know about the situation Tsunade had told him and I am about. Hi, I have, Tsunade answered, thinking of the one thing that still caused her to worry despite the new lives her and Inari had started in Konoha. He says him and the people have started to build a bridge that will topple Gato's influence and control. Tsunade recited, telling Tucci what she had told her friend Mikoto 2 nights ago. That's great news, Tsunade-chan, I am said as she collected an empty bowl. Very soon, Nami no Kuni will be Gato free. I am added, smiling at the blue-haired woman, who smiled back, hiding the worry she felt that her Tusan was hiding something and not telling her the whole truth. Mikoto-chan, Tsunade greeted happily as the Uchiha woman who had frequently checked up on her and Inari during their first days in Konoha entered the ramen stand. What are you doing here? Tsunade asked, surprised, looking at the woman she had become fast friends with after they bonded over their strained relationships with their moody sons. Tsunade's having been fixed, but Mikoto's hadn't. Tsunade-chan. Mikoto smiled as she greeted her only friend besides Naruto before greeting Ayam and Tucci behind her. I was done with my training, so I thought I would stop by and visit. Mikoto answered her friend's question, earning a sympathetic look from Tsunade, who could tell from the Uchiha's eyes that she had really come here since she was lonely and had nowhere else to go, which was understandable considering the unwelcoming hostile situation awaiting her at the Uchiha home that the Raven Head had told her about. How about I join you for a bowl of ramen? Tsunade offered as she glanced at Tucci, who nodded to say it was fine for her to take a short break. I don't know, Dash. It's fine, Uchiha-sama, have a bowl on the house. Thank you, I am San, but please call me Mikoto, the Ravenhead insisted as she moved to sit at a table with Tsunade. Of course, Mikoto, I am said, smiling, handing a menu to the Uchiha. Thank you, I am San, Mikoto said gratefully as she accepted the menu. And I will pay for the ramen. The Uchiha insisted, politely, knowing that despite her clan's accounts having been cleared after the massacre, she was still fairly well off from all the high-ranked missions her and Naruto had done. Only if you leave a generous tip. I am jokingly conceded, causing both Mikoto and Tsunade to laugh, as the Uchiha temporarily forgot her problems at home and her heart's longing for a married man. Line break. Senju compound. Tsunade-sama, what's wrong? Shizen worryingly asked as she looked at the blonde who had suddenly stopped her teaching as she started crying. Do you think I am a terrible grandmother? Tsunade tearfully asked, turning to Shizen. No, Tsunade-sama, I don't. You're a great grandmother. Shizen reassured earnestly, knowing the blonde was from what she had observed. But I was too harsh on Toka-chan, Shizen, I yelled at her. Tsunade argued, causing Shizen to sigh as she realized the blonde was having one of her hormonal episodes that had induced a random breakdown. You weren't too harsh on her, Tsunade-sama. No, Shizen, I was. No, you weren't, Tsunade-sama. It's just your hormones making you feel that you were. Shizen reassured, knowing the blonde legendary medic would understand how pregnancy affected a woman, especially one who was as far along as she was. You're right, Shizen, Tsunade agreed after a moment of contemplating her apprentice's words. I wasn't, Tsunade agreed, smiling as she wiped her tears away. Feeling lighter as her mood did a 180 again, realizing her apprentice was right. It was her damned hormones that were acting up again that made her feel the emotions she had just felt moments before, just as they had when they made her feel or do irrational things like she had done just last week. Flashback. A week ago. Senju compound. You ready? Tsunade heard Naruto ask as he knelt in front of Toka. They were both in the girls' room as he inspected the 4 complex seal matrices he had drawn on their granddaughter's limbs. A combination of seals that formed an ancient Uzumaki clan weight seal technique that was traditionally used on the younger members of the clan to ensure a safe way of them getting faster by weighing them down with a weight that was ideal for their smaller and weaker frames, gradually increasing to ensure their growth remained unharmed. Hi, Ojaizen, I'm ready. Toka hesitantly answered, causing Naruto and Tsunade to share a look as they caught her reluctant tone. Toka-chan, you don't have to do this. Naruto told his granddaughter, sincerely knowing that he would never force her to do anything. I know, Ojaizen, it's just I'm nearly top kunoichi. Toka informed, earning a proud look from both her grandparents who knew their granddaughter was only 2 places down from top kunoichi, which was an amazing improvement that they had thought impossible in just a few months. And I don't want the seals to slow me down and stop me from reaching there. Toka added, explaining her reasons behind her reluctance, knowing that a loss of speed could be enough to make her lose her hard-earned spot at the academy. You won't. I will teach you how to deactivate them for your spars. Naruto informed, despite the usual Uzumaki tradition that banned children from deactivating the seals during things like mere academy spars, which he did not have the heart to do to Toka. Also, your Ojaizen used these seals when he was younger, meaning he has a greater advantage over you and a higher chance of becoming Hokage before you. You don't want that, do you? Tsunade asked, sharing a slight smirk with Naruto, since they knew, just like during her training, Toka would be motivated the second she heard the word Hokage. Put them on, Ojaizen. I'm going to become Hokage before you, Databayo. Toka yelled, determinedly repeating the promise she had made to herself and her Ojaizen. After her Bachan had told her he shared her dream of being Hokage, just like her cousin and Tusen had. Okay, Toka. Naruto conceded with a chuckle, glad to see his granddaughter was now completely on board. Ready? Naruto asked a final time as he prepared to activate her seals. Aye, Toka said with an eager nod before watching her grandfather's hands blur before her as he ran through a long chain of hand seals. Uzumaki Shirsatoru, Jushirua Kudabeto, Naruto whispered, activating the seals as he, Toka, and Tsunade watched them glow brightly before vanishing. Did it with dash? Toka began asking, but stopped as her body suddenly felt heavy before she fell into unconsciousness. Her limp body caught by Naruto before she fell over as he had predicted she would pass out from the massive activation chakra toll of the seal. She looks peaceful, Naruto stated, laying Toka on her bed as Tsunade came over. She does. Tsunade agreed, smiling as she stood next to her husband with her 6 months pregnant baby bump showing, the duo watching Toka sleep. Come on, Tsunade suddenly said after a moment, dragging Naruto outside the room. What's wrong, Dash? Naruto began to ask as he and Tsunade stopped in the hallway, but was silenced by a heated kiss as his wife pulled his head down toward hers, telling him what was bothering her. "I can't, Haim," Naruto told Tsunade as he pulled away from her, knowing she was having one of her random bouts of arousal. "Why?" Tsunade whined, leaning in for another kiss, causing Naruto to sigh as he moved back. When he and Tsunade had told the villagers she was pregnant, everyone was beyond overjoyed. They had all congratulated them and wished them well. However, males like Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, surprisingly Hayashi, and many more had sent him sympathetic looks when Tsunade was not looking. At first, he didn't know why and didn't bother to ask, but now after months of being there for his pregnant wife, he did know why. The random mood swings that range from the sudden bouts of arousal that had her waking up Naruto in the middle of the night to satisfy her to the random bouts of anger and other emotions that she felt over the smallest things that had Naruto ensuring his super strength wife didn't accidentally destroy the house with Toka in during one of her rants. That's why the males had felt sorry for him. They had known, and now he did too. "Because Tsunade-chan, I have a meeting," Naruto replied truthfully, closely reading his wife's expression like his sensei, Shikaku, Choza, and Inoichi had advised him to do when dealing with her, to see if he had accidentally set her off. "With who?" Tsunade curiously asked. "With Mabuki-san and Yoshino-san," Naruto answered before inwardly cursing, knowing that was the wrong thing to say, as he saw his wife's expression become suddenly angry. "Mabuki Haruno and Yoshionara," Tsunade repeated in an overly calm tone that told Naruto she was pissed. "Why?" "I don't know, Haim, they just asked for a meeting," Naruto truthfully explained. "Don't lie to me. I'm not Haim after yesterday's council meeting. They asked to meet with me today." "But why Naruto? Why do they want to meet with you?" "I don't know, Haim. It probably has something to do with the Senju Pro Dash." "Don't lie to me," Tsunade interrupted, yelling. "Are they in your harem?" What? "Are they in your harem?" "Mabuki and Yoshino. Did Sensei approach you with the CRA behind my back? Is that why you've been going on all these missions with Mikoto Uchiha? Because you're planning on being with her too?" "Tsunade, what are you talking about?" "I'm talking about the clan restoration, ACT Naruto, the one Sensei placed you under," Tsunade yelled. "The one that you plan to use to take Mikoto Uchiha, Yoshino Nara, and Mabuki Haruno as your wives." Naruto sighed as he heard this. He knew his wife was having a serious hormone-induced bout of jealousy. It had happened once before when she accused him of checking out Shizune, which he hadn't. He knew he had to calm her down and have a rational conversation with her like he had the last time before she bashed down a wall or half the house. "Tsunade-sensei has not placed me under the CRA or yet alone talked to me about it. This is the first time I'm hearing of it," Naruto truthfully informed calmly. "And even if he had, why would I accept without talking to you, my wife, about it first? Why would I plan to take 3 married women as wives?" Naruto asked, causing Tsunade to frown as she thought over her husband's words. "I'm sorry," Tsunade apologized, tears forming in her eyes as she realized what irrational thing she had just accused her husband of. "It's just Sensei came to me months ago, Naruto, and said I should consider allowing him to put you under the act. And I have been really stressing about it." "Why? Did you honestly think I would consider, or yet alone accept it?" Naruto questioned, causing Tsunade to shake her head, knowing he wouldn't. "You are the only woman for me, Tsutsu. You know that, right?" Naruto asked his wife, pulling her into his arms. "I know, but Sen's dash. I'll talk to him." "But talk dash. I'll talk to him." Naruto reassured again, planning to have a few words with his sensei for going behind his back and approaching his wife like he had, having obviously upset her. "Okay," Tsunade said, sighing in relief at her husband's reassurance, glad that he would take care of the horrible CRA business her sensei had approached her with. "You better get to your meeting with Mabuki and Yoshino," Tsunade said, wiping away her tears as she pulled out of her husband's embrace. "I don't know," Naruto began mischievously. "Maybe I should go to the Inuzuka compound first and meet with Sum-chan, the other member of my secret harem." Naruto jokingly continued, earning a laugh from Tsunade, who realized how ridiculous she had just been. "Just go," Tsunade said lovingly as she smacked Naruto's arm playfully, causing him to smile as he saw his wife had moved on from her bout of jealousy. "I love you, Tsutsu, and only you," Naruto told his wife sincerely to further reassure her that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. "And I love you, Naru," Tsunade said back before passionately kissing Naruto to convey her emotions of how much she did. "Now go," Tsunade whispered, pulling away before watching her husband leave as she smiled, realizing how stupid she had just been. Flashback end. Tsunade smiled as she remembered that day. She didn't know where the jealousy had come from, but it just had, and part of her was glad it did, since it got the CRA business, which was on her mind for several months, out into the open. "I don't have to share Naruto Koi," Tsunade thought happily, remembering how Hiruzen had approached her a couple days after that, telling her the CRA was no longer necessary, and even apologizing for suggesting it, which left the blonde wondering what Naruto had said, since the old man was clearly shaken when they had the conversation, obviously affected by the few words Naruto had had with him. Line break. Hokage's office. Naruto. Hiruzen greeted warmly as the man walked into his office. He was glad there was no tension between them after the extremely intense conversation they had over the CRA last week. "Sensei," Naruto greeted back as he sat across from Hiruzen, truthfully still a bit angry with him for what he had done to Tsunade. Although he partially understood the man's reasoning, since the Senju and Uchiha had alarmingly dwindled, he did not, however, agree with him about his plan for restoring Konoha's strength, as he had put it. "A and B, you leave us," Hiruzen said, like he usually did before the meetings he had with Naruto. "Naruto," Hiruzen began as he stared at the Hokage monument looking out of his window, the Yanbiyu having left. "Do you know that after you died, I would do this nearly every day?" Hiruzen informed gravely as he recalled how he had done this each day he came into the office after the Second Shinobi War. "Do what?" Naruto questioned curiously. "Stare at the Hokage monument like I am," Hiruzen informed. "I would just stare at it, thinking of all that you missed and all that you failed to do because you died too young, wondering how it was my fault as your sensei that you never got to do those things." "Sensei, it wasn't your fault what happened with Hanzo. It was Naruto," Hiruzen informed, smiling sadly at his student who tried to reassure him. "Your death and Orochimaru's deflection was all my fault. My two greatest failures as Hokage, and that's a burden I will forever have to carry as your sensei," Hiruzen added, sadly, causing the two men to fall into a somber silence as they pondered his words. "One of the things I would think about as I stared at the monument," Hiruzen spoke up, breaking the silence as he got back on a topic, recalling the reason he called Naruto here, "was what your face would have looked like up there next to mine." Hiruzen added, earning a look from Naruto, who knew where his sensei was going. "Sense dash. You were always meant to be the fourth Hokage, Naruto," Hiruzen interrupted, turning to his student. "I knew that since the day you were a genin, but sadly you missed that due to your tragic death. Naruto, now that you are back and you've had time to settle in, I think it's time you do something I have been thinking about since your return." Hiruzen continued in a serious voice. "Become my successor, Naruto, like you were supposed to. Become the fifth Hokage of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki Senju." Line break. Secret location. Akatsuki Base. Zetsu report. An orange-haired man with rippled metallic violet eyes authoritatively said as him and several cloaked shinobi gathered in a cave. "The Kyuubi Jinchuriki grows stronger but remains a non-threat," Zetsu informed in a dual voice. "And the stories of the Yanin and his strength are true. He has returned in his prime and grows stronger," Zetsu informed, causing every member of Akatsuki to fall silent as they heard the confirmed news of the return of man that would undoubtedly give each of them more than a challenge and interfere with their plans. Obito frowned from behind his orange mask as he heard this, not bothering to act like a fool with his usual Toby facade. He knew the return of the Yanin would cause them a great deal of problems, and as the true leader of Akatsuki, he would have to ultimately decide how to deal with him. Ideally, having him join them was the best solution, since a man of his prowess would undoubtedly make the gathering of the bijou easier. But men like him lacked the vision to see the path Akatsuki paved to true peace, so that option was off the table. Deciding to think about it later, Obito turned back to the Deva path to hear what Nagato had decided as the figurehead of the organization. Zetsu continued to watch him and find out what weaknesses he has. The Deva path informed, earning an approving silent chuckle from Obito, who knew Nagato wasn't only talking about physical ones, since men like the Yanin always had weaknesses that could make them bend to someone's while all you had to do was find them and use them, which Obito intended to do. "I, leader-sama." Zetsu obeyed before sinking back to the ground to continue his assignment of monitoring Toka Uzumaki Senju and her grandfather Naruto Uzumaki Senju. Line break. That evening, Konoha, Senju compound. "What are you thinking about?" Tsunade curiously asked as her and Naruto lay in bed, neither asleep, as they simply cuddled together. "Sensei offered me the position of Hokage," Naruto informed, earning Tsunade's full attention as she turned to him. "And what did you say?" "I said yes," Naruto replied, "but only after Toka becomes a Chunin." Naruto added, knowing that both of them wanted Naruto to become Toka's sensei. "I'm happy for you," Tsunade simply said before resting her head back on Naruto's naked chest. "Oh, I'm happy for you, that's all you have to say?" Naruto questioned in surprise, as he expected Tsunade to at least protest before accepting what he had said. "I don't want you to become Hokage, Naruto-kun," Tsunade confessed. "I've already lost enough loved ones to the position." Tsunade added, remembering all those loved ones she had lost who were or who wanted to be Hokage. "But I know it was meant to happen, and there is nothing I can do or say to stop it." Tsunade revealed, knowing Naruto was always destined to be Hokage no matter what she wanted. Naruto sighed, relieved as he heard this. He hadn't expected his wife to take the news so well, especially in her pregnant state. "You know, Kushina-chan also said the same thing," Tsunade informed, breaking the silence between her and Naruto again. "She always yelled at the top of her voice, my two-san was the Konoha no Rayon, and he was meant to be the fourth Hokage, Databane." Tsunade reminisced, smiling with Naruto. "And her?" Naruto asked, even though he knew how the story went from viewing Tsunade's life in limbo. "She said she was meant to be the fifth and first female Hokage." Tsunade told him, her eyes watering as she remembered their little troublemaker Kushina. Of course that changed when she fell in love with Minato. Tsunade informed before laughing as she heard Naruto growl at Minato's name, his paternal instincts taking over as he thought of the man who married his daughter. "Don't worry," Tsunade reassured, smirking up at Naruto. "I had a few words with Minato after Kushina-chan told me she loved him." Tsunade informed, earning a chuckle from Naruto as he remembered watching in limbo as his wife had a few words with Minato concerning their daughter and him breaking her heart, leaving the blonde male beyond scarred as Tsunade used her super strength on a boulder to demonstrate what would happen to the parts that made him a man if Minato dared break Kushina's heart. "I wish I was there for that," Naruto whispered in a regret-filled voice. "I wish I was there for her." Naruto added, a silent tear rolling down his angular face, causing Tsunade to pull him closer as she comforted him, knowing how much he wanted to have had the opportunity to be a father to Kushina. "She knew you wanted to be Naruto Koi, and so did I," Tsunade whispered reassuringly, holding her husband to comfort him as he had done for so many times before. The couple falling asleep in each other's arms. 3 months later. Senju compound. Makeshift delivery room. "Bus Tsunade-sama." Shizun yelled over the blonde woman's screams as she tried to encourage the female Yanin that lay screaming in front of her to push. "I am pushing," Tsunade barked back angrily, glaring at Shizun as she pushed as hard as she could. "Come on, Tsunade, you almost there. Push." Naruto encouraged as he used chakra to stop Tsunade's vice grip from turning the bones in his hand to dust. "Shut up, Naruto! You did this to me. You put me through this, you bastard." Tsunade barked angrily as she glared at her husband still pushing. "And if you dare tell me to push one more time, Naruto, I'm going to remove your testicles slowly with a blunt kunai, so you know what kind of pain I'm going through whilst you just stand there telling me to do what I'm already doing." Tsunade ranted, tired of everyone telling her to push since she really was pushing as hard as she could. It was just the two babies that refused to come out of her no matter how hard she did. Naruto began unaffected by Tsunade's threat since he knew it was normal during labor for a woman to make empty threats. Pusative. Line break. Outside the makeshift delivery room. "She's glad I ain't him," Jiraiya thought as he stood outside the makeshift delivery room with his goddaughter Toka, hearing the sounds of his best friend's screams over Tsunade's. That told him Tsunade had broken his hand like she did every member of Team Hiruzen during Kushina's birth, breaking his, Hiruzen's, and even Orochimaru's. "What's wrong with you, kid?" Jiraiya asked as he looked down at Toka, noticing the troubled look on her face. "Nothing, Ero Kyufu." Toka lied, earning an irritated look from Jiraiya, who hated the nickname his godchild had given him during one of his frequent visits to the village since Naruto's return. "I told you not to call me that, brat," Jiraiya reminded angrily with a tick mark on his forehead. "Only if stop being a pervert like Bachan said you were." Toka yelled back, causing Jiraiya to look offended as he heard that Tsunade had said he was a pervert. "She told you I was a pervert?" Jiraiya questioned disbelief, lacing his voice. "She said you and Hokage Gigi were both the biggest perverts in all of Konoha Databayo," Toka revealed, causing Jiraiya to look further offended by what he just heard. "Toka, I'm not a pervert," Jiraiya said seriously. "I'm a super pervert and the biggest one in all the elemental nations, not just Konoha," Jiraiya proclaimed proudly over Tsunade's screams as he posed with a grin, earning a deadpanned look from Toka, who just shook her head at her godfather's antics before letting her mind drift back to what had been bothering her before Jiraiya interrupted her thoughts. "You don't have to worry, kid," Jiraiya stated, breaking Toka from her thoughts again as she turned back to look at him. "Your Bachan will still be your Bachan, and your Ojaizen will still be your Ojaizen." Jiraiya reassured, knowing exactly what was troubling Toka from his experience as a third wheel most of his life. "Nothing would change that or take them away from you." Jiraiya continued, pausing as he heard Tsunade yell at Shizune to stop telling her to push. "Especially not your two new Ototo." Jiraiya continued, turning back to Toka. "Little brothers?" Toka questioned, confused. "But you can't be calling them your uncles. You're 12 years older than they are. It will be weird if you do," Jiraiya stated, causing Toka to giggle as she relaxed, thinking over what her godfather just said. They won't forget about me?" Toka hesitantly asked, voicing the deep fear she felt as her giggles subsided. "Kid, do they love you?" Jiraiya asked bluntly, already knowing the answer to that. "Of course they love me, Databayo," Toka yelled, confidently knowing that her grandparents undoubtedly and undeniably loved her. "Then why would they forget you?" Jiraiya deadpanned, smiling inwardly as he saw all the doubt vanishing from Toka's face as she grew embarrassed, realizing how silly she had been. Her grandparents would never forget her. "Thanks, Jiraiya Kifo," Toka said appreciatively, smiling up at her godfather, who had wiped away her fears and reassured her of her position in her grandparents' life. "Anytime, brat," Jiraiya said back, smiling, before the two fell into silence, listening to Tsunade's screams as they waited for the two new additions to their family. Line break. Inside the makeshift delivery room. "You're doing great, Haim, you nearly there. Just keep pushing," Naruto encouraged, the broken bones in his hand having been healed by one of the female medics Shizune had brought to assist. "Do you want to break your hand again, Naruto?" Tsunade snapped at her husband, whose hand she swore she was going to break again if he said the word push one more time. "Naruto-sama, she's nearly there. Keep encouraging her." Shizun yelled urgently at the Yanin, needing him to keep his wife, pushing as she saw the head of the first baby. You're nearly there, Tsunade. Naruto encouraged, not knowing how his wife was going on since he could see she was truly exhausted. Push him. Naruto encouraged again, causing Tsunade to tighten her grip around his hand as she pushed again as hard as she could. Wah! Tsunade and everyone else in the room heard as a baby's piercing cries sounded over the female Yanin screams, causing the blonde to stop pushing as she collapsed back on the bed, completely exhausted as she panted heavily, trying to catch her breath. Tsunade-sama, there's still one more. Shizun reminded the blonde, urgently not bothering to announce the sex of the first baby, since the parents already knew it was a boy as she handed it to one of her two assistants to clean. You heard her, Heim, there's still one more, Naruto told his exhausted wife, squeezing her hand encouragingly. I can't, Naruto, Tsunade managed between labored breaths, treading on the edge of unconsciousness as her vision blurred alarmingly. You can, Naruto insisted, ignoring the weak glare Tsunade sent his way that told him she was moments away from breaking another limb of his if he kept telling her what to do. You could do it, Tsutsu, just one more big push, then it's over. Naruto encouraged, bringing his lips down to kiss his wife's sweaty forehead, before helping her sit up so she could use the strength he knew she had to deliver their last child. One more, Tsunade asked, weakly leaning slightly against her husband who had moved onto the bed to support her exhausted form. One more, Tsutsu, Naruto reassured, causing Tsunade to gather the last ounce of her strength before gritting her teeth as she gave a final large push. Arg! Tsunade screamed in effort between her clenched teeth as she pushed as hard as she could before collapsing against Naruto, as she heard the wailing of the second baby boy that had easily followed the first. You did it, Naruto said proudly as he looked down at his tired wife. We did it, Naru, Tsunade barely managed breathlessly, looking up at her husband who had helped her through it even when she was being impossible, before kissing him weakly as he brought his lips down to meet her own. Naoko-san began to administer Shozen Jutsu, mystical palm technique, on Tsunade-sama. Shizun instructed the second assistant she had as she moved to clean the second crying baby she was holding. Hi, senpai, Naoko said, bowing to the senior medic before moving to heal Tsunade, who was still leaning against Naruto, as they watched their two newborn sons, waiting to hold them after they were done being cleaned. Congratulations, Tsunade-sama, Naruto-sama, Shizun said, holding a bundle in each of her arms as she moved towards the waiting parents before handing them each one to hold. Take him, Naruto, Tsunade encouraged weakly as she carefully accepted one bundle for Shizun, before watching as Naruto hesitated, not moving to accept the second squirming bundle her apprentice offered him. Ido. You won't hurt him, Naruto-koi, Tsunade said, interrupting her husband's protests. You won't hurt our Sochi, Tsunade reassured, smiling tiredly at Naruto, who hesitantly reached out, accepting the tiny bundle Shizun held. Hello, Atama, Naruto greeted softly as he shifted the baby in his arms carefully, cradling him as he held his tiny form as gently as possible, smiling as his now wet violet eyes looked down at the set of curious brown ones that belonged to his newborn son. We haven't decided which one of them is Nawaki and which one of them is Atama, Naruto-koi, Tsunade reminded her husband, smiling as she watched him hold their son extra carefully, as though he would break him if he didn't. Before turning away as she looked down at the baby she held in her arms that started giggling when his violet eyes meet her brown ones. This one has to be Atama, Tsunade-chan. His hair is two different colors, Naruto stated, looking down at his brown-eyed son who had blonde hair with some streaks of red in, as opposed to his violet-eyed one that only had locks of pure red. Fine, Tsunade agreed, too happy and tired to argue as she smiled down at little Nawaki, adjusting her grip as he started to squirm a little before turning to her apprentice as she remembered something. Shizun, Tsunade called for the Kato, who stood by the other two medics watching the touching scene before them with happy smiles upon their faces. Yes, Tsunade-sama. See, can you go call Toka-chan? I want her to meet her new brothers. Tsunade requested, sharing a glance with Naruto, who smiled approvingly at hearing that. Hi, Tsunade-sama. Shizen complied, nodding before she left the room to call in Toka. Naruto-kun, Tsunade-tyan. Hiruzen greeted warmly from the door as he walked in with Jiraiya and Toka, having joined them outside a few minutes ago. Sensei, Tsunade greeted back, smiling at their sensei, before looking at her granddaughter, who stood nervous, not knowing what to do. Come here, Toka-chan, Naruto encouraged, having also noticed the girl's behavior. Come meet your Ototo Nawaki and Itama. Naruto added, causing Toka to smile as ran forward eagerly to greet her two new little brothers. Bachan, they're so small, Databeo. Toka stated, alarmed as she looked between the two bundles her grandparents were holding, wondering why they were so tiny. They are babies, Toka-chan. They're supposed to be so small, Hiruzen explained with a smile as he and Jiraiya also moved forward to better see the babies. She looks happy, Jiraiya thought, smiling as he stood by his sensei. Looking at Tsunade instead of the babies, as he, for the first time in his life after all these years of loving her, completely accepted that he was never meant to have her. She belonged there where she was on the messy bed, leaning against his best friend with a tired but content smile that told Jiraiya she was truly happy. Not in his own arms like he had often dreamt, and for the first time in his life, Jiraiya fully accepted that. Realizing now that it was time to let his love for Tsunade go and perhaps find another to love who could return it, as he stared at his teammates, truly happy for them. Perhaps I will go for Tsunade's apprentice, Jiraiya thought, perversely glancing at Shizen, whose attractive looks he had noticed earlier. Before winking at her, when her eyes met his own, causing the medic to immediately turn away with a blush. You still got it, G-dash. Jiraiya. Naruto called for his best friend again, breaking Jiraiya from his thoughts. Don't you want to hold your godson? Naruto asked as he held out Itama for Jiraiya to take. Godson? Jiraiya questioned wide-eyed. Yes, we want you to be their godfather, Jiraiya, Naruto told Jiraiya as he shared a glance with Tsunade, having agreed with her that their teammate was the best man for the job, despite his track record with Toka. But if you dare turn them or Toka into pervert, Jiraiya, I don't need to tell you what will happen. Tsunade warned as she glared dangerously at the perverted man, causing him to gulp fearfully before he stepped forward and accepted the newborn, his godson, from Naruto. Can I also hold one? Toka eagerly asked, looking at her Bachan. Of course, Toka-chan, just be careful, Tsunade said with a smile, handing the wrapped baby she held to Toka, who carefully took it as she listened to the blonde's instruction on how to properly hold it. Hey, Ototo, I'm your Nasan Toka Databeo. Toka greeted, causing everyone to smile as they watched the young girl hold Nawaki, who held up a chubby hand against Toka's whiskered cheek, grabbing it curiously. I love you, Naruto, Tsunade whispered as she turned away from the scene to smile lovingly at her husband. I love you too, Tsunade, Naruto said, smiling back down at Tsunade before bringing his lips down to hers as he kissed her. Both of them sighing happily as they pulled apart before leaning against each other as they watched everyone in the room gush over their newborn sons, content with their lives as they looked forward to what the future held for them and their growing family. Line break. Uchiha compound. I will deliver it to Danzo-sama immediately, a root agent said in a monotone voice as he accepted a small scroll before using the Shunshin no Jutsu to go immediately deliver the message to his leader. I'm sorry, Sasuke, but I have no choice, Fugaku apologized as he moved towards his office safe, thinking about the contents of the scroll he had just given the root agent that gave his consent to do to his son what Danzo had suggested months ago. In a week's time after Sasuke's graduation, since he deserved to at least be a shinobi when it happened. I have to do it, Fugaku told himself, opening his office safe as he barely saw what he was doing before grabbing the only item inside of it, a photo. Keiko, Kyoko, Kiyomi. Fugaka thought in sadness as he looked at the picture of his lover and their two daughters with his now diminished sight. Moving to sit at his desk, as he did. I have to do it for them and make this sacrifice like Keiko always made sacrifices for me. Flashback. Several years ago, Fugaku-sama, a striking young woman with an angelic voice, greeted respectfully as she opened her front door to greet the young Uchiha clan head before her. Keiko-san, Fugaku greeted back in his usual monotone voice, hiding the turmoil he felt over what he was about to do as he kept his expression impassive. "May I come in?" Fugaku asked as he briefly let his eyes wander over the breathtaking woman before him, taking in her capturing form and her pale, delicate features. "Of course, Fugaku-sama," Keiko replied, bowing her head respectfully as she invited the man into her humble home. "I missed you," Keiko confessed, immediately dropping her facade the instant she closed her front door, before pulling her lover into a passionate kiss which he hesitantly returned. "What's wrong?" Keiko asked, pulling back after a few moments, having noticed the foreign hesitance in Fugaku's touch. They set a date. Fugaku revealed, his usually monotone voice breaking slightly as he told the woman he cared for the bad news he had come to deliver. "When?" Keiko asked, tears forming in her onyx eyes as she looked into Fugaku's. "Next month." "Next month," Keiko repeated in despair as she realized why Fugaku had come here. "What happens to us?" Keiko asked, though she suspected the answer, since he had told her the first time she had confessed her feelings to him, that they couldn't be together even if he returned them, since he had an unbreakable marriage contract with Mikoto Uchiha and would have to one day marry her. But she had told herself and him that she didn't care, that it didn't matter, that she still loved him anyway and wanted to be with him. And they had. For the past years, her and Fugaku had been secret lovers, meeting behind closed doors as Keiko lied to herself that the day he had warned her about would never come. But hearing it was happening in a month, Keiko was slapped in the face with the harsh reality that it had come, that the thing her and Fugaku shared had come to its end. "There can be no us, Keiko," Fugaku told Keiko, evenly suppressing the pain in his voice as he watched the crying woman before him. "Do you love her, Fugaku?" Keiko asked between sobs, needing to know. "No." "Then don't marry her. If you don't love her, don't marry her," Keiko pleaded desperately. "Keiko, you know I can't do that. The council want me to marry the Uchiha police head's daughter, even if I don't care for her. You've always known that." "I know, I just don't want to lose you, Fugaku-kun," Keiko revealed, tearfully throwing her arms around her lover, who she knew had to marry Mikoto no matter what he wanted. "I don't want to lose you too, Keiko," Fugaku confessed, allowing his emotions to show as he broke his stony demeanor, hugging Keiko back to offer her his comfort as he thought of how much she had always amazed him with her unique ability to will out this compassionate side out of him that he showed nobody but her. "Then you don't have to, Fugaku," Keiko said determinedly, coming to a decision as she looked up at Fugaku. "Keiko, the contract cannot be broken. I know, Fugaku, but you don't have to lose me fulfilling it." Fugaku began to protest, knowing that he couldn't do what Keiko was suggesting. He cared for her too much to do that. "You don't have to lose me," Keiko told Fugaku again before kissing him deeply to silence his protest and weaken his resolve as she strengthened her own. "You can still have me, Fugaku, even after marrying Mikoto," Keiko whispered breathlessly as she pulled her now swollen lips away from her lover's, telling him she was willing to still love and be with him despite his impending marriage to another. "Keiko," Fugaku whispered, stunned, as he looked down at her. He knew if he truly cared for her, as much as he told himself he did, he would tell her he didn't want her to move on and find another man who could love her wholly like she truly deserved. But he couldn't, even though he truly loved Keiko, he couldn't. He was selfish and couldn't let her go. "I don't deserve you," Fugaku truthfully stated as he cupped Keiko's cheek, knowing he didn't. "I know," Keiko agreed, smiling sadly, knowing deep down that she did deserve better. "But I love you, Fugaku-kun. I have for the last 7 years, and I can't lose you." Keiko whispered earnestly as she looked up at Fugaku expectantly, causing him to stiffen as he knew what she wanted him to say. Though he loved her, Fugaku never once told Keiko he did. He wasn't a man who did such things. Instead, he always tried to show her through his actions just how much he truly cared. But today, he knew for the first time in their years together, he would have to say it. "I love you too," Fugaku hesitantly stated, looking away from Keiko as he did, causing the said woman to gasp in happiness as she finally, after all these years, heard her usually distant lover say aloud the words that confirmed what she already knew he felt for her. "Say it again," Keiko pleaded desperately with happy tears in her eyes, needing to hear it again. But Fugaku couldn't. Saying it once was already too much for him. Instead, he brought his lips back to Keiko's, kissing her passionately as he removed his clothes and her kimono before expressing the many emotions he felt for her that he failed to voice as he made love to her. Flashback end. "I didn't deserve her," Fugaku told himself, still staring at the picture in his hands, thinking of how Keiko had always truly been too good for a man like him. Wiping away the lone tear that had fallen from his eye, Fugaku returned the picture to the office safe, vowing to be the man Keiko deserved by avenging her and their two daughters' deaths, even if it meant doing to his son what he told himself he wouldn't do to his own blood. "I'm sorry, Sasuke," Fugaku whispered remorsefully as he shut his office safe. "But my sight needs to gain eternal light so I can burn Konoha to the ground and avenge Keiko." Line break. 1 week later, graduation day. Shinobi Academy. "Are both fighters ready?" Irika asked as he looked between the top 2 taijutsu fighters in his class. "Hi," Toka enthusiastically said as she dropped into the taijutsu stance her Ojaizen had taught her. "Sasuke?" Irika questioned, looking at the Uchiha boy who seemed not to have heard him, or at least acted like he hadn't if he had. Sasuke hummed uncaringly in response as he dropped into his own clan's stance. "Well, if both of you are ready, then begin." Irika called out, starting the spar between the two, who were fighting for the first time ever since Toka's astonishing improvement. "Senju," Sasuke called out evenly, breaking the silence between him and Toka as they stared at one another. "Take them off," Sasuke demanded in the same even tone, ignoring all the shouts he heard from all the pathetic fanboys and fangirls watching. "Yet, Toka-chan, take them off." A few of Toka's fanboys yelled perversely in agreement, earning them disapproving looks from Toka's friends and Irika, who knew what Sasuke was actually talking about. He knows about my seals," Toka thought in shock and alarm, knowing exactly what Sasuke was talking about. "Team, how do you about my seals?" Toka questioned lowly with narrowed eyes, so only Sasuke could hear, wanting to know how he knew since she had only told her friends about them. "Take them off," Sasuke demanded again, ignoring Toka's inquiry as he swiftly closed the distance between him and her, before throwing a punch towards her chest, which Toka barely blocked by crossing both of her forearms in front of her, prompting Sasuke to continue his assault to motivate Toka to remove her seals by raising his other fist and sending it swiftly after the first towards Toka's shoulder, which she narrowly dodged by leaning left, before jumping back to avoid Sasuke's raised knee that he aimed at her gut, allowing him the opening he needed as he charged towards the airborne, Toka raising the same leg again as he aimed a kick towards her side that connected with her the instant she landed, sending the girl stumbling sideways as she lost her balance. "Arg!" Toka gritted out in pain as she tried to right herself from the force of Sasuke's kick that sent her stumbling sideways. "Take them off." Toka heard Sasuke demand again as he charged towards her, sending out a combo of punches as he reached her that she failed to completely avoid as 4 of them painfully slammed into her abdomen, sending Toka crashing down to the sparring mat. "Remove them, Senju." Toka heard Sasuke demand again more forcefully as he stood over her waiting for Toka to remove her seals. "Okay." A now kneeling Toka yelled as she formed the single seal her Ojaizen taught her to remove her weight seals before immediately feeling several times lighter as the added weight on each of her limbs vanished. Their team, I remove them. Toka yelled, glaring up at Sasuke, who ignored her as he brought his right foot up, aiming a kick towards Toka, who pried it away with an elbow as she balled her other arm's fist before sending it towards Sasuke, who had to jump back to avoid it. Allowing Toka the space she needed to get up and charge towards Sasuke. Go Toka-chan. Toka's fanboys yelled in awe as they watched their crush push Sasuke back with a frenzy of blows that overwhelmed the Uchiha as he barely dodged and blocked them. I removed them, team. Toka yelled again to Sasuke as she shot her left open palm out towards him, which Sasuke hastily pushed away with his right hand, allowing Toka the opening she needed as she sent her other fist towards the Uchiha's ribs. Damn it, Toka cursed as Sasuke caught her wrist, stopping the blow, prompting Toka to rear her back and send it forward towards her opponent's face, who released Toka's wrist as he stumbled back wide-eyed from the force of Toka's underhanded headbutt to his face. Sadagovon. Toka heard Sasuke's fangirls yell in worry and protest, but she ignored them as she dropped her body down to the mat before performing a low spinning kick to the back of the stumbling Sasuke's legs, knocking them out from under him as the Uchiha boy, for the first time since he started at the academy, came crashing down to the sparring mat, landing painfully on his back. I removed them, TME. Isn't that what you wanted, Dadabayo? Toka yelled triumphantly as she got up to finish off the downed Sasuke in front of everyone, but stopped as her body froze in shock. Sharingan. Toka thought, shocked as she stared into Sasuke's angry eyes that flashed red for an instant with a dojutsu Toka recognized from her Bachan's teachings. Ho dash. The shocked Toka began to wonder, but stopped as she suddenly found herself hunched over in pain as the now standing Sasuke buried his foot into the distracted Toka's gut. Ah! Toka cried out in pain as the kick she received knocked the air out of her, before she felt her back also explode in pain as Sasuke drove his elbow into it, sending the Uzumaki Senju girl stumbling face first into the sparring mat. Winner Sasuke, Irika announced as he saw Toka struggle to get back up, earning a round of cheers from Sasuke's fangirls and protests from Toka's fanboys who claimed Sasuke cheated. Toka, are you okay? Irika asked as he moved forward to help up the girl, wondering what had distracted her from finishing off the spar and winning it. I'm fine, Irika-sensei, Toka said, accepting Irika's help as she got up, before shrugging off the pain from Sasuke's two final blows as she turned to the said Uchiha boy who was walking away from her. Hey team, Toka yelled to Sasuke, causing him to stop. How C-dash? Toka began asking, wanting to know why Sasuke hadn't ever used his Sharingan before, but stopped as the said Uchiha looked back at her coldly, halting her inquiry as he glared venomously into her violet eyes. Scoffing at Toka, Sasuke broke away from her gaze and continued his way away from the ring, ignoring his useless fangirl's cheers as he angrily balled his fists, thinking how he had nearly lost the spar. Even without using his now fully matured Sharingan, Sasuke had expected an easy victory like with all his other fights. But Toka, unlike anyone else, had pushed him into nearly using his Sharingan, and that irked him. Good spar, Toka, you nearly kicked Sasuke team's ass. Kiba loudly congratulated as Toka made her way over to her friends. Thanks, Kiba. Thanks, Akamaru. Toka thanked, grinning at Kiba and his puppy as she heard him yelp in what she deduced to be a congratulatory manner. Good spar, Toka, Choji congratulated, forgetting his big bag of chips as he smiled at his friend. Good spar, Toka-san, Shino complimented in a monotone voice as he nodded slightly at Toka, thinking she did indeed have a good spar. Thanks, Shino, Choji. Toka thanked both her chubby and stoic friends. Good spar, Toka. Shikamaru grumbled in a lazy tone as he decided to follow the apparent trend and congratulate Toka, even though he hadn't really watched the spar or any other of the previous ones for that matter. Thanks, Shikamaru. Toka deadpanned as she sweat dropped at her friend's attitude and half-assed compliment. Tomato, you headbutt Sasuke-kun. Ino yelled, coming over as she glared at the girl she was on friendlier terms with after Toka's family shared multiple dinners with hers, Choji's and Shikamaru's families. Ino, it was a spar. Toka had to fight back. I know, Shikamaru. Ino yelled, glaring at the lazy boy who thought he was so smart. But she didn't have to headbutt him. Ino continued, turned back to Toka. Don't ever headbutt Sasuke-kun again, tomato. Ino warned before turning away as she moved to join Sakura, Ami, and the rest of Sasuke's fan club, who were glaring angrily at Toka for the same reason. Jiud's spar, Toka-chin. Hinata shyly congratulated her crush, whom she had gained more confidence to speak to after she and Hanabi spent time at the Senju compound, where Hinata got to speak with Toka whilst Hanabi was playing with her friends, the Kinomaru Corps. Thanks, Hinata, Toka said back, smiling at the Hyuga, with a slight blush dusting her whiskered cheeks as she remembered what her Bachan had said about her body and emotions towards others, going through some changes now that she was growing up. When she asked her for the reasons why she felt a weird feeling in her gut around Hinata, which her Bachan had explained, leaving Toka red-faced as she helped her come to the realization that she had a crush on Hinata. Hinata offered lowly as she nervously held up a small jar for Toka to take. What is it? Toka asked, curiously accepting the container before opening it and sniffing its contents, wondering what it was. It's a healing ointment for the injuries Yoyu got from Esasuk-san. Hinata explained nervously as she noticed all the eyes watching them. Thanks, Hinata, Toka said appreciatively as she scooped some of the stuff on her hand before raising her green jacket and black top to put it on. This stuff really works, Databayo, Toka said as she applied the soothing ointment on her already fading bruises, not realizing the effect her actions had on her fanboys or Hinata as she flashed them the bottom of her bra. Toka began as she turned her gaze back to the Hyuga, but stopped as she noticed the girl had fainted. Next spar, Ami versus Hinata. Irika announced, causing everyone who had seen Hinata just faint a sweat drop as they wondered how Irika expected her to spar in her current state. Hinata, Toka called out as she bent over, trying to shake the girl awake. It's time for your spar, Hinata, Toka called out, shaking the girl's shoulder. Hinata, wake up, Toka yelled again in panic as she shook the girl's shoulder more forcefully to wake her. Earning a sigh from Irika, who knew what had just happened the instant he noticed the unconscious Hinata with a panicking Toka standing over her. Toka, take Hinata to the infirmary, Irika instructed as he came over. But what about her spar? Toka asked in worry, not wanting Hinata to miss out on her chance to graduate. She'll have it later, Irika reassured, although he knew if Hinata didn't wake up before the end of the sparring session of the graduation test, the win would automatically go to Ami by default. Since Hinata is unable to fight right now, the next spar will be Ino versus Sakura, Irika announced as Toka left with Hinata earning cheers from both the blonde and pink-haired girls who eagerly made their way forward to prove themselves to their shared crush Sasuke. Line break. Outside the academy. Bachan Ojizen, look, I passed Databayo, Toka yelled excitedly as she pointed proudly at her forehead protector, running out the academy with all the other kids who had also passed towards Naruto and Tsunade, who stood with all the other waiting adults outside. Well done, Toka-chan, Tsunade congratulated, smiling down proudly at Toka from next to an equally proud Naruto as the other adults congratulated their own kids around them. What's wrong, Toka-chan? I wasn't Kunoichi of the year, Ojizen, Toka revealed with a sigh, her mode dropping as she thought of Sakura Haruno, the girl who had barely managed to remain top Kunoichi due to Toka's loss against Sasuke. I wanted to be top Kunoichi like Bachan, Toka added glumly, hating she wasn't top Kunoichi like her Bachan, who she wanted to make proud by doing what she had done instead of being second behind Sakura. Toka, Naruto began with a slight chuckle when he heard this. Your Bachan wasn't top Kunoichi, Naruto revealed, earning a shocked look from Toka, who didn't believe her Bachan that knew everything wasn't top Kunoichi. She wasn't. Toka questioned in disbelief, voicing the thoughts of all the equal disbelieving bystanders who had heard Naruto. No, Toka, she wasn't. Naruto clarified with a smile as he looked down at his granddaughter's disbelieving face. And I wasn't Rookie of the Year, either. Naruto added, wanting to lift Toka's spirits, even though he hadn't officially ever been part of any Konoha graduating class. Ojizen be but. Toka trailed off beyond shocked as she wondered who had been strong enough to beat her Ojizen and become Rookie of the Year instead of him. Naruto-sama wasn't Rookie of the Year. A civilian whispered in disbelief as she stood with her husband and their Genin son. No, he was. The civilian man said back to his wife. But he just said he wasn't Kyukuin. Ko-chan, he's obviously lying to the fourth daughter to make her feel better. Q said, waving off his wife's argument confidently, earning a look from several shinobi around them who knew Naruto's backstory. That he had graduated in Uzushio, not Konoha, and that Orochimaru had in fact been the Rookie of the Year of the three other Yonin's graduation class. I wasn't Toka, Naruto earnestly repeated as he saw the disbelieving look in Toka's eyes. And it doesn't matter that you weren't top Kunoichi. Your Bachan and I are still very proud of you for graduating. Naruto added truthfully, causing Toka's eyes to brighten as she heard this. Here I have something for you. Naruto said as he knelt in front of Toka, pulling out his graduation present for her, deciding to give it to her now to lift her spirits. I already have a forehead protector, Ojizen. Toka remained her grandfather as she looked down at the black forehead protector Naruto was holding out to her. I know, Toka-chan, but I want you to wear this one instead. It belonged to my Kachin, Toka, before she gave it to me to wear, and now I want to give it to you to also wear. Naruto revealed, recalling how his mother had given him the forehead protector on her deathbed, telling him she was leaving Konoha to him to protect for her. Thank you, Ojizen, Toka said gratefully with tears forming in her eyes as she accepted the gift before she replaced her own forehead protector around her forehead with her Ojizen's. Here, Ojizen, Toka said, holding out her own brand new forehead protector for Naruto to take. I don't wear a forehead protector, Toka-chan, Naruto reminded his granddaughter, earning a deadpan look from her as she pushed the cloth forcefully into his hands. You are a shinobi of Konoha, Ojizen. Toka remained her grandfather as her voice carried to several people around them. An ever shinobi of Konoha wears this as a symbol that shows that they are not only ninjas of the leaf, but that they are also ready to protect it and its people. Toka added, quoting her Ojizen's own words as she tapped a finger on the metal plate of her headband, earning her awed looks from her fanboys and smiles from the adults, watching who in that moment could see the girl possess the will of fire her ancestors did. Thank you, Toka, Naruto said, smiling proudly at Toka as he heard her quote the words he told her when she asked why ninja wear headbands. You better put it on later, Databeo, Toka told Naruto as she noticed her Ojizen had pocketed the piece of cloth, earning her chuckles and laughs from everyone around her and Naruto, who was watching them. I will, Toka, Naruto promised as he got up onto his feet, ruffling Toka's hair, who pouted at the action but was smiling on the inside, glad she had made her Ojizen proud by graduating even if she wasn't top Kunoichi. Tsunade smiled as she and several others watched the heartwarming scene between her husband and Toka. She knew how much that headband meant to him and the full meaning behind him giving it to her. He's trusting you with Konoha, Toka-chan, just like his Kachin trust him and just like my Ojizen trusted me, Tsunade thought as she fingered her grandfather's green gem necklace around her neck, that she planned to give to Toka as her graduation present later on. But not now, since she would allow Naruto and Toka to have their moment. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade heard left of her, breaking her thoughts as she turned to face Shikaka Nara, who stood next to his wife Yoshino and son Shikamaru. Naruto-sama said, you weren't Kunoichi of the Year? Shikaku questioned, wanting to confirm what he had heard. Yes, Tsunade answered with a nod as several people turned to her and Shikaku curiously. Then how did you end up on Team Hiruzen? Shikaku asked curiously, knowing that every Team 7 since the founding of Konoha had the same format of top female and male with the dead last. Yes, how did you end up on Team Hiruzen? Naruto thought, inwardly chuckling as he turned to his wife, wanting to hear how she would explain her ending up on Team 7, having heard Shikaku's question. There were some complications and changes with the standard team formats in my year, Shikaku-san, due to the odd numbers we had in our class. Tsunade lied, glaring at Naruto, who smirked back at her, knowing that Tsunade's explanation was a lie. She hadn't ended up on Team 7 because of that. Instead, his wife had ended up on the team by planning the spoiled Senju princess card to take the Aburame Kunoichi of a year's spot on Team Hiruzen. Shikaku nodded his head, deciding to accept the answer along with everyone else listening. Except for Shibi, whose mother had told him the full story about how Tsunade took her spot on Team Hiruzen. Tsunade-sama, we're having a small celebratory dinner for the kids. You Naruto-sama and Toka-chan should come. Cho's wife, Cho, offered from next to her husband and her son. And bring Atama-chan and Nawaki-chan too. Cho added, having nearly forgotten the adorable twins that the Yanin couple hadn't brought with them. Thank you, Cho-san, Tsunade said, sharing a glance with her husband as she wondered if it was a good idea to come out in public with the twins. Since the one time they had done it, the twins had started crying uncontrollably when half the village gushed over them. Hence why they had left them at the compound with Shizun, Jiraiya, and several Kagebunshin. We'll come tonight with Atama-chan and Nawaki-chan. Tsunade accepted after seeing Naruto nod to say it was fine for them to go out with the twins. Bachan, but you said we were going to Ichiraku's. Toka whined as she looked up at her Bachan, who said they could go to Ichiraku's ramen tonight after her graduation. Don't worry, Toka-chan, I'm making my special ramen just for you. Cho reassured before Tsunade could answer. Your ramen? Toka questioned as she looked at the large woman who truly made the best food in the world better than her Bachans or old man Tuchis. Cho confirmed, smiling as she saw Toka's obvious love for her food. Yada, Ojaizen, we're having Cho Obasan's ramen for dinner and Ichiraku's for lunch. Toka said excitedly, turning to her fellow ramen enthusiast who chuckled at Toka's excitement. Ichiraku's for lunch? Tsunade questioned with a raised eyebrow, not remembering when she agreed to allowing Toka to have ramen 2 meals in a row. Hi Bachan, you promised I could have some after graduation, Databeo. Fine, Tsunade conceded, sighing. Deciding to allow it since today was graduation. But only one bowl. Tsunade added as she, Toka, and Naruto said their goodbyes before turning in the direction of Ichiraku's to get some ramen. Bachan, 1 bowl is not enough, Databeo. Toka whined. Fine 2. Bachan. Fine 3. Bachan. Fine 4. Bachan. How many bowls do you want, Toka? I don't know, Databeo. Several of the people outside the academy heard the 2 females of the happy family argue as they walked away, causing them to smile as they saw Kushina and Toka. One of them being Mikoto, who watched the 3 retreating backs by a building away from the rest of the crowd outside the academy. Smiling sadly as she thought of her dead friend Kushina, who she really wished was still here after what had just happened with Sasuke. Flashback. Nizanai graduated. Mikoto heard a random boy shout out as he, along with several students, came running out the academy towards her and the other adults waiting outside. But she ignored him as her onyx eyes searched for Sasuke. Sasuke, Mikoto called out as she ran towards her son, who was making his way away from the academy with his hands in his pockets. Sasuke-chan, Mikoto called out to her son again as she caught up to him, wanting to congratulate him for graduating and try mending her strained relationship with him, like she had been trying the past month after her friend Tsunami told her that as Sasuke's mother, it was her duty to mend their broken relationship, no matter how rude and cold Sasuke's attitude was the past 4 years after the massacre. Sasuke-chan, wait, I want to talk with Y-. I do not wish to speak with you, Mikoto. Sasuke said coldly as he glared at the woman before him, who had truly become an annoyance lately, like his father said she was. Sochi, Mikoto began ignoring the pain her heart felt from hearing Sasuke call her Mikoto again instead of Kazan. Awa dash, Mikoto continued looking at her son, wanting to tell him she just wanted to talk, but stopped as Sasuke used a shunshin, no jutsu, leaving behind a bunch of swirling leaves that Mikoto looked at with sad, wet eyes as she wondered how her and her son had become so estranged. Flashback end. I'll fix our relationship, Sasuke-chan, Mikoto thought, determined, as she got an idea from watching the three figures go off to eat ramen. All she needed were a few things from the store, and then she would carry out her plan. I fix our relationship, Sochi, Mikoto promised again as she walked away, not noticing Tsum, who stood watching her with saddened eyes after she witnessed the whole fiasco with Sasuke. Line break. Secret underground root base. Have they gone? Fugaku asked, evenly as he tried, keeping the emotions he felt from his voice. Yes, they're at the compound now, waiting for him, Danzo replied, easily catching the undertones of remorse and regret in Fugaku's voice that he failed to hide. And he'll definitely awake the Mangekyo, even though he's never met this boy. Sasuke's memories have been altered, Fugaku. His killing Sai will be traumatic enough for him to awaken the Mangekyo. Sasuke's memories have been altered. Fugaku scoffed, quoting Danzo skeptically. How is that possible, Danzo? Fugaku questioned with a frown. All you need to know is that it just is, and that it has been done to Sasuke through means I shall not reveal to you, Danzo replied, brushing aside Fugaku's inquiry as he made sure to not reveal any information about his bandaged eye or Kotoame Tsukumi. And are you certain these means work, Danzo? Yes, I am, Danzo simply replied, thinking back to the report that he received early today that informed him of Sasuke's demands for the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to remove her seals during their spar. The Uchiha boy's actions confirming the success of the Sharingan technique by doing exactly as Danzo had intended him to do when he implanted the information of the seal's existence along with all the other false experiences and memories he had given him. Your vague explanations are hardly reassuring, Danzo. How are you certain you means worked? Fugaku demanded, wanting a full explanation from the Warhawk on how he was certain that what his son was about to go through wasn't for nothing. My vague explanations are all you are going to get, Fugaku. Now go do your part of the plan and meet with the academy instructor if you don't want anyone to suspect you of what is about to happen, Danzo reminded Fugaku as he brushed aside his demand. Your plan better work, Danzo, because if it doesn't or if you betray me, I will kill you, Fugaku warned coldly as his Sharingan activated. Do not threaten me, Fugaku, Danzo warned as several root agents came out the shadows surrounding them. My plan will work. All you have to worry about is not missing your meeting and not betraying me. Because if you do, I will be the one killing you, Danzo threatened back in a tone that was just as icy as Fugaku's. You better have my eyes waiting for me when I return, Danzo, Fugaku said as he activated his Mangekyo before turning away from the bandaged man. Or else I will burn you and your lackeys with the rest of this village, Fugaku added threateningly with his back towards the Warhawk before he made a point of using Amaterasu on several of the surrounding agents. Remember my promise, Danzo, when your agents hand you my son's eyes, Fugaku told the cripple as he ignored the strain his now bleeding eyes felt from using the advanced fire technique before shining away as he felt satisfied that his threat had been made clear, leaving behind a glaring Danzo who stared at the spot Fugaku once stood. Once you kill Hiruzen and Naruto, I will kill you, Fugaku, Danzo promised darkly as he watched the last of his agents that had been caught by the black flames of Amaterasu burn. Line break. Uchiha compound. Sasuke clenched his jaw as he arrived at the Uchiha compound via his Shunshin no Jutsu. He was beyond angry and wanted to release the rage he felt from his near loss against Toka that had only been further fueled by Mikoto's attempt to speak to him. I need to train, Sasuke thought as he moved toward his father's private dojo to do the only thing that he could do to release his anger. Hello, Sasuke. Sasuke heard a cheerful voice say as he entered the dojo, halting his movement as he saw his only friend Sai standing smiling in front of him. Sai, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked with a glare as he moved past the pale boy he did not want to deal with right now, even if he was his only friend. I'm here to kill you, my best friend Sasuke. Sasuke heard Sai say in a cheerful voice from behind him as he prepared to let out his anger on the training dummy. Wadash, Sasuke began to ask as he rounded on Sai, but stopped as he swiftly leaned back to avoid a tanto slash aimed at his chest. Sai, what do you think you're doing? Sasuke demanded angrily as his Sharingan flared to life. I'm here to kill you, my best friend Sasuke. Sai repeated again, cheerfully with a smile on his face that contradicted his emotionless eyes as he shifted his tanto before sending multiple slashes toward Sasuke that the said Uchiha dodged easily with his Sharingan. Jinjutsu. Sharingan. Sasuke thought promptly as his eyes meet Sai's, halting the pale boy's movements as the dojutsu's Jinjutsu took effect and immobilized him. What's wrong with you, Sai? Sasuke thought, concern, his anger diminishing as he looked at his pale friend whom he knew would never try to kill him. I have dash, Sasuke began to think to himself, but stopped as a hand grabbed Sai's chin, tilting it upwards as a kunai buried itself in the boy's throat before cutting it open from ear to ear as Sasuke watched. Sai! Sasuke yelled wide-eyed as he stared at his now-dead friend, who collapsed onto his knees before falling to the floor face first as a pool of red blood formed under him. Sai! Sasuke yelled again as he felt the familiar whirlpool of emotions he felt only once in his life before, when he had discovered his dead clansmen, thinking his family were among them. Sai! Sasuke repeated a third time, whispering as he dropped to his knees, his eyes watering as he looked at his dead best friend. Ark! Sasuke's cried out in agony as he gripped his skull, feeling a sudden intense hot pain explode behind his eyes as a trail of blood poured out of them, running down his cheeks. It is done, an emotionless voice said from above Sasuke, turning his attention to the position Sai once stood. You killed him! Sasuke gritted out between clenched teeth as he glared at a man wearing a blank white mask with a bloody kunai in his hands. Begin the removal and replacement. The masked man ordered, ignoring Sasuke as he looked at the two figures behind the Uchiha. Hi, Senpai. Sasuke heard two emotionless voices say behind him, but he ignored them as he got up onto his feet, glaring at the figure he was about to kill him. Yo dash! Sasuke began angrily as he prepared to charge forward, but didn't get a chance to, as a hard force hit the back of his neck, interrupting his speech and planned charge as he collapsed unconscious onto the floor next to the dead Sai. Begin the removal and remember to leave no trace of the procedure after the replacement. The blank mask-wearing man ordered as he handed the vial with two black eyes into his subordinate who had knocked out Sasuke with a swift chop to the back of the neck. Hi, Senpai, the man said again, accepting the vial. And Sai, what should we do with him? The masked man's other subordinate asked as she looked down uncaringly at her dead comrade. Take his body back to Danzo-sama after you exchange the eyes and kill the Uchiha. Line break. Clan district. And then Sasuke team caught me by surprise by activating his Sharingan. Toka continued, describing her spar to her grandparents as the three of them made their way to the Senju compound, eager to return to Itama and Nawaki after the ramen they had. Sasuke has the Sharingan. Naruto questioned, interrupting Toka's tale as he shared a glance with Tsunade. How the team's eyes were red with three black commas like what Bachan said the Sharingan was like Ojaizen. Toka explained, causing Naruto and Tsunade to share another look, both slightly startled by the information. They knew from what their sensei's spies had collected from watching the three Uchiha that the boy was strong for his age. He knew several low-ranked Ketan Jutsu, the Shunshin no Jutsu, and had high Chunin-level Taijutsu skills. But a fully matured Sharingan at the age of 12 that was something the spies their sensei had watching the Uchiha didn't report. I will have to speak with Sensei and Mikoto about this. Naruto decided as him and Tsunade continued their way towards the compound, listening to Toka's story. Naruto-kun, look, Tsunade said, interrupting Toka as she turned Naruto's gaze towards a large column of smoke at the other side of the clan district. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto whispered, bring his hands together in a single hand seal as he formed 12 clones. Tsunade go with Toka and my clones back to the compound dash. Nawaki and Itama. Tsunade whispered, interrupting Naruto as her eyes widened in fear. They're fine, Tsunade-chan. Naruto reassured, knowing the several Bunshin he had left there guarding them would have dispelled if something had happened. But I need you to take Toka and go with my Bunshin back to them. Naruto added, needing his wife to return to their twin sons while he checked out what caused the fire. Be safe, Naruto Koi, Tsunade said as she grabbed Toka's hand before hastily making her way back to the compound as Naruto's clones escorted them. I will Heim, Naruto promised before he left via a Mizu Shunshin no Jutsu in the direction of the column of smoke. Line break. Market District. Thank you, Maki-sen, Mikoto said gratefully to the old lady who handed her the last item she needed for what she planned to do. There is no need to thank me, Uchiha-sama. It is I who should be thanking you, the old civilian woman replied as she handed Mikoto her tomatoes. Please, Maki-san, we've known each other for years now. How many more times do I have to ask you to call me Mikoto before you do? Mikoto asked as she handed Maki a large amount of Ryo with a generous tip. I'm sorry, Uchiha-sama, some habits are harder to break. Maki explained as she accepted the money, earning a playful glare from Mikoto before both women shared a laugh. Thank you, Maki, Mikoto said again, sending a final smile towards the old woman as she moved to leave. You are welcome, Mikoto, Maki said back with a smile, causing the Uchihas to widen as she left the store with all her grocery bags. Now that I have everything I need, I'm going to cook you your favorite meal, Sasuke-chan. Mikoto thought, smiling, thinking of her plan to make her son's favorite meal so she could sit him down and tell him she wanted to mend their relationship. Tell him she wanted to be his mother again, which Sasuke hadn't allowed her to be since the massacre. I will repair our relationship, Sochi, Mikoto promised determinedly as she entered the clan district with her grocery bags before dropping them as she saw something. Fire! Mikoto gasped as she stared at the large column of smoke that she knew was over where the Uchiha compound was. Sasuke, Mikoto whispered suddenly in a panic, breaking from her thoughts as she bolted in the direction of her home, praying to Kami that her little boy wasn't there. Line break. Uchiha clan compound. Kuatonting scum. Traitors. Village betraying filth. These were three of the many insults Naruto read written all over the Uchiha clan compound walls as he arrived there via his Shunshin. But he ignored them as he entered the compound, his violet eyes falling onto the massive inferno that burnt before him, destroying every building in the compound as it spread. Suedun, Baku Sui Shoha, water release. Exploding water colliding wave. Naruto whispered as he formed a single hand seal before he spat out a massive volume of water, extinguishing the inferno's spreading flames as a large steam cloud covered the now scorched compound. Kagebunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto whispered, shifting his hands into a different seal as he sent forward a few clones to search for anyone who may be in the ruins, and a few to search inside and outside the compound for anyone or anything that may shed light on what happened here and who did it. Sasuke, Naruto heard as the steam finished clearing, turning his attention to Mikoto, who frantically ran into the compound. Mikoto, Naruto whispered, relieved as his body filled with an unexplainable large amount of relief at seeing his friend was alive and unharmed. No, Naruto thought in sadness as he went through the memories he had just received. Mikoto, Naruto called out, forming a single Kagebunshin to go give orders to the ANBU and other shinobi that had finally arrived as he ran toward the worrying mother to stop her from entering the ruins. Mikit dash. Naruto, Mikoto frantically interrupted the man who stood before her. I need to find Sasuke. Mikoto, frantically said as she tried making her way around Naruto, but was stopped by two firm hands that gripped her shoulders. I already sent my buns dash. I need to find Sasuke. Mikoto interrupted frantically again as she tried worming her way out of the unrelenting grip holding her. No, you don't, Mikoto. My clones already found him. Naruto told his friend, refusing to let her go and see what one of his dispelled clones had discovered. Where is he? Mikoto asked her friend. Where is he? Mikoto asked again before she gasped, noticing the somber look that flashed in Naruto's eyes. No, 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 no. Mikoto repeated frantically as she clasped a hand over her mouth, tears forming in her eyes. Please, Naruto, tell me my Sochi is okay. Mikoto pleaded desperately with Naruto, holding back her tears as she prayed. She had misread the look on Naruto's face. I'm sore. No. Mikoto yelled, interrupting Naruto as she began to sob. Sasuke-chan. Mikoto called out as she tried, making her out of Naruto's grip. Let me go, Naruto. I need to go rescue my Sasuke-chan. Mikoto yelled, sobbing, refusing to believe Sasuke was gone. Mikoto. Naruto tried calling out to the struggling woman in his arms. Mikoto. Naruto called out again, more forcefully. He's gone. Naruto told Mikoto gently as she stopped struggling. Sasuke is gone. Sasuke-chan, Mikoto whispered, the reality of her friend's words hitting her. He's dead. Mikoto questioned lowly, earning a somber nod from Naruto, who immediately wrapped his arms around Mikoto as she broke down weeping against him, comforting her as she wept over her now dead son Sasuke. Line break. Outside the Shinobi Academy. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Fugaku apologized, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he looked in the direction of the Uchiha compound, knowing that there was a smoke cloud over it, even though he couldn't make it out with his diminished eyesight. But your death was necessary to buy me the time I needed, my son.